Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. Me, Vicki, Carroll. We have got a fabulous Monday morning for you. I've put on the bright colours. It's going to be a lovely sunny day today. In fact, we've got great weather all week, haven't we? Which I love. And speaking of sunshine, look who's back! Woo!
Hi, everybody. Morning.
I'm so thrilled you're back with us.
Darling.
You've been missed. How
Bless you.
have you been over the last few
It's
weeks?
been lovely, yeah. Really sort of creative time. Made lots of quilts.
Oh, lovely.
Knitted socks. Garden, loads of gardening.
Brilliant.
So, I mean, the weather hasn't hurt, has it?
Oh, honestly, it's been lovely.
glorious.
And you're off to Windermere this week as well.
Cockermouth.
Oh, okay.
Cockermouth, yes. I'm teaching a retreat.
Yeah.
And for 3 days in a gorgeous country house. And I can't wait to meet my students and have 3 days of quilting and gorgeous food. as well.
Oh, yeah,
It's
you've been
great.
telling me all about the fabulous. Well, we've got Sandra Santangle is going to be there as well.
She's going to be one of my students, so I'm really looking forward to that. But I mean, we've still got a fabulous day today to.
Yes, we have. We've got loads coming up today, and I'll tell you about it after today's early bird. Now, this is a completely new product to me. I don't know if this is a brand new product full stop, and we're going to do it as an early bird. And it is an unusual looking thimble, actually, Stuart, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a palm thimble.
Right, have you ever used a palm thimble?
Once or twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. Normally, we're used to thimbles that go on our middle finger or our index finger, and where we push with our finger. This is for those times when you're going, particularly hand quilting, sashko, even some embroidery, where you're perhaps going through thick layers and you need a bit of welly behind the needle.
Right.
You certainly don't want to be damaging your fingers or palms. So you wear the palm thimble across the top ridges of your palm, and then you have this pushing surface to get the needle through.
Right, so
doll making.
Hand quilting.
Hand quilting, sashko, doll making, bear making. I love a bear. Anything like that. Or even if you were doing things like sewing on buttons, upholstery, deep buttoning on cushions.
Yeah.
And it gives you the full force.
Motion.
Also, if you have things like dexterity issues with your fingers, pain in your finger joints, you can sort of, if you like, bypass them.
Okay.
Use the palm of your hand where you may find it more comfortable and push your needle using your palm.
Okay, that comes with a ribbon as well that you obviously thread through and tie to your size, so it's completely adjustable so you can get really comfortable. Now, this is all about price. We're going to get everybody shopping bright and early this morning at £2.99.
Wow.
That makes it the lowest ever price. Lowest ever deal. £2.99. Now, there aren't that many of them, I'm not going to lie. We've got less than 50 of these in stock today, so they will all sell out today. £2.99. Levi, could you come and refresh our screen, please, because it's still Hobby Maker. We've got loads coming up. And honestly, get your orders open early because this hour is going to be brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
We predict a sellout.
Yeah, we do. Stunning range of fabrics in this hour. Brand new from the V&A
Nice.
in conjunction with Craft Cotton Company. It is sublime.
It's already selling on pre-order, by the way. You've already spotted it. Have you noticed the pricing of the fabric? And the Craft Cotton Company they're beautiful quality fabrics, aren't they?
Well, also,
really
Vix,
lovely.
these are organic cotton.
Oh.
So this is Craft Cotton Company do a range with their designers called Make and Believe. And this is called Crafts of Tranquility. And it is absolutely gorgeous from their collection of porcelain, pottery, blue and white gorgeousness. I mean, it really rings my bells.
I love it.
Adorable.
I love it. Right, that's going to be coming up in this first hour. Get the early bird whilst it's at the lowest ever price of £2.99. If you do lots of hand sewing, this is your chance. There's loads in baskets. Olu's saying loads of you. Half the stock's already allocated in baskets, so do be quick if you want one of those. As I said, It's limited stock. We thought we'd do something wild to get everybody's orders open. And once you've paid your post and packaging, that's it for the whole day. It's covered. If you're buying from this first hour, if you're getting involved with any of Sandi, there's a lot going on today. Let me show you what's coming up, because I've got guests galore as well. I haven't got an hour on my own, which is lovely for a Monday. It's not flashing, no. This first hour, as Stuart is explaining, we have got our Crafts of Tranquility collection, the V&A, teamed up with the V&A to be able to bring you this gorgeous blue and white, stunning fabric. Now, we've got pre-cuts. Get ahead on those if you want, as they are limited. We've got a mega bundle, we've got a complimentary solids bundle, and we have got the quilt pattern, the Galleria Quilt that Stuart has got behind him, which is one of your patterns, one of your most popular, actually. I know how many people love this pattern.
It is, and I designed this because I have had decades of feeling myself and hearing other people say, oh, this fabric's too gorgeous to cut up.
Yeah.
I want to show it off. And so I thought, oh, come on, Stuart, you can do it. So I did the Galleria pattern, which is like shop windows to display your wares.
Favourite prints.
Yeah,
your favourite prints. Should we start with this, by the way? So for anybody who is thinking, love the quilt, I've got fabrics in mind at home that I want to be, framing almost, and it is super simple. Come on over, Stuart.
Okay,
because
cool.
there's so much to talk about this hour.
Yes.
So this quilt pattern is going to be completely brilliant for anyone who's a complete beginner as well.
Yeah,
Someone who's
totally beginner friendly. If you need a quilt in a hurry,
right?
It's absolutely ideal because the block takes about 10 minutes to make each block. This one has 4 blocks. I mean, the one I've done has got a bit of a piece border, which I'll show you how to do. But also then within the quilt, there's a 12-block single bed quilt. There's obviously the 4-block wall hanging, and then there's also a 16-block. This is all from the same block. This.
So what's the block look like then? What is the block?
The block is, well, it's here, you can see, yes. So you have got, essentially a Galleria is like a small parade of shops.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of place where you'd go and have a really posh cup of tea or a glass of champagne. You'd have a glass of champagne, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Bit of gorgeous shopping, really gorgeous dress. Your dress, by the way, is absolutely stunning. I love your dress.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Thank you.
Go and get your beautiful bit of shopping. And in the Galleria, you've got big shop windows displaying things like the gorgeous new fashion. And then you've got smaller windows that are perhaps showing jewellery and gorgeous little things. So that's what you've got in the quilt. You've got the big windows and then you've got the small windows. But the purpose of all of the windows is to show off what's inside. So you've got these little neat kind of window frames that perfectly capture whether you're using a huge, large-scale Kaffe Fassett print.
Or even a solid.
It could be solids even. That would be, actually, Vix, that would be really cool to do this quilt in solids.
I think it's solids with black sashing.
Amazing.
Really bright colours. And then maybe if you've got, you grace it, or if you just want to practice some of your quilting.
I love that idea. I'm going to do
that.
Or things like, it's got a stained glass look to it, or a Mondrian look to it.
Or if you know a new baby coming and you want to do kids prints
block.
with animal fabrics or a memory quilt.
Yes.
Some of the fabrics that you can print photographs onto. This would be lovely for someone's special birthday. So
I've done this with Tilda several times.
Yeah.
It worked really, really well with, because it doesn't matter whether the print is really large or really small. Even for the big windows, you can put a small print in there and it still looks lovely. And it is literally for those fabrics where you say, I don't want to cut it up. I don't want to spoil the design by slicing through the middle. You don't have to.
Wow, good scrap buster as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you could absolutely, because you've got those small squares and even the big ones, that could be, they could be pieced. You could sew 3 rectangles together to make the large piece. You could switch it up. You could put thinner sashings in between. You could play with it.
Yeah, it'd be nice to add some applique designs on top of it as well.
Embroidery.
Yeah. A great pattern to have in your stash if you're a brand new quilter, if you're experienced, or like Stuart said, if there is fabric that you're looking at going, I don't know what to do with it. I don't want to cut it up into small pieces. The prints are too bold. Some of the big Kaffes or some of your favourite prints. Speaking of which, this fabric collection, by the way, is already flying out on pre-order. which there are, yeah, everyone's loving the quilt pattern. Now, this isn't a new quilt pattern. As I say, you've done this in Tilda, but it's one that repeatedly sells in the hundreds every single time we bring it on. And whenever you get an instruction set from Stuart, you do break it down into really manageable.
Oh, every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is totally beginner friendly. No, but literally, I have to stop myself making, like with every fabric range, making a Galleria quilt because it's my go-to, because it always shows off the fabrics really well. And you can see here on the front, I've done this using this was Dan Morris fabrics, and I've done different fabric in each of the borders. On the Galleria quilt that I've made this time with the Crafts of Tranquility, I've actually split the border up and continued the sashing out into the border.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
So there's variations.
Morning, Julie.
Oh,
good
morning,
morning,
Julie.
good morning. Oh, we've got a lovely day for you today. Anybody who's feeling the Monday blues? Actually, I don't think anybody will, because it's such a lovely, bright, sunny morning, isn't it? Good morning, Wendy.
Morning, Wendy.
Thanks for saying hello to us.
I've got the blues today.
Da 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 da. Already ordered the V&A Fabrics, gorgeous blues, right up my street. Fab quilt behind Stuart.
Oh, thank you, Kate.
Lovely.
Thank you.
There you go. That looks great, doesn't it, on the television?
Yes, it works.
Do you always need a solid fabric, do you think, for the sashing?
No, I mean, a solid will
Stripe.
make it pop. A stripe is a brilliant idea. Stripe would be gorgeous. You could use something like a batik, a tone on tone. I think you want something that's going to contrast with your fabrics. Otherwise, the frames could get a bit lost and everything could start kind of blending into each other. So you want something distinct, but you're right, a stripe would look amazing. And we had them yesterday actually, some really cool Rose and Hubble cotton poplin narrow stripes. We had a black and white, navy and white. We had a navy and white. In fact, we had 3 different shades of blue stripe.
Oh, maybe have a look back and see if there's any of that left.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, now this is your pattern. We could talk all hour about ideas for this pattern. And I love the fact that everybody's making the most of it. There's loads in baskets, but we have to talk about this amazing brand new fabric in today. Now, normally when we do a fabric launch, we're then still coming back to it, you know, weeks later. This will all sell out today.
100%, because blue's the world's favourite colour.
Yes.
I mean, just the designs are so appealing. They're based on porcelain, pottery, ginger jars, you know, that.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to the V&A and seen their collections, I mean, I go to the V&A every single time I go to London.
Yeah.
I always go around thinking, I need to make this, I need to make that. There aren't enough hours in the day.
Yeah.
And this is sublime.
And I suppose whether you're using it as a whole collection, or these could all be individual, like that, this could be beautiful on one of your bags. If you've got any of the trio of bags, or, you know, we've got Sandi's patterns coming up in the next hour as well. If you're a bag maker, it doesn't need to necessarily all be one quilt.
No, it doesn't. And also as well, when you look at that, don't you see a bit of influence from William Morris? So if you love your William Morris, do you also see the Japanese connection? If you love Japanese, Sashiko, Indigo, Shibori, anything like that. But also I see some Tilda in there.
Yeah.
Because all of these designers were inspired by similar things, you know, in particular kind of pottery, porcelain, painting, the kind of Japanese, Chinese traditions. They're so influential, but they work together so beautifully. They're timeless.
Now, I can't not talk about the price on this, because this is under £60 for 5
I know,
metres,
it's great.
which makes it, if my maths is right, at what, £5.99 half metre? That is crazy, isn't it?
It's a brilliant.
These will sell out then. I mean, there's literally 25 of these mega bundles left. And that's without counting the amount of people who have got it in their baskets. £59.90. And yet Ben is saying, I still want to discount it a little bit for you, because that's what we do with the mega bundle. It's taking another £3 off for you. Amazing. It was already too low, and it's already selling out, by the way. There's now less than 20 remaining. Less than 20 remaining. £56.90. There are 15 chances to be able to get this. £56.90, and every single one of these is already pre-cut into half metres. But, by the way, we have got on the show today a complimentary solids blue. And this would be lovely to let these prints really sing.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about this collection is you've actually got lots of different blues in there. You've got almost a sort of lilac blue in here. You've got cobalt, you've got navy, you've also got this really beautiful sky blue, and we've pulled out all of those colours in the solids. Now, the good news is, if you get the mega bundle, and you will have to be really quick because they're almost gone, aren't they?
Yeah, single figures.
You could make the largest size of quilt in my Galleria pattern, and you could probably make it in a weekend.
How cool is that?
Now, you're going to need your solid. Now, you could go a couple of different ways.
What have you used?
I've used Copen.
Is that this one?
It is, and I've used that throughout because that was a nice somewhere in the middle for all of them.
Okay, how much, sorry, do I need a Copen if I'm doing it on...
Okay, I'm always a little bit generous on this, but I would say if you go for 2.5 to 3 meters, because if you've got a chunk left, you can always piece it into the backing, or you're going to use it for your binding as well. So, you know, but if you're going to just do the 4-block mini quilt, about 1.5 meters. But I'd go about 2.5 to 3 meters if you want to give yourself options. And certainly if you want to make the big quilt, go 3.
Brilliant.
But the other thing you could do is you could go with our complimentary solids bundle.
Yes.
And you could actually mix and match the placement. Now, I wouldn't have them dotted all over the place on the quilt, but what I might do is have the darkest navy in the centre framing, and then a mid, and then a lighter, all the other way around. You'd have to plan, you'd need to use a design wall as you do it, but it's such a simple block, you could really, you know, do that.
I mean, this is such a useful bundle to have in your stash anyway, regardless of whether you're lucky enough to be able to get the mega bundle, because that, I believe, is sold out. If you want the solid, you're saving £2 on it. And if you're thinking of bag making, you've got linings, you've got straps, you've got complementing colours with your navy, Copen. Is that one Cadet blue?
Cadet.
What one's this one? Do you know?
Cloud?
I love that.
I think it's Cloud.
And I think Cloud goes with so many of these prints, actually. And obviously, you've got white in there as well. And it is a white, isn't it? It's not an off-white. And that's quite unusual. Normally, I'd say, oh, white's quite harsh. I would go with like an ivory or an off-white. Whereas actually... it does look really crisp and clean. Look lovely in a bedroom, wouldn't it?
It would. And if you want that sort of real, like, light, airy, delicate, you could actually do the Galleria quilt with white sashing. And that would be so much softer. Or you could go the other extreme and do that really dark navy or even midnight. We do one called Midnight, don't we? Which is even darker than that if you wanted it really inky dark. But as I say, I plumped for somewhere in the middle of all of the fabrics just to keep the whole thing warm. Because, you know, blues can be very cool, actually cold. These are all warm blues. So if you've got like a north-facing room but you want to use blue in it, use your warm blues and they'll bring that warmth into the room.
That's really interesting, isn't it? So what about, could I use this within, we talked about earlier on, adding some solids in there as well in terms of, you know, framing your solids as well?
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. And particularly, I think, if you wanted to do something like some Sashko, some small Sashko panels you could add in. You could Sashko on this. Or you could do machine embroidery. There are lots and lots, Vix, of Japanese or Chinese inspired embroidery designs if you've got an embroidery machine. You could do things like little Japanese crests in embroidery, machine or hand, put those into Galleria. You could also, there's lots of, I mean, they're typically what we call red work, you know, Mandy Shaw kind of thing, machine embroidery designs, but you could do those stitch them in blue and then add them in, again, on these solids. There's a lot you could do with them.
You are saving £2 on your solid bundle. Just so you know, we've really limited on everything. Has this mega bundle sold out? Yeah, sold out. Right, now, all of these are available individually by the half metre. We will get to those. They're $5.99. If there's one that you really want, grab it now on pre-order because some of them are now really limited. But we're going to do you the amazing amazing pre-cuts.
We've
because
got
we've got
pre-cuts.
10-inch, 5-inch and fat quarter packs, which is brilliant. Let's start with your 10-inch layer cake. Now, I know how versatile 10-inch layer cakes are. Oh, by the way, we're crashing the price as well. Ben's saying, I'm doing it straight away. I don't want anybody to miss out.
Look at that.
How many do we have in here, by the way? 40?
You get 40
Wow.
10-inch squares. I know. It's fab, isn't it?
I'll always remember you telling me that I think that this is probably the most versatile pre-cut that you can get.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm just making an executive decision to whip that.
Yeah,
Is that all right?
go for it.
I just can't
We've
help.
all got to see these gorgeous fabrics.
But you've got 4 of each design.
Fantastic.
So you've got loads of options. Now, I just want to say that a 10-inch square on its own isn't enough for the largest patch in the Galleria. Okay, it's wide enough but not long enough. However, if you wanted to, if this was the way you were going to do your Galleria, there's nothing to stop you sewing two together and then cutting out your panel, and you don't have to pattern match.
Isn't it gorgeous?
You know, but there's so many lovely things that you can do with a layer cake anyway. So, you know, it doesn't, you know, not everything has to be for the Galleria, Stuart. So you've got 4 of each print and they are absolutely gorgeous. But there's lots and lots of quilt patterns out there that are super suitable. You could even, if you bought the layer cake plus the complementary solids, and then you could actually just sew a 1.5-inch frame around each square, and then sew those together and have different solids, different blue solids around each one, and then sew them all together to make a gorgeous quilt.
Yes.
That would be stunning.
We all love blue fabrics, don't we? Blue and whites together. These are absolutely beautiful, even just to have in your stash, whether it be your bag making stash. Imagine doing a quilted jacket with all of these.
Oh, I mean,
Patchwork
if you've
quilted
got
jacket.
quilts from the country, you've got the Haori jacket pattern in there. You could use I would use perhaps the layer cake, the mega bundle, the fat quarter bundles actually.
Yeah.
Get a few of those. Get your solids bundle as well, and then do your patchwork. Now, you know, on the pattern, the patches are a particular size and shape, but you can ignore that. You can do squares, you can do rectangles, you can do whatever you like. All of those together, what a beautiful,
Fantastic.
beautiful
Remember, you get
40
10-inch squares from the Crafts of Tranquility collection, and it does give you when you think of Wedgwood or Delft pottery, it is just so timeless, isn't it?
It really is.
Taken from the V&A archives as well, these different prints, all very well thought out. I love this one.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that too. Sort of like an Indian block print. Now, Tilda were inspired, their Windy Days collection was inspired by Indian block print. And you can really see these connections in textiles. Many of my fabric collections have been inspired by Japanese, Chinese porcelain or fabrics.
And this is
artwork.
a UK-based company, isn't it? That's
they're in
printed.
Manchester.
And they are really beautiful quality as well. So
organic.
Don't think just because the price that they aren't, you know, lovely quilting weight quality.
Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful quilt weight cotton. They are 100% organic fabrics as well, make and believe. Beautiful, beautiful print quality. I mean, really fabulous. And, you know, the Craft Cotton Company always put heart and soul and a lot of love and expertise into every fabric range.
But you know them well, don't you?
I know them well. I work with them for many, many years. I still see Danny and the team very regularly. But then add in the heritage of the V&A. Now, the V&A are going to be exacting, aren't they, about everything. The quality, the colours, the everything. They're going to be all over it. Craft Cotton Company are already all over it. But add in the V&A and you know you're going to get a fabric collection which is kind of worthy of your time. It is absolutely stunning.
I'm not going to lie, when Stuart came in and we were talking about this morning, we all said, This is a sellout show, one show, 1 hour, one showcase.
I know.
So anybody who is umming and ahhing about it, this is not to rush anybody, but please don't miss it. If you love it, get it now because it will be gone, and I don't think we'll be able to get more of these. The whole mega bundle is now gone. All the half meters are going. The fat quarters are already selling. The 5-inch charm pack is a bargain. Get that while you can. And this is £10 off today, just because. It's flying out. We had hundreds of these. Once everybody's checked out, we've got less than 50, which I know sounds still a lot, but trust me, the way it's going, it's rapid.
Yeah.
Now,
I just couldn't wait to get my hands on this fabric collection. As soon as I got it home, I was just on it.
And I'm so pleased that you did choose the Galleria Quilt to do, because it does showcase all those beautiful fabrics so well, doesn't it? So get yourself your pattern as well whilst you're at it. Now, this is the 5-inch charm pack. And I love a 5-inch charm pack because you're still getting all the prints, aren't you?
You are. You absolutely are. And again, you get 4 of each design, 40 squares in total.
Yeah.
So if you like, 4 of these together is the same as one of your layer kit squares, but just already cut. So much you can do with it.
I have never, ever sold a 5-inch charm pack for a tenner. No way. No way. V&A as well, associated with the V&A.
Yeah, gorgeous,
That's
aren't they?
amazing.
I would love to do something like cathedral window.
Yes,
with
lovely.
these.
Yeah.
Or if you want to keep it really, really simple, again, just sew them together with sashings.
Yeah, yeah.
Or just sew them together, you know?
Just with your solid half square triangles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely gorgeous.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
£9.99. 5-inch squares. Now, how many of each do we get? Is it 4 again?
Yeah, you get 4 of each. So you've got 10 designs. You get 4 of each in a square. And as I say, if you were to sort of arrange those, that's your layer cake square.
Yeah.
Now, you could absolutely use these within the Galleria. So big, sorry.
All right.
You could use these because these are big enough to cut your smaller squares out of. You'd still do a tiny bit of trimming. But yeah, they would work really, really well. You might combine these with fabrics from your own stash to make a gorgeous quilt. Because if you've got any blue and white fabrics, they're probably going to go to, do you know what I mean?
Definitely. I mean, this is just classic. It's timeless. If you're making smaller projects, you know, I'm thinking like makeup bags or toiletry bags, piecing them together, using them for English paper piecing. Are you all right, Stuart?
I'm absolutely covered in bits. Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Oops, the 5-inch charms have gone into my order too. I love them. Hello, Kate. Oh, no, it happened again. Honestly, it's one of those days today that I'm going to warn you, there is a lot of gorgeousness today. And I did think, coming back after Friday's show, we're going to have to come back with, you know, the big guns. And wow, this is fantastic. And Stuart's here. We got Stuart.
Talking of big guns.
Beautiful fabrics. It's stunning. And I know it isn't about this, but the price of everything has gone up dramatically.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this since we started at Sewing Street. You know, after COVID, we were saying prices of everything, it's going to go up. It's going to go up. The cotton, you know, designer fabrics, when we're talking about the quality that we want, it's going up. And we have seen it. You're normally looking at £9 a half metre now. So this is incredible that we can say, look, do something really creative. We've got the improv book later. We've got so much inspiration today. This is going to really be very, very useful, I think, in your stash. Who is that? Sorry, I just missed the message. It was from Julie. Good morning, Vicki. My 2 favourite presenters.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thanks.
Got the Galleria pattern. We'll make it in Kaffe and William Morris fabric from Jules.
And that's really, you know, one of the things with the Galleria pattern. You can literally make it in anything. And I'm really glad, actually, I didn't even think, but you're totally right. The children's prints, the novelty prints, that kind of thing.
Make a nice playmat.
It really would. Or something like an I Spy quilt, you know, where you use loads of different quirky fabrics. But equally, it could be very elegant, or it could be very scrappy or playful. I just laid those out because, you know, even the simplest arrangement of these squares would be beautiful. Navy sashing in between them. You know, you could do a really simple throw, half square triangles. You could also put Bonder web on the back of each one, cut a 4.5-inch circle, then applique that to your solid background.
Yes.
Zigzag, blanket stitch, something like that. Sew them together as circles. If you bought Jenny Jackson's new quilt pattern that we launched a few weeks ago, that was, it was teacups, wasn't it?
That would be
Was it
lovely to
teacups
be
or
able to-
teapots?
Were they applique?
No, they were
templates?
foundation paper piece. I think they were
Wow,
teacups.
teacups. Imagine doing this in
Yes,
teacups.
teacups. Blue and white china teacups.
Perfect. Anybody who's got applique templates of, you know, like a lovely tea set would be really
Wouldn't that be
nice.
cool?
Oh, fantastic.
So
now,
cool.
by the way, we had loads of these because we knew at £10 it was going to go wild in the aisles. We had hundreds and hundreds. So if you have got it, well done. If you haven't got it, half the stock has gone. There's more than that in baskets.
And please, please don't ever think, oh, because it's, you know, £12 a metre, it's going to be less of a quality.
That's it, exactly.
You
It's
know,
really not.
I wish I could tell you which designer brands were printed literally on the same equipment and wrapped around. I wish I could,
Really?
you know, so please don't think that this is a lesser quality because it is not. It is not.
Say no more.
Yeah, and actually, as I say, they've gone 100% organic with their Make and Believe range.
really good.
So they're really investing in the future as well.
Yeah.
Love it.
I love it. I'm so thrilled for you, everybody who's loved it. Now, loads of you have already got this. For anybody who's just tuning in, if you've just woken up with us, maybe had a little lie-in this morning
lucky
on a
you.
Monday morning.
Fix yesterday, 4:30, after nearly 3 weeks off.
Do you have a nap?
No, when I woke up in the morning, I was...
Oh,
I
half
was
4
like,
in the morning. Oh, I'm with you.
It's like
Yeah.
raising the dead.
Yeah, but it's light, isn't it now? It's like,
yeah.
well, not 4:30, but it's getting lighter again now.
No.
I absolutely love it. Now, for anybody who has got that first mega bundle, ideal. If you are looking at any of your fabrics, then in your stash that you're thinking, I don't want to cut them up, frame them. I've also got some photo sort of printer
Oh, I like
paper that you then
that.
print it onto fabric.
Yes.
Or iron it onto the fabric, don't you?
That would be so cool.
I've been thinking, what is it that I can make with it? I was thinking, I could put it onto a tote bag or something. Put it onto fabric and, frame
They're like
it.
little picture frames.
It'd be so lovely,
That would
wouldn't
be
it?
gorgeous. And especially, you mentioned memory quilts. You
Yeah.
could do a combination of the two,
Yeah.
photographs and clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nice idea.
This is going wild in the aisles. Well done, everybody who's got it. Now, it's broken down into step-by-step instructions. We are going to do a bit of a demo as well, actually, aren't we, of how to put together a block.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is
Fantastic.
really easy. This quilt you can do with fat quarters.
Oh.
So this is kind of like the single bed size quilt. You need 12 fat quarters for this. Our
Right.
packs, I think, are 5 and 5. All I would say with that is, I mean, you do need fat quarters. However, I'm pretty sure you'll have something in your stash, a couple of fat quarters worth. I mean, you don't need fat quarters to add in, because if you've got a 4.5-inch square of something suitable, you can put that in. It's just minimum.
Yeah,
You know?
or get some of your solids.
Yeah.
Get some of the solids as well. Right, now, the fat quarter packs, we've got 2.
Yes.
These have already been flying out on pre-order. I've got QHVT97. I like the one with the moon. I do love this one.
Lovely that, isn't it?
Oh, there's literally 7 left. So I can't open it up because there's 7 remaining. But you're getting, if we flick through so you can see the prints, you're getting that really beautiful. Is this like bamboo or,
Oh, I'll tell you what I can do. I can grab the 1/2 meters of the fabric.
Yeah,
she'll
the
get in
moon.
that.
The leaf.
The moon. The leaves. The irises.
Irises.
Yeah,
This one.
Yes. This one.
And
that one.
And this one. And that one.
Thank you.
Well, do you know
really
what? They're
helped.
all hero prints, aren't they? I was going to say, like the mixer one or the blender one. There is not a
No.
mixer or a blender. They're all heroes.
Yeah, they are. They're all heroes. So you can literally then add batiks, solids, tonals, or scrap fabrics to supplement it. You get a fat quarter of each.
And they are 18 by 22 inches, 45 centimetres by 55 centimetres. Lovely quality. As Stuart said earlier, please don't think, you know, at these sort of price points, oh, they're probably craft weight, you know, lightweight. They're not, they're lovely.
No, they're absolutely superb.
You'll love them.
And the print quality is fabulous.
Right, we're calling that a sellout. That is about to go. There's more than enough of you there to see that sell out. The final fat quarter pack. And then, by the way, we've gone through all of the pre-cuts. So if there is fabric available by the half metre, we'll come to those, but we're talking single figures of each. We are going to do a little bit of a demo on the Galleria Quilt as well, because everyone is loving that. £14.49, and that's for the 5 prints that you're getting here. I'd get both if you can. I would get both if you can. £14.49 for all 5 fat quarters. And as Stuart said, add a couple more from your stash. Make the quilt. Go for it. Bearing in mind that the 2 fat quarter sets are going to cost you less than £30.
That's it.
That's a lot of fabric there, isn't it?
I was just thinking, Vix, Tilda Summer Blues. They are a core range.
Yeah.
And you should be able to find. Now, they would go so beautifully.
Yes.
Even something like a blue and white gingham or a polka dot. Or, do you know what I mean?
Did you say you had the stripes yesterday?
Yeah, we did.
Rose and Hubble stripes.
Yeah, Rose and Hubble. Now, they're a cotton poplin,
Yeah.
which is still 100% cotton. It's a very slightly lighter weight than quilt weight cotton.
Can I still mix it in?
Totally,
with this? Yeah.
100%. Please don't think you've got to start interfacing or anything like that.
Right.
Just put them together. They're absolutely fine. Divine. No, also, that would be really nice for the sashing or the binding.
I'm calling them the fat quarters a sellout. They've all gone.
Yeah.
Right. Galleria.
I was waiting for somebody to do that.
Of course.
Oh, let me go.
Okay, so if there is a range of fabric that you love, I know you all love this range, get this pattern. It is so useful for your stash. I feel like this is going to be a pattern that you go back to time and time again.
Yeah.
And looks so different in different...
Totally. Like I say, I have to stop myself making this every single time I get a new fabric range.
Great to showcase it.
Yeah, and it's really fun and it's quick and easy. All right, let's get going. So the first thing is that some of your prints might be directional. Now, you have to ask yourself, how much is the direction, how much does it matter before you start cutting your fabric? Now, there was one fabric out of all of them, no, 2 fabrics actually, out of all of them that I thought, you know what, if that's upside down, that might bother me, which is unusual. This was one of them. Okay, this was one of them, because I thought that's such a definite flowers in rows. I want that the right way up on my quilt. So you'll see where I've used this here, and I've used it here. Please don't spot one where I've done it the wrong way up. And then one at the top as well. So I kept those the right way up. There was one other print, and it's this one here.
Yeah,
which also has a very obvious direction. So I kept that the right way up. Obviously, bear in mind that you're going to make blocks, but the blocks twist and turn. This is the one time where you might want to crack out that design wall or lay them out on the floor or a bed or something like that, and just take your time and actually orient your patches the way they're going to go in the quilt before you sew them together.
Okay.
Because the actual block is this, and it's simplicity itself. You've got a big rectangle, you've got some small squares, and then you've got some sashing, and then you've got some sashing. Okay? So, sew them together. Now, if all the fabrics are non-directional, this is a directional print, but I'm actually not at all bothered if that twists and turns in my quilt. So that's not an issue. So, do you know, I thought I was being clever, Vix. Yeah. And I'd done my usual and not unlocked. Right. So, with this arrangement and these fabrics, it doesn't matter now, if you have a look, whether I keep it in this orientation. Oh, that worked well. Or this, or this. I mean, it's sort of working. Or this. So I'm happy with that. But if there was a direction in there, I might want to just think about that before I start. Okay, right, in terms of sewing this together, it couldn't be easier. However, you still need to be accurate. You still need to take your time. And I would say you still need to pin, Vix, except I haven't got any pins. So.
Well, this is a good one to be able to, sometimes the more, I don't want to use the word basic, but when you're talking back to basics, you do think more about your, don't want to say that,
basic.
But nothing basic about it.
Never been basic in my life.
But when you are going
thanks,
back to
Levi.
those fundamental,
Yeah.
sometimes when you're doing a really overwhelming, foundation paper piecing, you're thinking about the flipping, the turning, and you may forget, the fundamentals of quilting. Whereas
That's
you
right.
want to practice that.
You've hit the nail on the head. Actually, if you're just sewing squares together, there's nowhere to hide. You absolutely need those to line up. So take your time and still do all the good stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, even though this is a small strip of fabric against a square, I'm still going to pin it. I'm still going to pin it. Now I'm going to pin from the square side because I'm going to sew with the strip on the bottom.
Right.
Whenever I add a strip to a patch of fabric, I always sew with the strip on the bottom. Because,
Why is that?
Because I think if anything's going to stretch, it'll be a strip rather than a square because it's less stable. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, just had a
blip.
Just had a funny little blip.
It's all good. It's good to show. This happens. Sometimes you just have to re-thread or you bob in. It's often.
I think what it was, I'd dropped the feed dogs.
Oh.
And then I hadn't put them back up. So let me just. There we go. Right.
Sometimes you have to sew a little bit of something for your feed dogs to lift once
Do you know
press
what I
that
should have
button.
done, Vic? I should have actually checked this sewing machine before we went on live television. That's what I should have done. Right.
You're off.
There we go. I'm off. He's
On
off.
gas.
Right. So we sew that seam. Okay. And then if you like to set your seams, you can set your seams. Now, I'm going to push the seam allowance towards the sashing, towards that blue, okay? So I've got the seam allowance sitting there, partly because it's the darker fabric, but even if that was a lighter fabric, I would still be tempted to put the seam allowance towards it. And I'm going to do the same on this side. I'm going to put those right sides together, bob a pin in, and then I'm going to sew. So I've matched up both ends. That's super important. Because you might be thinking, oh, well, it's a simple block. If there was one end hanging over, I could just trim that off. But then it's not a square and it's not the right length. And that's how your quilts can distort. You think, well, what's the harm in trimming? Try to avoid that if you can. So again, I've pressed the seam allowance towards the sashing.
Right.
Now, this does two things. It hides the seam allowance, where it's not going to show through. But equally, I don't know if you can see this, but it's actually making the sashing pop forward. It's a bit like when we do Fair Isle knitting, that kind of traditional two-colour knitting. Where the non-working yarn, what we call the float, if it sits behind or in front of the working yarn, it can make the colour on the front pop or recede. And you use that in Fair Isle knitting to make some colours push forward and some colours retreat. We can do the same in our quilting. So I'm going to carry on. It's just crossover, isn't it?
Am I doing that with all of my sashing?
Yes.
Yeah.
All of your sashing, you're always going to press towards the sashing. And like I say, if you can do that, even if it's a lighter fabric, obviously if it shows through horribly, then press them all towards the Galleria windows instead. But be consistent. And then that would make the windows pop forward, because they've almost got a little bit of padding behind them. The other thing, just going back to your suggestion about using solids in the Galleria pattern, is you could actually highlight quilting in each of the windows.
Yeah.
Could be hand quilting, it could be machine quilting. Yeah. If you've got Delphine's free motion quilting masterclass, this might be your showcase of all your hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite often you don't want to do lots of small patchwork when you're... Well, it's more so, I think, confidence when you think, right, I've just done so much patchwork and now I'm going to have a go at doing free motion. You think, oh my gosh, but I've just done all of that work. Whereas if you're doing solids and doing this great technique with your sash in between it, you then can say, right, like you say, these are my windows, these are my picture frames of my lovely artwork. Yeah. Great idea.
Or Inktense pencils.
Yes.
Could be coloured. It could be panels that you've bought from Sewing Street. So I've done my first row, and I will give this a little press.
You need to show Stuart your design, your fabric bundle, Ben. Because this would be really good, like you said, with those Derwent Inktense pencils.
Oh, yeah. What was that he's going to show?
Well, he's just done a bundle, basically, where you get the pens that's on three-way split pay, so you get them £20, but then he's bundled it with like calico, white fabric, and the textile medium.
Ooh.
And we started making our own fabrics, basically.
Wow.
Designing our own fabrics.
I could design my own fabric.
Yeah, you could.
Love that idea.
You could design your own.
I love that idea.
That's new for you. New and novel thing for Stuart.
Do you know, many years ago, Free Spirit, I was in America, and Free Spirit asked me to design for them, and I said no. And then about a year later, they asked me again, and I said no again. Because I wasn't ready.
Right.
You know, sometimes you have to be ready for things. I mean, I do think life has a habit of throwing things at you when you're least ready.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to just do it.
Yes.
But yeah, I wasn't ready. Anyway, listen, I'm sewing the long strip now to the big rectangle, but I'm flipping it over. Because do you know what I mean? If I sewed with that on top, this strip, I think, could stretch more easily than this big chunk of fabric. So I keep that on the bottom where it's controlled by the feed dogs. So I'm going to pin this together now.
This is the bundle. Ben's managed to put it into the show. There it is. If you do love the idea of designing your own blocks within your Galleria quilt, then you've got calico, ½ metre, a whole metre of white. You get the 24-pack of the Derwent Inktense pencils, which are fabulous quality. And you also get the textile medium. And you make a bit of a saving, and it's on split pay, so it's there, just if you want it.
Just wanted to show you here. So can you see I've matched the ends and I've pinned really carefully. And like I say, I know it's tempting sometimes to think, well, it's just a strip sewn to a rectangle. I'll just hold it, it'll be fine. But little thing, it's only a 10-minute block. So spend 10 minutes. Don't try and make this block in 8 minutes. Okay? And then you'll have a lovely flat quilt top.
Ben, shout out to me which ones they are that you're running, because they're selling out. I mean, there's literally one unit of the one that Ben's just shown there on the screen. Oh, he's just going to run them all through. He's running them all through. Oh, yeah, sorry. The filigree one's sold out, yeah.
It's such a beautiful collection. I'm so glad that we've got it here on. So I'm so glad I got to bring it as well.
Oh, Stuart, I'm so pleased you are here. It's gorgeous.
Lush.
That moon one, there's 5 units left. If you want it, it's there. ½ metre is £5.99. This one, oh, we got a slightly better quantity of... Oh, no, we haven't. No, we haven't.
No
Sorry,
way.
he's saying, don't worry, Vic, don't worry, Vic. I am worried. I want everyone to get this collection. We need more.
Quick tip. When you've ironed your... now, I do this with borders as well. When you iron the strip to the rectangle, okay, when you iron your strip to your rectangle, this could be a border on a quilt. Now, if this was a border on a quilt, I'm going to say chances are, for pretty much all of us, mere mortals, there's going to be a little bit of easing and a little bit of jiggery-pokery to make everything fit. Okay. So this edge here might be slightly fuller. We've matched it and we've pinned it, but it's just slightly fuller. This is when you can literally iron it into shape. It's almost like you're blocking the border to fit, shrinking it down to fit. If you've managed to match it up along the seam, you can press it in place like this. Don't just automatically flip it back. I'm talking borders really now. Flip it back and then start pressing it. Press it in this orientation. Get it as beautifully matched up and flat as you can, and you'll have much better fitting borders. Now I'm going to just run my nail from the centre outwards just to finger press this, because with something like this you could easily get a little fold or a little lip if you just dive straight in with your iron, and then make sure you press that iron in the direction of the seam. Okay. Okay, so that's that. And then we're going to sew this to the... Now, what I want you to just see here is
I love this.
that this unit fits this unit. So this has got
trimming.
1, 2, 3, 4 seams.
And is
this
that
is-
because your accuracy and your seam allowance, Stuart?
Yeah.
Yeah. And your cutting.
Yeah. If you get those fundamentals right, you don't need so much jiggery-pokery, and the whole ride is smoother, which we like. But yeah, so 4 seams, no seam, and they fit. So again, I'm going to put that on top, so my thin strip is on the bottom, and I'm going to pin. And again, I'm going to match up the ends. Match those up. Ooh, get rid of all that hair. Oh gosh. I got a little bit of a, not a telling off the other day, but at my studio, where I have my studio. Because it's like a business centre, you know, and it's all full of people that work on computers all day. And then I'm there with this sort of riotous, jumbly, colourful, fabric everywhere kind of thing. And one of our administrators came and said, she said, I just wanted to mention, we've got the fire department coming in to do an assessment of the building at the beginning of May. And I was like, I didn't clip twig, and I was like, oh, okay, good, yeah. And she was like, yeah, and they're just going to come round, and they probably want to have a look in different rooms. And I was like, oh, cool, yeah.
That's good.
Is it something I should be around for? And she was like, oh, no, but you just might want to have a little bit of a tidy up. And I was like, oh, okay, no, I get it, okay. And then I sort of walked into my studio and I looked and I was like, oh gosh, yeah, I think I do need to have a little bit of... So there we go. All right, and then I'm just going to sew the last seam.
Need to show us a picture.
No way. No way. It was, honestly, you know when you think, oh yeah, no, you've got a point there. So take out your pins before you get to them, of course. Keep everything nice and flat. Keep your seam allowances flat as well, because while you're sewing, I've got all of my seam allowances on the top where I can see them. So there's no twisting or distorting of those seam allowances. I can keep them nice and flat. My block's going to be flat as a pancake as well.
What are you going to be teaching on your retreat this week?
So we are doing a pattern called Bloom Where You're Planted, which is from the summer chapter of Quilts from the Country. And it's Dresden blocks and little 4-patch chains and half square triangles to create this lovely, quite large quilt. I'm hopeful that my students should get most of it done.
Wow. Is this over how many days then?
We start on, now I need to get this right, tomorrow's Tuesday.
Tomorrow's Tuesday, you're here tomorrow.
So Wednesday afternoon and evening. But I mean, last year I had my students were still in the workroom at midnight sewing.
Oh my God.
I know, they were like sort of gobbling down dinner and then straight back to the classroom to carry on. So that's
fantastic.
Cool. I know. And then we've got all day on Thursday, and then we've got Friday up until about 1:30. So now if that was normal class times, then it wouldn't be long enough. But of course, my students have burned the midnight oil.
Wow.
And we're up early. But there is quite a lot of time eating on the retreat.
Yeah, you say you get breakfast, then coffee and cake, then lunch, then afternoon tea, cake, then three-course
dinner.
Oh
Yes.
my gosh.
Don't hate me because you ain't me. I know. I have the best job in the world.
I can see why you're doing this one because, yeah, I know this is, you don't do too many retreats anymore, do you?
I
But when they
don't.
feed you well, Stuart will say, yes, I'll be there.
And also as well, first and foremost, they are the most lovely bunch of people. They really are.
Oh, and you say the location is stunning.
The location
Oh,
is
beautiful.
fabulous.
You'll
Yeah,
have a
and there's
great
the block.
time.
There's the block. It's done.
Fantastic. Now, you could do this in so many different orientations once you've created all of your blocks. So you could do
Yes.
4 blocks, spin them around, see where you're happy with the placement.
Well, so that's what I've done here on the quilt. I don't know if you can see the whole thing, but I've done 4 blocks, and then I have done kind of little squares at the top, at the side, at the bottom, at the other side. So it creates this almost like windmill effect
Yeah.
in the centre.
Yeah, that's so cool.
And then there's sashing that runs through the blocks. Now, top tip here. This strip here, you might be looking at and thinking is one straight piece of fabric. And in some quilt patterns, it would be, and you could do it that way. But what I do is I do short piece, little cornerstone, long piece, cornerstone, long piece, cornerstone, short piece. And the reason why I add those cornerstones, even though they're exactly the same fabric and you're not really meant to see them, is that it gives me somewhere to match up, to match up, to match up. Because there's one thing that really makes my eye twitch, Vic, like nothing else. And it's when when those things don't match up and what should be these lovely window panes are a little bit crooked and skew with. And you don't have to be a quilter to spot them. And it's a bit, oh no. So if you put those little squares in, if you match that up, everything will line up. So that's my top tip. However, if you want to make them pop, that could be a little bit of navy or a different colour to actually make them show and pop. In the border, you can see what I've done here in the border. I've done the same width as the squares, the same length as the block, and I just set them all around. These squares in the corner, these are the same size as these squares here. So it's just a case of laying it out, and this could be 9 blocks together.
Yeah.
If you've got the 10 fat
Keep
quarters, you'd have plenty to do a 9-block quilt.
Brilliant. Hi, Stuart and Vicki. I love the Galleria Quilt. It's so adaptable depending on your fabrics you choose. It lets the fabric speak itself. I love it, says Elizabeth.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's
Perfect
really
roundup of exactly what this is.
And yeah, that was exactly what I wanted to do, just because we've all said, haven't we? Oh, you couldn't cut that up.
Yeah, exactly. And look at how gorgeous it looks in the blue and white, but equally, how fab is this going to look with black sashing and solid colours and fabulous quilting, or Kaffe fabric, William Morris fabric. Speaking of Kaffe and William Morris, Stuart's going to be back in and out with a massive quilt. And I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
It's a big boxed quilt. It's got loads of fabric, and honestly, it is really achievable. It's really achievable.
Is. And Vix, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to make a scaled down version. So I'm going to show you how to make a Lone Star quilt from start to finish.
Brilliant.
Well, that's the plan.
Brilliant. We'll be there. Don't go anywhere. Thank you ever so much, Stuart.
Pleasure.
That's
Oh,
amazing.
pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
I'm so thrilled that you all love the fabric as much as we do. What I would suggest everybody does is during the break, pop the kettle on and stay with us, but see what is left. If there are any of the 5-inch charm squares, the 10-inch charm squares, grab them. I'm going to be honest, I think that is all that is available, but take advantage of those pre-cuts because you're getting all of the prints, 4 of each, and they are gorgeous. Get your instructions as well. Now, coming up in the next hour, we've got lovely Sandi back. She's got a brand new handy guide too. It's zips and fasteners. She's got some of her back in stock, most popular kits of these fabulous travel set bags. You can make 5 bags with your kit and instructions. Love those, all your different pouches. And we've got the green machine. My first ever showing. I've never, no, Stuart's not done it either, the blue machine. I think it's only been on once or twice. The blue machine. There's the green machine and there's the blue machine. So we've got both of those coming up, plus so much more. Honestly, it's one of those shows that I was saying, how are we going to fit all this in? We'll see how we get on. Stay where you are. Sandi's going to be joining me right after this.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up, and when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Honestly, it's a lovely Monday. It doesn't feel like a Monday morning, Sandy, does it?
No,
Not
it
with
doesn't.
your lovely face
Oh,
here.
thank
We've lovely
you.
to have you
Oh.
back. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? It's
Good.
lovely to see you. Did you have a lovely birthday?
I did, thank you.
And you're looking beautiful today.
Thank you.
That colour really
So are
suits
you. Thank
You
you.
don't look a day over 21
Thank
either.
you.
You're
Thank
looking
you.
really good.
Now, this hour is so
Packed.
jam-packed.
Yes.
So jam-packed. We said we're following your lead, Sandy, because there is so much to talk about. We have to obviously start with your brand new handy guide.
Yes.
Now, I know that you've been talking to lots of, the viewers, working with a team of what it is that people tend to struggle with or need that little, literally, handy guide
Yes,
to know
yeah,
how to do.
absolutely.
So this time we're going for zips and fasteners. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are we going to be able to learn within this?
Right, well, I do lots of courses with people, and I think I find that the one thing people do, I don't put zips in. And I say, really, they're quite easy if you get to know them. And I think it's just getting to know the zip. This won't tell you how to put the zip in, but it will tell you what your zip is, the parts of your zip, which people sort of don't always know, because in a pattern it might say, measure your zip, and you don't know where you measure it from.
Yeah.
And it'll give a number for a zip as well, and people don't know what the numbers
means,
are for
yeah.
the zip as well. So that explains all that to you, and it gives you an idea of where you can use certain zips. So we have metal zips, we've got nylon zips, we've got open-ended zips, we've got zips on a roll, we've got all sorts of, and people sort of like go, oh, isn't
Bit of
it
a
just a
minefield.
zip? And you go, no, it's not. So it sort of helps to unravel you with your zips, and then obviously in patterns you can tell you how to put those zips in.
I mean, this is literally... Is this our physical version, by the way? Yes.
Yes.
Am I right in saying it's just only a physical version, or do we
No,
have a
there's
digital?
yeah, you've got a digital one as well.
So we've got the physical and the digital. This is the physical copy. It's £4. So if you've bought anything today, which I know so many of you already have in Stuart's Hour, it really breaks down, as you say, what the parts of the zip are, the autonomy of the, and I can never
The
say
autonomy.
that word. Autonomy of the zip. So knowing exactly, you know, what projects to use certain zips for as well, zip sizes, zip pulls, how to put zips onto.
That's right. How do you use it? That's right. And then we've got all the different fasteners. So then I've got my trusty green machine and my blue machine, which I wouldn't be without. And so I tell you sort of how you can use those, what you can use them with. Then you've got Velcro, you've got toggles, buckles, all sorts of things, because I'm quite a big, I'm a memory bear maker, basically, but then I make a lot of bag patterns. So I think it's really nice to add a different fastener on a bag, because sometimes you might look at it and you think, yeah, it's nice, like a tote bag, but you think, maybe if I just put a button on it, it will just make it look a bit different. If I put maybe leather straps on it, it'll make it look different. So it's sort of giving you all the fasteners that you can do, and then you can go through things and sort of go, oh, that'd be quite nice, I can add that to it.
And all of your tips along the way as well. So it isn't just a, you know, a fact, this is the type and this is what it does. It's telling you where you might use it and tips that you may feel you want to sort of overcome, or obstacles that you might feel, oh, I'm a bit nervous about that.
That's right, yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not an exhaustive list by any means, because you can go through books and books and stuff. But what I always try and aim to do with these handy guides is it's something that you can keep by the side of your sewing machine. And if you just want a quick reference for something, rather than having to Google it and go through books and all the rest of it, you've just got it here. And then you might go, oh, actually, I like that. Then you could then maybe Google that and go into it further, or get a YouTube video on how to do it.
But I suppose it's just giving you that confidence to try something
absolutely,
new.
Yes.
Or to go a little bit rogue from a pattern that it suggests putting in a zip, and you're thinking, okay, what other options have I got? Or I've had my eye on a green machine, and what are the options of rivets or fastenings?
This is it, yes. And where would I use it? You know, why would I use a rivet on something? Whereas if you put that on a bag handle, it will just make it look so much, it sort of elevates the level of your bag, really, when you add in the hardware and things onto it.
So is this the 4th edition? Fifth? Honestly, it's becoming, a lot of people are collecting the handy guides. And as you say, they don't take up the space. We're not talking about big books here. We're talking about quick and easy handy guides. I would even get this home, or get the PDF version, have it then in a folder on your tablet, or laminate this in your sewing room.
That's right, yes.
And have it there.
I know people have got them in special little folders that they keep in their sewing room, and it's a lot easier than sort of like wading your way through your book, because you can think, right, I'm doing batting today. What can I, you know, which batting do I need? So you've got the handy guide to that one. You might sort of like think, oh, why isn't my sewing machine working? Maybe it's the wrong thread. Shall I have a look and see if I use a different thread? So you've got one for that. And then this one's just for your fasteners. So even on like cushions, I like to put buttons on the back of cushions. So I'll show you how you can sort of cover your buttons to really sort of personalise it as well with your blue machine.
Now, even though this doesn't teach you how to put a zip in, it will hopefully give you that confidence to go, actually, right, I know exactly what it is that I'm looking for when I'm in the shop. I know what type of zip I need for a certain project. And also, we are going to show today your tips on putting in a zip as well, aren't we? So, where shall we start then? So everybody who's getting this right now, we've got the digital version as well, by the way, which is an instant purchase. So as soon as you click purchase on the web, it will appear within your account, which is great, because then it will be able to just be, you know, there on your tablet, on your phone, wherever you are. If you're at a workshop or a class,
you've got it there. That's right. Yes.
And again, it's just £4. It's just £4, which I think, for all of your knowledge, and as I say, you've done lots of workshops, courses, worked with a lot of people.
And it's sort of like the questions that people have asked me, because a lot of people say, we'll just sort of start with a zip. So we've got a zip on a roll here, and I like to work with a zip on a roll quite a lot, because then you can measure it yourself. So you can sort of, I always like to make a bit bigger zip so that it overhangs a bit before, and then you've got sort of like, so this looks like a metal zip.
Yeah, it does.
But it's not, it's actually nylon.
Right.
So you've got to be careful, because if you had a metal zip, they're great metal zips and there's a place for them, but they're quite heavy. So it tells you in the tips, don't, so like if you had a baby outfit and you put a zip on it and you'd gone out and you'd bought a metal zip, it'd be far too heavy for the material that you've got, for the outfit that you're doing. So, but if you wanted to have that effect, then you could get the effect with something that is sort of nylon in it. You can cut this with a metal zip. You would need to use pliers, so you'd have to take the teeth out where you wanted to finish it with like a plier, because if you tried to cut over a metal zip, you would ruin your scissors.
Now, this is sold by the half metre today, so this is a 6mm zip. Right. It's the rainbow teeth, and it's sold by the half metre. It's only 99 pence a half metre, but I will warn you, it doesn't come with the zip pulls. Don't panic because we've got so many options today for you. But where is it that I'm going to be using primarily a 6mm zip like
I would use this
then?
on a bag, so I'm going to use it on my sponge bag today because I think it'll sort of add a bit of decoration. So you want, especially like the rainbow, you're going to see those teeth on it. So you want to sort of, something that you want a little bit of jazz to your project with it. So any sort of bag, I would use it. If you had a dress that you really wanted to make a feature of the back of it, you could do it so you had like a really nice rainbow zip down the back of your dress or something along those lines. So when you said it's a 6, so people might go, well, what's a 6? So it's the measurement of the teeth from side to side, and it's in millimetres. So that will be 6mm across there.
Right, so does that make it a number 6?
Yes.
Right.
So it's one of the chunkier zips.
Okay.
Okay, so it starts at round about a 3, which is like your small nylon zips around about a 3, which are quite tiny. And the larger the teeth, the larger the tape at the side as well. So it gives you more room to sew down as well.
So do you find that that is a good place to start?
Yes, if you want to do a zip, try it with a bigger zip because it gives you more tape to it. It's not as fiddly.
Yeah.
You can also get invisible zips. So you'd need an invisible zip foot to put an invisible zip on.
Okay, now this isn't a
Now this
concealed
isn't because
zip.
you're seeing it. So it's quite obvious, an invisible zip, you'd put it in. Normally in dressmaking, we don't tend to use it in bag making. Maybe in a cushion if you didn't want to see the zip in the back, you'd use an invisible zip. And you can use it without an invisible, I can't say that, an invisible zip foot, but it's really handy if you have one.
And putting one of these in though, a zipper foot, most of our machines have a zipper foot.
They do. Most machines these days come with a zipper foot, and I'll just show you what that would look like, because again, people get all these foots with the feet, isn't it? Feet with your machine, and you don't know which one's which. So here we've got, if you can just see this one, where is it? There we go. And you'll see it's got 2 little holes at either side. It sort of goes in at both sides. So it's a funny sort of looking foot, and that's your zipper foot. Now, this one's really good because it's actually got a hole. Let's see if I can just use my little awl to point to it. This one's got like a little hole in the centre of it here. Yeah. Which means that when you use your zipper foot, you're going to have to change the way your needle is on your machine. So if you've got a zipper foot that's solid there and you forget to move your needle across, when the needle goes down, it hits that metal there and it'll snap your needle straight away. So, but with this one, it has got a tiny hole there, which is really good. So it will go down, but then you'll be thinking, why isn't it sewing properly? So when you're putting it on, if you're sewing on this side of your zip, you'd want to put your needle right over to the right, so it'll go down this side. But then you could also sew it on the other side. It depends on where you got it on your project, and then you would take your needle over to the left and have the needle going in this little hoop here.
Right.
So that's
then
what
you're getting really close to it.
And then you'll get as close as you can. Now, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you want to leave some of the tape showing. So when you do it, just sort of move your foot out. And so with this one, you could actually use, if you had a slimish foot for your sewing machine, and I know people that use like industrial sewing machines, they come with a really long sort of flat foot. They don't tend to bother with the sewing with a zipper foot. You can just use it down. But most domestic machines, the foot is normally sort of quite big, quite chunky. This one sort of comes with this one. So as you can see, if you're going along here, your needle will be coming through here. And so you're sort of only just going to get it onto the edge because you can't butt it up enough.
So, I mean, a majority of these feet are literally click on, click off, depending on your machine. Put your zipper foot on is a really good tip to get it so easy and tidy.
Absolutely.
Now, do I need a certain size zip pull?
You will.
To go with the size that's corresponding?
Yes.
So, for example, that one is a number 6, a 6mm. I've got some really cool
I know, they're fabulous,
zip pulls. Will they fit onto these?
Yeah, they should do.
Okay.
We're going to give it a try in a second. So then you tend to get
these are sold out.
with the zips on the roll.
Yeah.
They tend to come with little pulls. Do you want to pass just one of those over, if you can?
One of these?
Yeah, that's fine. So you can see this one is a lot smaller and wouldn't necessarily fit on the chunky one. So when you get a zip on a roll, it'll tend to come with some
corresponding
little
size.
pulls. Yeah. And so they're gorgeous, aren't they? So I'll show you how we put them on in a second. So if you've got a chunky zip, you'll need a chunkier pull for it. And a little tip is if you've got a thinner zip and you've got sort of like a smaller pull on it, I tend to put like a ribbon through the end, because if you've got, say, like a purse and you just want a small zip on it, sometimes they're really fiddly to get hold of, and you get your purse out of the bag and you can't find that little zip pull. But if you get either a bit of the material that you've used or like a little corresponding bit of ribbon, you can just put it on and tie it on the end and make like a little feature of it, or put a little zip charm on the end of it.
These will go with the, because these are 5-6 millimetres. So will these go with number 5 and number 6?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Zip
Yes,
tapes
yeah.
then. Fantastic. Only £3.99. They have also now sold out. Well done. Now, if you missed out on the lightning bolts, can I just show you the gold ones before they go too? Harry Potter lovers. Yes. Or David Bowie lovers.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes. Now we're talking.
Look at those, yeah.
These are so cool.
I remember doing a makeup for my friend when we went out clubbing, and I did the big Ziggy Stardust stripe on her, yeah.
This is so cool. Right, now you're getting all 5 of them, £3.99. These are perfect for your 5 and 6 millimetre zips. Yeah. They're so cool though, aren't they?
They're
on
fabulous.
a jacket or
even on a bag.
Yeah.
You know, if you had the bag with sort of like the zip along the front of the bag,
yes.
If you had one of those hanging down, it would just look absolutely fabulous, wouldn't it? It'd be really good. And if you wanted to, like on the big sort of vanity bag that I've got here, we've got a big chunky zip here, and it goes all the way around. So I've got sort of, and again, it looks like a metal zip.
Yeah, it does.
But it's not. It's not. It's a nylon one.
Fantastic, which means you can cut through. Or,
and again, it was a zip on a roll. Now, I've just got one zipper on here, but what I could have done is, because I was doing the zip on a roll, if you want, you can put a zip pull on each end, take it to the middle, so that then if you had the both here, you could then pull them both round. So that's the ideal thing. If you've got a zip on a roll, you can put the 2 zippers on it if you want to.
The silver lightning bolts as well. I'll bring these in. They're all really limited now. They are limited.
We don't often get the pulls, and I said, please, can we have some pulls on tonight? I am sorry, Jen, if I bullied you, because I said, please, can we have some really nice, funky pulls on today? So she said, yeah.
We needed more. We absolutely needed more. So grab those whilst you can, because they're about to sell out as well. But they're your silver. You get all 5 of them. Once again, they're to go with your 5 and 6 millimetre zips on a roll,
that's right.
or zips by the half metre. These will work really nicely with the rainbow one as well.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. If you want to make a real statement of your zip. What's that? Oh, the eyes. They've already gone on pre-order. Have you seen those?
Yes, they're lovely, aren't they?
They are so cool.
So they've all gone already,
Yeah, they've all gone already. It's so busy today. Anything that you've spotted, grab them while you can. And then we've also got the silvers. These, they're gone. Yeah, they've gone. They've gone. Right, shall we show you how you put them on? Yeah. I have heard so much about this jig, and I have never physically seen it in the flesh.
I hope I do you proud today.
Emily, are you watching?
I hope you're watching, Em. Hi.
I love it when, somebody who's very creative obviously designs a product that's going to help us out. Yeah. So
she's amazing. I mean, the stuff that she comes out with is absolutely brilliant. And I think she's got a brand new one now that you can actually clamp onto your desk as well. But I've got these. I've got 2. So she has the bigger one and she has the smaller one as well.
Isn't that what? So what's this whole for? Can I clamp this to the desk?
You probably could, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. But
now,
you don't actually need to. Now, you can put it on. If you don't have this, you can get it on. People use forks, before I had this, I used to twiddle around, and I could spend hours just trying, because I always like using zip on a roll, because I think it's so handy.
Yeah, get the right size zip.
If you do a lot of dressmaking, if you do a lot of bag making, you always need a zip. So, I mean, we've got like basic colours there, which is just so handy. You can put the fancy zip pull on it and just really make it look different. So it's fabulous.
Is this handy to have as well? If you're on one of my coats, I have lost like the end of my zip. Can I get any zips back onto?
It depends what the end's like.
Okay.
If it's sort of like moulded on the end, you possibly won't be able to get it on. But if it's not, say like if you're trying to do something and you can open the ends, then you should be able to do it.
Oh, let's see how we do this then.
So
by the way, it comes with instructions on your QR code. So you literally will scan the front of your packaging, and it's only $9.99. Every single time this comes to air, it completely sells out.
Yeah, because I saw her recently and I said, I've got to have those zip jigs on, I said, because they're just brilliant. So if I'm doing this, I want it just to hang over a little bit, and I'll tell you why. So I'm going to cut this off here. So I've just got a pair of old scissors and literally just sort of cut through it. There we go. So you've got the length of the zip. Now, when it tells you what size zip you want...
Can I just bring you over to me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
When it tells you in a pattern what size zip you want, it's normally a zip that you've bought from the shop, which is a set zip. Now, they have an opening and a closure, and you'll find a little bar at the end here, and you'll find that there's no teeth from about here, and that's what you need to measure. So that's the bit that you measure. You don't, so this one, you don't measure all that. You would measure from where the start and the finish.
Yeah.
And you can buy the little clasps to go over the bottom of them if you want. They're just like little metal bits, and they'll go over the bottom, and you just use your pliers to close them. I tend to use cotton, so when I've put my zip pull on, I will then just put a couple little stitches at either end if I want to make sure I'm not going to pull my pull off when I'm doing something.
Okay.
Right, so you can open all of it. And we're going, I know, it's scary,
Okay,
isn't it?
yeah.
This is where I get really scared because I do it at home all the time and I do it so quickly. And I'll be on here, I think Em said when she came on, so you think...
Have you demonstrated this on air
No,
before?
never.
Oh, here we go, I'm live telling
I
this.
know, this is great, isn't it? Right, so you want the jig with the V-bit sort of pointing towards you and the little foot away from you. Now, when you get your pull, obviously, that's the front of it, where your little pull is. And then the flat bit is the back of it. So you want to have the back bit facing you. So you slot it down here. So if you can see, it just slots down and you've got your back there. So that will be facing you. Then you want your zip, again with the teeth, so that'll be the right side away from you because it needs to go there. So you want to put, can you see here? So you want to put both of the pieces in at the same time. And you won't be able to do it. Because if you put one in and then try to get the other side in, it won't do it.
Right.
So you want to put them in at a little bit of an angle together.
And it's on.
And then pull down. And that's it.
Oh my gosh.
And then you pull that off. And you've got your zip pull on.
And that is on. Now, do I need to sew across here
Now,
at this
I
point?
I would then put a little zip, because if you pulled it off, you would actually pull it off.
Okay.
So I would then tend to put just a little stitch over the bottom there, just a little overstitch. I can show you.
Can I pull it off so you could show that again?
Oh,
because
go on
if
then.
you blinked, you probably missed how
it.
quick that was.
Yeah.
For anybody who has not already got this zipper jig tool, this is brilliant. Anybody who's got a zip on a roll, and because what's your alternative? You say there's all sort of
People sometimes will pop this in sort of like a fork, but then where do you hold the fork? So you've got the fork between your knees whilst you're trying to miss it.
No.
Or you can literally just sort of try and do it, but you're trying to hold this, you're trying to hold these at the same time, because literally you can get one in, you can always get one in, and one will go in quite easily, but then trying to get the other one in at the same time will be really hard.
That is brilliant. Now, what size zips can I use in here?
Most sizes.
So can I use any of these?
Yes,
These ones as well.
So if you try that and pass me that, I won't cut any off it because I know, but we can. So if you want to just open, so you need to open your zip up. Again, I've not opened all of that up. You want to put your zip
backwards.
Down.
Okay.
So it goes down. So you want the open bits at the top and like your little pull hanging down at the front.
And do I push that as far as it's happy to go? It doesn't need to be wedged all the way.
No, it's literally just holding it. So this tool really just holds that to make it a lot easier for you to put this
that
in.
would be handy as well
if it's
for
clamped.
it to be, you know,
I mean, I've never had mine clamped, and it never sort of wobbles around, so I'm fine with it. But it's great if you. But then you can lose them because I'm always thinking, where's my jig gone? So if you've got it clamped, you could leave it on your table at the end because I use zips all the time. So
oh, Emily, this is brilliant. It's flying out, by the way, just so you know. We bought loads of these in, especially for Sandi's Zipper Show. So, yeah, definitely make the most of it.
So you've got your zip and literally put both of the edges in, pull it down.
Oh my gosh, that is so good.
And then you just open up the rest of it so you've got it to wherever you want it, and then you just cut it off.
Oh, that is so good.
And so if you were doing, sort of like on the vanity case that I've got and you wanted two, you would cut off the other end and you put the other zip pull on the other side so that they would meet in the middle, and then you could open them up either side, you see.
Oh, amazing. Right, there's
It's
over 40
great.
of you who've got that in baskets,
Yeah.
and there are 46. They're going every second as they're dropping down on their quantity.
They are such a handy thing. I couldn't live without my zip pulls because I do bags all the time, or cushions, and so I'm always using zips.
I always thought it was going to be a little bit of a gadget, but it's actually
it's
a really
useful good
tool.
gadget. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's going to sell
it's
out.
great.
We've got less than 30 of them now, and
Yeah.
over 50 of you have got it in your basket. Emily, we need more, please.
Yeah.
We love those.
You
Fantastic.
just want to make sure it's the right side up, so you've got the big holes. Third time does it, see if I can do it again. Oops. There you go. Just to show.
Look how cool that is!
It
Every
really is,
single
isn't it?
time.
Yeah, every time you do it. So there you go, that's your... Oops, are you all right?
I'm just reaching for these zips on a
Yeah.
roll. Right, get ready. If you want to use your jig with all of these zips,
Yes.
now you're getting the cream with 10 of the zip pulls. So it gives you opportunity of doing really long zips, the bigger bags, smaller bags, double zip bags.
What a lot of people do with the zips on the roll, if you've got a big roll of, or even yards of it, and you've bought the pulls, just have a little session and pull your pulls on, and then push them up, and then you can cut it, and you've got to pull on it and make sure you've got the pulls further up. And then when you cut it, you've got your other pull on. So you sort of spend the day, you know, sort of, I mean, you saw how quickly
Just
it was. I
speed them
put
off.
4 on in less than 5 minutes. So you could put a whole lot on, and then literally you just sort of put them up further the zip. Make sure that you don't cut them off with them all on.
But you just put them all back on then.
Yeah.
Even if you do, what's the worst that happens?
You have to put them back on. And how quick is it to put them on?
Everybody who has got their zipper jig, get your zips on a roll as well. 10 zip pulls included with, how much zip tape do you get? 5
get
metres?
loads, yeah.
5 metres?
And I've got lots of this. I've got all the different colours because you're bound to sort of it'll fit one colour. And I think even if it doesn't fit the colour perfectly, most of the tape is going to be put into the project. So it's only going to be the teeth. And if you've got I've got zip on a rolls, and I've got lots of different coloured teeth. So sometimes I'll put like the plain cream on, and then so if I was doing this one, I might put a red zipper one on, or a gold, to just sort of make it stand out. So, and it doesn't matter then what sort of colour you use.
Fantastic. £12.49. The cream's going to sell out. Let's have a look at the charcoal that we used with Sandi just a moment ago.
Which is such a handy colour to have.
Oh no, I've got grey, light grey. This is a really useful colour to have in your stash, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Because unless you've got, sometimes you need black, sometimes you need white, and if there's that middle colour, this is what you need.
Now this is quite a chunky one. This is the 6mm.
Yes, that's a chunky one again.
So great for bags.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely.
Excuse me.
And for anybody who's not inserted zips before, you mentioned because it's a chunky one, you get extra tape.
You get extra tape at the side of it, yes.
So less fiddly.
And when you're putting it on, a good way, I don't tend to pin zips on because when you're sewing and you've got a pin, it's easier to catch yourself, it's easier to catch the pin under the machine. So I always tend to use either double-sided quilter's tape. Don't just pick up a double-sided tape and use it because it'll gum up your machine. You've got to use the double-sided quilter's tape. Or a fabric glue stick.
Yeah.
So you can put a little bit of the fabric glue stick along the side and then put it on, and it'll just hold it. Your machine needle will go through it, it won't gum it up, and when you wash your project, it will come out afterwards. So those are really handy to have, either this or your double-sided tape.
This is brilliant. Whether you've got the Solan glue pen or the Odif, this is a good one because it's nice and chunky one, isn't it?
And don't think, oh, that's like a Pritt stick or other
No,
sticks.
it's not.
It's not. So please don't put that on because it will gum your needle up terribly. But this won't. Your needle will go through it really well, and it just sort of holds it into place a bit more. Because sometimes you'll find, especially with different materials, if you're putting the zip on and you're sewing 2 different materials through it, the top layer will sometimes move slightly, whereas if you've used a bit of a tape on it, it won't move as much, and you'll find it'll stay where it's meant to stay.
And this will dry completely clear as well, even if I'm using it on like a white zip or a cream. You look at it and go, oh, it's really
bright
blue.
So you can see where you're putting it, which is great.
Anybody who's got the Solan glue pens and gets through loads of refills, get one of these because this will last a lot longer.
It does last for ages,
For
those.
bigger projects, this is perfect, especially for putting in zips. Zips on a roll, we've got navy. Navy, 5 metres, 10 zip pulls. Get the jig if you haven't already got it.
I mean, people go, oh, you know, do I need that? If you're going to do anything with a zip on it and you want to get a zip on a roll, which is so handy, it works out much more economical as well doing it this way, get the jig because you will waste more time. I know I have spent hours at times. You should have seen me tearing my hair out with that. And then the ends fray on your zip and then you cut a bit off and then you cut a bit more off and then you end up with having to get a whole new piece of zip because it doesn't fit your project. This, it just goes on.
Yeah.
Even live on telly I managed to
That's
do
it. 5 times. How many times did I make you do
that?
that? Navy, please, Ben. Have we got the navy? We've got the navy and we've got black. Oh, you've done the navy. Let's do the black. Sorry, Ben. I questioned him, didn't I? He was like, you questioned me whether I did it. He said you can question me because sometimes
Maybe
it's
he's
rarely wrong,
sometimes
Ben.
I know,
Rarely wrong, Ben.
We love you, Ben.
5 metres of black this time. Useful to have a few of these sort of staple colours in. I love the rainbows. Really fun and fancy, and you know, you're lovely.
But you can always add those on to him anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you've got those, if you were lucky enough to get those earlier on, if you buy the zip on a roll, you don't have to use these zips because sometimes you might only want a small bit, so you'd need more zip pulls anyway. And so just get a really fancy one and put a fancy one on it.
Brilliant. 15 chances of those ones. That's it. So if you do love the zips on a roll or if you've not tried them before, don't forget as well, everybody add in your brand new handy guide to zips and fasteners. This was one we had so many people messaging in saying, Sandi, can you do a handy guide to zips? Please, can you do a handy guide? And I know that you work with Dave and the Green Machine as well, because, I mean, fasteners go so much further than just zips.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you think of all the fasteners, and we tried to think of most of the fasteners that I use, and I was going, and I kept going through all my stash going, oh, look, I use this, and oh, I use this. So we tried to put as many as we could on the front of the picture to sort of show what we use. You know, because buttons are a huge fastener. You've got Velcro, you've got the little, you know, just a buckle, even a toggle, and a bit of elastic you could use. So there's so many, and most of them are in here that you can use them for why you should use them.
Hundreds of these have gone. This is the PDF. Sorry, no, this is the physical copy. It will be sent out to you. If you do just want the digital version and nothing else throughout the show today, then you won't pay any post and packaging. You just hit purchase and it will appear in your account on the Sewing Street website. But trust me, one of those days today, grab a few bits, get yourself the zipper jig if you haven't already. Now, I've got so much that we need to get through.
Do you want to go through the
Let's
green
go
machine?
to Green Machine. Now, Sandi, I know that you've got the essential sort of bits and bobs that come with it, but today we've actually got...
Ooh!
We had a look. We thought it was this, and it's not.
Oh,
it's
it's
this.
that. Brilliant. So I
Which is
didn't need all
brilliant.
this, yeah?
No, you
Right,
don't.
Okay, fantastic.
So is there an option of gold or silver then? Yeah, let me take them apart then.
Look at these.
I love these
Oh, I like
interchangeable
these.
storage.
Dave, I'm just going to knit one of these, take this home. So next time you come, you have to bring one with you.
They're brilliant. Right, the Green Machine. Now, if you've already got the Green Machine, this is your gold finish additional selection box. So you get here 120 pieces. So obviously you need the Green Machine already to be able to put these in. £22.96. Now you get 120 pieces of these. What is it that I've got in here?
Right, so you've got little rivets. So the rivets come in really handy. Is there a little lid for it, or I don't know how you get them. Do you know how we? Oh, it comes out this way. There we go. Ooh,
oh, I'm sorry. No.
Oh my God, sorry. Oh no, right.
all right.
I think somebody else has done it upside down as well because they're all sort of over the place. Right, so
That
we'll
was
start
Ben.
off.
That was Ben.
Oh, sorry. Was that Ben again?
He's rarely
Is it-
wrong, but
I
he's very
know.
wrong today.
Oh.
Don't apologise.
Right, so
for
it
Ben's
comes
mistake,
with,
Sandi.
you've got rivets. Now, people often go, what would I use a rivet for? There's lots and lots of things to do a rivet for. So if you wanted a permanent fastening on something, you would use a rivet. If you had sort of like a jacket and you wanted to open it, you certainly wouldn't put a rivet on to fasten it because it doesn't open. Once you put a rivet on something, it will fasten it completely. So I tend to use a rivet if I'm doing, if I've got sort of like a tab, so for a handbag, and I might be putting a D-ring on there. People will then tend to sew across it, which is fine and it fastens it. But if you put a rivet on there, it will keep it closed and it gives it a little bit more.
It looks so professional.
It does, doesn't it?
Do you know when you're sewing straps on and you see
Yes.
people that sew a square with a reinforced cross through
Yeah.
it, and trying to do that really neatly, it's really difficult.
It is hard.
To put in a rivet, it gives it the strength, the stability, but also real professionalism.
And I mean, these are small rivets. You can get different size rivets, because don't forget, once you've got your machine and you get this, there's so many things that Trimming Shop do, and that we do on the website here as well. There's so many different things that you can get, because people sometimes think that once that's gone, they've not got any, they can't use it, but you can just stock up with them each time.
You get
so
your
your
rivets, you
then
get
you
magnetic snaps. And
which-
they your
and then
S-spring
these
press
are S-spring
studs.
press studs. Yeah.
Amazing. Now you get 120 piece with the storage box as well. It's a lovely
I
selection
love
box.
the storage box. That's brilliant, isn't it?
It also
And you've
comes
got
in the
everything,
silver. Also comes in the silver. So
open
these
it
are a
upside-
bit of an extension of maybe what you've already got at home. Have these been on air before? Are these brand new?
I've not seen it.
I've not seen these
They're
before.
fabulous, aren't they?
So you've got your magnetic snaps,
Yeah.
you've got your rivets, and you've got your S-spring press studs as well. They've literally only been on air
So-
once, though, so they've been very, very
So
popular
what I would do,
indeed.
this is a pocket that I've got to go in the lining. So I've just done the pocket, and then, so you've got your lining material here. Whoops, I'll just take that off. So you've got your lining material this is for the sponge bag. And I've done the pocket, it's inside out, so turn it the right way out. And then once I've turned it the right way out, and what I like about the green machine is as well, it finishes off nicely at both ends. You can, because I've got just ordinary magnetic snaps in my fasteners, and there's a place and a time just for one that you can put in manually as well. But sometimes, say you've forgotten to put it on, and you think, oh, I really wanted a snap, some sort of fastener on there. Because with the pocket, it's great, but when they're big, if you put something in, they will bag quite a bit. So it's really nice to have just like a little popper there. So you could sew one on, you can get a popper and you could sew that on. You could put a button on there as well, put a buttonhole and do button. But if you've got your magnetic snap, you can put it on here and then put it on the other side as well. But what I love is should we put one on? Should we put a magnetic snap on? Let's see if I've got my...
Yeah, let's
Right.
pop it on. The green machine is available today for anybody who is after the machine on its own and getting these lovely selection boxes to get started. The machine is available.
So this is a cutter that it comes with. So this is for
$57.99.
cutting the holes in it.
£57.99. Is that because it might be one of the only times we've ever sold it without the whole accessory bundles?
So it's so
Really
affordable.
affordable. So maybe you're thinking, right, today was the day that I wanted to just invest in the machine, and then next month maybe I'll come back and start getting some of my accessories, because I do know, obviously, you're going to need the different dies and accessories to get going with it, but we never normally just sell it individually on its own. It's £57.99. And it also comes with a free downloadable pattern, and I believe, is it one of yours?
It is, yes.
Yeah, fantastic.
I know. It was lovely working with them. So you've got, with the magnetic snap, it comes with 4 dies. So you will get, I don't think you get dies with this.
No.
So if you've bought the machine previously,
Yeah.
and you've got sort of like the kit that comes with it when you
Yeah.
get the machine, it will come with the dies. So you do need dies to put these
Yeah.
on. So today, if you just buy the machine and you buy this, you'll then need to get the dies
the
that go with it, because you
corresponding
can't put it on without the right dies. But once you've got those dies, they're never going to go anywhere. They are so sturdy.
Yeah.
They're industrial strength ones. They're not going to go anywhere. So I put a small hole in here. Now, I just did it with a punch, but you've got little dies that come with it as well. Hole punches that come with it. So with the magnetic ones, you'll find one's sort of like a male and one's a female. So you've got like one that sort of comes out, little one that comes out, and one that dips in. So you want the corresponding die. So this dips in. So we're going to pop this one in there, so it just goes in. And then you'll pop this one into the top. And that should just push in. Then pop the little prod over there.
Now, you don't need to be Popeye, super strength, do you, to be able to do it? And it is so quick and that is literally in. And look at how neat it looks both sides.
On both sides. And this is what I like about this machine.
Yeah.
If you're just putting a magnetic snap in that manually, you'll find that you've got to use the pliers and put them off, and then you need to put, and you've got to have it in the lining. And sometimes you forget to put them on.
Did you put any interfacing behind this?
No, I haven't.
No.
But it does help if you do put a bit of it.
Yeah.
If you've got thinner material, I would just put a little bit of interfacing inside it, and it really sort of bounds onto it. But it doesn't matter. And like people on the rivets as well. So if you're doing a rivet, and then you do exactly the same, but you put your different. So for the other side, you've got the little die, and they literally and you know which one it is. One slots down the bottom, and the other one just screws in at the top there. These are mine. I need to make sure I've got them.
Yeah.
And I tend to, in the bag, I always keep the 2 parts that go with that. So every time I pick one up out of here, you know which dies go with which
that's a
bit.
good tip.
So I always keep in. So I would pop those in
there.
In the bag. So one of them has 2. The rivets just have 1.
These are great that they come with the little storage tubs as well.
It's great.
Yeah.
I love that. So like with your rivets, you've just got the 1 die because it's just the 1. So again, you can just feel the screw. So you can just I just sort of hold the bottom of it and literally just screw it up. You don't need to do anything more than that. It's very easy to put in. When it comes, you've not got the handle on it. So all you need to do is add your handle. So you've got to screw through here and you just screw the handle onto it, and then you've got the nice spongy bit, which is quite hard to get on. So if they suggest rubbing like liquid fairy, washing up liquid, other fairy liquids are available. just to put it.
Liquids are available.
I'm useless, aren't I? Right. So and this one, so you can see one has got the screw on which you put on the top, then the other one literally just drops down into the bottom. And then we've got the rivets. Let me just, I'm again, sorry, just going to put a quick screw through here. I would normally use the die.
Do you have a rainbow one?
Yes.
Where's the rainbow one, Ben? What does that look like? You need to show me the picture. I don't have one of these. Is it in these lovely little tins again? Hang on, is it the original one, Ben? I tell you what it is. It's what you've got here.
Yeah,
sorry.
those are mine, yeah.
It's this one. Just tell me then.
Oh, right.
That's fine. Sorry, I'm talking again.
No, that's okay.
These ones. Is that right? You've got your clasp and die set. It comes with all of these really lovely magnetic snaps, and also it comes with the dies, the corresponding dies as well. So you get all of the magnetic snaps. You're getting 10 magnetic clasps and the dies as well. Brilliant. $29.99, and then that will be great to get started with these as well. So if you're getting this selection box, you do get the dies. Fantastic.
Oh, brilliant. And there's a little rivet, so see how much nicer it looks. And people often then go, oh, where did you buy your bag? And you actually made it. How did you manage to put that on? So they're brilliant. So yeah, you've got...
You bought yours years ago, didn't you? You've had yours a long time.
I started making bags about probably 8 or 9 years ago, maybe longer. And my dad loved a gadget. And he said to me, right, what do you need for making your bag? Because I used to look after him, and I think he liked the fact that I was looking after him, and he sort of said, so he would sort of help me out and go, what do you need for your bag making? And I said, I've seen this machine that puts these rivets on. He said, right, let's see if we can get one. And he bought me one probably about 8 or 9 years ago. So I've had mine such a long time, and it just lives on my desk at the side.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
And it's great.
But it's something that, if I'm being really honest, if I saw that on a shelf in a shop, I'd be quite daunted by that and not have a clue of what it does and how it works. Whereas seeing it on air today and knowing that Sandi works with Dave Green and, you know, everyone at the trim it shop. So if you are coming in, we do loads of demos. We've got lots of people who also own this machine who come in and do demonstrations as well. There's the skulls, which I've not seen before.
And they're fabulous. If you've got any problems, if you message them, they are so good. And so we're talking today about fasteners, but they also do all sorts of things that are really fancy to go on your bags if you're doing bag making.
What about
these?
Just on, you know, like your leather jackets, denim jackets on a bag with loads of tassels, or on your shoes.
I know.
So are these just more decorative then?
Yes, yeah. So, but they're quite chunky. So if you wanted it as like a little fastener, you could always get a little sort of bit of elastic to go around it, because they're quite a good chunky sort of skull on those.
Now I get the dies that I need to put them on as well.
Yeah.
But these These are going to
They're
look
just fantastic,
so
aren't they?
cool.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
very, is it Alexandra McQueen?
Oh, yes,
Very
absolutely, yes,
designer,
yeah.
putting them on your shoes,
Yeah.
on your belt, on your anything. They are so cool.
They also do like the little pyramid studs, which are very
Do
Valentino
they?
rock star sort of style
Yes.
as well, which are fabulous. So this one comes with sort of like, so again, you've got one that slots into the bottom, and then you've got your one at the top. So you would literally...
So what is it? Does this come with 2 parts or
You
not? Just 1 part?
I think it looks
It
like
comes with this
Oh,
as
yeah,
well,
so
look.
there you go.
Little
So you
pin.
put this one in here, and then you would push... Now, this is the first time I've done this, so sorry, Dave, if I make a mess of it, but this is how confident you feel with your machine once you've used
Brilliant.
it. So you would literally push that, it's moulded, so you'd push your little skull into there, and then we would screw this up onto here.
It comes with the organiser, by the way, so you get your metal dies, all of the colours. You've got bronze, silver, rose gold, gunmetal, grey. I've never seen these before.
So let's have a look and
£40 for
see.
Loads.
Right, so let's see if this works.
How many do you get? Do
Now
you
again,
know?
you look like you're pressing down hard, but I've got to stand on my tiptoes
Yeah.
here because it's a really high desk, so you want
Yeah.
to give it a good process. So that looks like it should have. There we go. And look at that.
Oh, that is so... I'm
you
just
see
going to
that?
bring
Yeah.
it over
Can you see
to
it there?
your side here. These are 100... You're getting 100 of the bronze, 100 of the gold, 100 gunmetal, 100 silver.
They're fabulous, aren't they?
Oh my word. And then look, even on the back, they look fantastic. So if you've already got a jacket that you want to upcycle or jazz up.
And it doesn't scratch. So like if you were putting things on manually, they've always got like the little hooks at the back that you hold out, and then they scratch on things. So you've got to sort of put a backing on them.
Brilliant.
Whereas with these, you don't.
Amazing.
There you go.
And
They're
so,
fab, aren't they?
what was that, Ben, that we need to
Oh,
do?
do you want to put this one back in?
Oh, of course.
Wait a minute.
Oh, my gosh.
This goes
We've
in
got 10
here.
minutes.
Oh, the
We've got
blue machine.
And we've got all your patterns.
Right.
Whilst you're setting up the
Blue machine, right,
Can
yeah.
I go through these
Yeah,
bundles?
you
Because
go
we
through
have
those.
got all of these amazing bags. Now, this is back, and it's a really good way of trying out these methods,
Yes,
whether
there's
it
lots of
be
things for
your
it.
zips, whether it be your rivets, whether it be all of the projects that we've been looking at. Now here, we've got brand new kits. This is the map one. You have got your full pattern for your on-the-go travel set. Now, this literally launched for John Scott's birthday last year. I have never seen it. So here you've got your pattern to be able to make... How many bags, Sandy?
4.
4 bags.
4
So
bags.
you've got your sponge bag, which is the big one, this one. Is it a sponge bag? That one you call this
I
one?
use it like a sponge bag makeup bag. It's quite handy as a makeup. I take a lot of makeup around, don't you?
I
do
didn't
as
say
well.
SpongeBob, I said sponge
SpongeBob.
bag.
And it comes with like a little pop-on. So again, you see, I've used the poppers here to pop this on the front of it. And I use this all the time, this one. And I put my brushes in there, and then I put all my makeup inside there. Then that's sort of like your vanity bag.
So you've got here the
Yeah.
larger bag. Oh, that's a brilliant
Yeah.
one. Put your
That's sort of-
shoes in for your
yeah.
holidays or your crafting bits.
And it's got a big sort of zip pocket inside it, so you can put your shampoos and things in there.
Nice.
That's to bind it with. And then you've got a lovely little sort of wallet that you can do. So you can put your passport in, you can put your money in the front of there, you can pop your tickets in the front of it there. So that's
So if you want to do a travel
So it's for-
wallet
yes.
selection, then get your pattern with this kit, because look, you have got a brand new bundle today, 1.5 meters of this lovely, I think that's silver mink, it's one of my favourites.
Look at
And then
that.
you've also got a whole metre of this amazing world map, which is wide as well. Let me open it out for you so you can see that fabric. It's the first time I've seen it. It's
Isn't it
lovely and wide.
gorgeous? And it's a canvas, so it's quite a nice weight on it as well.
Fabulous. I mean, I did a show on Friday with Bex Reed, and we were chatting about different stabilisers and how they can work so differently, from Deckervilles to Starvilles to Bosels to 8640s. This is another great one if you manage to get loads of interfacing on Friday or stabilisers to try them out. This is gorgeous.
So I've used Bosel on this one to make it just that little bit firmer, and then I've used like the H640 on that. I've used a bit of Bosel on the... so there's all sorts of things to put on there.
And then you also get, is it a fat quarter of your PU?
Yes.
And that's
Yep.
then for your base. You get loads, $37.99. Your travel wallet, your makeup bag. And look, this has got poppers on as well, so you can detach that. We've got so many kits that we want to show you. These are all brand new from one of Sandi's most popular patterns. It's back in stock. Now, this is the one that Sandi's already started making up, which is that Mia Caro fabric, I believe, is it not?
Carla.
Oh, no, it's not. It's the...
Carla.
Frida.
Frida Carla. Frida Carlos, yeah.
So you've got here, you're on
That's
the
the
go
one, yeah.
button. You've got your fat quarter, and then you've also got your Frida. It's so cool.
Just move those out of the way for you.
I think that is absolutely gorgeous. This is cotton canvas as well, so it's going to add fabulous structure and 1.5 meters of yellow. All complementing each other beautifully, and you're making these up at the moment, aren't you?
Yes.
And in this bundle, am I able to make all 4 bags?
You should be able to, yes, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes. And you can swap them around a little bit as well, so you should be able to just sort of swap them around a little bit.
As a complete beginner,
yes,
you're going to be able to create all 4 of those bags.
If I talk you through them, there's full templates in every one, so you can see I've got them here. So you've got your full-size template, it's got all the pattern markings on it, tells you what to do, it's got cutting out charts in it, it's got pictures, there's loads and loads, there's about 70 pictures, I think, in there for this one, so there's absolutely tons of pictures in there.
I can feel.
Yeah, so it's a really, really thick one, this On The Go travel set.
I must say, that is a great price, isn't it? £37.99, 4 bags, and all really useful, all very different bags. And I suppose with each one, you're going to learn different skills as well.
Yeah. And there's lots of different ways you can customise them. Again, you know, you don't have to put the poppers on things. You can use double zips on them. You can put different pockets on them. So yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it.
Brilliant. Now, if you want to stick again with the travel theme, I know, this.
That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah.
Another new bundle that we've put together, all including your pattern. You don't need to get that separately. This time with 1.5 meters of that lovely green, your cotton canvas 1 meter, and then your fat quarters.
And I've used the lovely rainbow one on there.
Oh, look at this. That is gorgeous, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? Yes.
Looks great with the gold as well.
Does, doesn't it?
$42.99 this time, a whole metre of this lovely cotton canvas, and you're getting your pattern. Yeah. And then finally, sorry that we're doing a pit stop through these. Please, please, please go back to, I'll tell you the date, in fact, of when Sandi demoed this, because was it John Scott's birthday?
Yeah, if they buy the pattern, there's always the date inside it, so that they can go on and just sort of click on there. So
brilliant, brilliant.
I love that. Look at that, using that gorgeous colour.
So you've got that lovely blue, and how springy and summery is this? But then with that metallic blue, oh, I do like that one. $37.99, loads of fabric, 1.5 meters, metre of your canvas, fat quarter of your PU, and once again, experimenting with different kinds of fabrics as well.
Yeah, yeah, and there's a handy guide for different quilt fabrics, so if you do get stuck, go onto that, and it gives you some tips on how to put the materials together.
It was demonstrated on the 17th of June for John Scott's birthday. Now, if you do want the instruction set on its own, if you've got fabrics in your stash, this is a really good stash buster, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I need a bag just like this. This is a lovely bag. I'm thinking, you know, when you're going on holiday or you're travelling, you want to put your shoes in somewhere, or
I was thinking like your hairdryer and your hot brush and your blow thing,
my blow thing.
Your blow thing.
It's all about my Dyson Airwrap, darling.
Sorry, darling. I didn't know if I could say Dyson on there, so I was getting your blow
Very
thing.
Liquid, Dyson.
That's right,
all the other brands are available.
We're not doing well, are we?
Now, there's not as many of those in the printed instructions, so if you want to grab those, please do be quick. They will go.
I didn't do these on a download because I always like the full pattern, and there's some quite big pattern pieces on there, so you'd have to sort of stick them together, and I always think it's a shame when you need to start sticking things together.
Yeah, they are there. They're all already at the right size, you don't need to worry about that.
Yes.
We've literally got a minute.
Right, quickly, the button. So it will come again like your green machine, you add your handle onto it. There's a little screw under here that I didn't realise was there, and make sure it's on. I don't know if the machine comes with it on, sometimes it's in the box, so just make sure, because that gives the lever into the button one. So again, you've got one that slots down, you've got a little hole in this side, so you've got this. So they come in different sizes, so I'm going to do the big one today. But look how professional those look. Oh, nice. So you could, I mean, I've done that one so that you can just get the circle.
Wow. So yeah, fussy cutting. And oh my word, so if you are wanting to make your own designer buttons, that is so cool, isn't it?
And again, you can do the ones where you sew around the outside of your material, which I've done before. You try pushing the back on, bits always stick out, and then it pops off. This is easy. Right, so in here you've got 2 bits of...
We don't have many of the blue machine. There's only 10 and they're already in baskets.
right.
So if you want, it's on 2-way split pay today, £124.99, and it comes with button blanks, it comes with the dies that you need. So not like with the green machine where it was just on its own today. You get all the bits and bobs you need to get going.
Now, I've found that when I use the thinner material, I just put some thin interfacing on the back of it, because otherwise it tended to come out and fray a little bit. So I managed to get it, but it comes out beautifully if you just put a little bit of thin. You can use leather, so that's a leather one. You can use cork, you can use quilting weight cottons. That's the PU from the kit. That's one of the other kits, the canvas from the kits. So you put this in and you've got 2 pieces. You've got your button blank and then you've got the shaft bit on the back here. So you want to put that down with the little shank on the bit there inside the little hole. So here you want to get your material. So I've got a little bit of the PU again, the gold one. I cut it out from around the base of it. So if you put it down and just sort of draw around there, you can cut it out because then it'll just fit inside here. So you want it to fit inside here. It might be just a little bit big, but we'll see how it goes. Then you want to put your blank over the top. And then push it down. So you've got your little tool to push it down with. There we go, that should be okay. Then you want to slot that over the top.
Have you got this one as well, Sandi?
Yeah. There we go.
And has that covered my button? Oh my gosh. In
Look
seconds.
at that, yeah. And look how smooth that is.
That is amazing. Imagine just jazzing up an old cardigan with these. Right, these are going to sell out. There's 2 left. There are literally, once everybody's checked out, there are 2 remaining. Yeah, that's amazing.
If you've got a cushion and you've got a little bit of the spare material, because I always like to put cushion fasteners, the buttons on the back of a cushion, you can just put them on and just bring that to life. You can put it on bags, you could put it on the little tiny ones. Have you seen them? So they come in a couple of different die sizes. So you've got the little tiny ones here. I mean, how sweet would those be on like a blouse, on a, you know, sort of at the front of a shirt?
Yeah, do you know what? We need to do a whole hour on this, don't we?
Oh, it's
We
fabulous,
could keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
We've run out of time, but well done everybody who's managed to get it. And thank you so much for showing
That's quite all right, thank you.
Do not go anywhere because Stuart's going to be back with that massive quilt. Isn't it incredible? And Sandi's going to be back in an hour, and we've got collabs with Juey Jumbo. We've got all sorts coming up in that hour,
and a fabulous improv book.
Oh, of course, our Nicholas Ball quilt book.
Looks
It's
brilliant.
Stay tuned. Sandi's going to be back with me in an hour. Stuart is coming up. He's eagerly awaiting in the wings. There he is. We'll see you in a minute, Stuart. He's getting himself ready. Thank you, Sandi.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure that your edges match carefully and pin them.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hello, welcome back to a very exciting Monday. We have just got smash hit after smash hit after smash hit. It's like a greatest hits album today, isn't it?
I love those smash hits albums.
Yes.
We get a little bit of everything.
Literally, this is brilliant.
Although
Now,
some of the ones from the 80s, I think, where was I? I missed this one completely.
oh, we were talking about 80s music this morning and fashion and all sorts. Oh, it was brilliant, wasn't it? Not that I was born in the 80s. I was 91.
All right.
But I love 80s
Right.
music. I feel like I grew up around
Oh, yeah.
70s, 80s music.
I tell you what,
it.
you missed a great decade. The 80s were fabulous.
I know. I do feel like that. I feel like, oh, it would be amazing to be going out in the 80s. Right, shall we do a brand new fabulous quilt? I think, right, this lovely summer weather needs a quilt like this, doesn't it? This is just so vibrant. It's so zesty. And Stuart, it's huge. It looks really big quilt. How big is it?
Well, 183, I think, 183 inches square.
Gosh,
which,
good
so, is that about 70 inches? Something like that.
Fantastic.
We'll work it out.
Googling it.
Yeah, I think you're right about the whole summer. This is that kind of boho vibe. This
Really
actually is a
festively.
quilt I would have in the garden.
Yeah.
For lying on, picnicking on, 72 inches square.
Nice.
absolutely perfect for that if you're going to summer festivals. Or if you want to make it for somebody who loves that kind of boho vibe.
Yeah.
I think it's really strong.
Yeah, I do.
And it's a combo of Kaffe Fassett meets William Morris. I mean, they never did meet. Can you imagine if they did?
Yeah.
But this is the range that Kaffe did, where he recoloured William Morris prints in his iconic colourways. So it's two kind of worlds colliding and creating this fabulous look.
Right, now before we delve too deep into this, because we are going to do an unboxing for you, we are going to show you the method of creating this absolute showstopper, but we have to just talk about the price. Now, as I said, we have made sure that this Monday morning is filled full of treats for you. So if you love this and you're thinking, right, do you know what, this is a big project, it's a big quilt, it's a lot of designer fabric, but we are going to do an amazing price. We're not staying at $249.99. We are going lower. I mean, a lot lower today. If you want this under £200,
Yay.
we have taken £50 off. It's on 3-way split pay. It's still so, I mean, you're getting loads of fabric in here. I'll open it up and show you, but you are getting so much fabric. And today you're getting it £66.66 on split pay. I had a look just during the break, how many people had clicked on this icon on the website. And if we had 3 times the amount, it still wouldn't be enough for the amount of interest we've had on this. There's been so many people clicking on it. There wasn't hundreds of these kits. There is literally a limited amount, and for everybody who gets it, you've got something really, really special. So as always, you've got full instructions. You've got your key here at the top. So you've got your full instructions of how to create your strip sets, and that's how this very, very clever design is put together, because it looks extremely sort of complicated and time consuming in the fact that you have got obviously all the different colour patterns going on.
Yeah.
You've got lots of diamonds, you're working with unusual shapes, whereas actually it's all in strip sets.
It is. I mean, if you've watched a Lone Star demo before, you'll sort of know the method. I'm kind of condensed it all and shrunk it down so I can show you as much as possible, hopefully the whole thing. I think the thing that can sometimes make people think, oh gosh, that's a lot, is because it's a one and done quilt. You effectively make one block.
Wow.
Which is the whole quilt.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's lots of sewing, really easy strip piecing.
Yeah.
Before you never make a block until you're ready to put the whole quilt together. But my goodness, it's actually really simple to make. It's really straightforward, and it's a wow quilt.
It is. Look at how much fabric you're getting. Just obviously your background squares, you are getting metres and metres of this incredible Kaffe fabric. I mean, look at how much of this you get in that kit.
I know you do. You really do get that. It's gorgeous.
Oh, that is amazing. And then these colours, as you said, I see this in the garden. My Kieran's auntie, she's got this gorgeous garden, and outside she has this den called Utopia, and it's just
I like that.
Just sits out sunbathing with, and I imagine this literally there. That's where I imagine.
I'm imagining
who has that
myself
zen,
there.
with bunting up, with a glass of sangria.
I want to go to Utopia.
It just is gorgeous. We talk a lot about Utopia. It is gorgeous. Look at this.
It's
all
fab,
of these
isn't it?
fabulous colours. So vibrant.
Yeah.
Yet, what is great about Kaffe, and he's very, very clever, is that this is a lot of colour, a lot of pattern, and yet this is all William Morris prints, yeah. Yes. With Kaffe recoloured all these fabrics, and not one sort of outshines the other. They all work together.
Yeah, they do. I think that's the interesting thing, isn't it? And also as well, you know, what you want in this quilt is a sort of blended with kind of this cool highlight in the centre, and then this kind of warm glow, this kind of ring going around out to the points. Now, you do need to follow the plan in terms of which fabrics go where in the strip sets, because it's different amounts of fabric. You need less of this, you need less of this.
These three, yeah.
However, I set something up on my Facebook and Instagram pages when I was making this demo block to say, do you prefer this version or this version? And it was so interesting. And thank you everybody that commented as well and voted for 1 or 2 and why. Because some people really liked, I love the sort of concentration of the lemons and the yellow in the centre. Oh, I really like this at the outside. So you could do that with this quilt. So these blue points here could be your outer star tips. This could go in the centre. So you could flip that if you wanted to. The other thing you could do if you wanted is if you wanted to put any of your other Kaffe fabrics in to switch up you can.
Well, I was just thinking, you know, all of this beautiful print that's around the outside.
Yeah.
If you wanted to just do a solid, and
Yes.
swap it out and keep all of this fabric for
Make
your
a dress.
stash, make a dress,
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth actually, Vix, because this is a kind of boho and it is that kind of dreamy blended look. But if you want your Lone Star to pop from your background, I totally agree. Swap this out, either a solid or, and actually for my demo, I'm going to use this kind of orange tonal for my background.
Yeah.
And that's more because I want you to see the method. And if the fabrics are too similar, it's harder to see. But yeah, you could absolutely do that.
Right, now, before we jump into demo, quick stock update. There's so many people who have got it in their basket. Please don't wait to the end of the demo to check out, because it is really straightforward, actually, when you've got yourself a bit organised. So I think when you're making a big quilt like this, it is about getting yourself organised, isn't it, Stuart? And getting
Pretty
labelling,
much.
or does this take much organisation?
Well, what I would say is step 1 is definitely labelling up your fabrics. So when you get your fabrics out of the box, you want to put post-it notes of all 12 fabrics. Put post-it notes and pin them on so you can get organised. Because what you're then going to do is you're going to cut strips. All right. Now, if you've got a...
Stripology.
Thank you. Stripology. That was...
I'm going to be on your charades. Your team of
If you've got a carving knife, don't use that. If you've got a stripology, thank you. That could help. But otherwise, easy, straight strips, selvage to selvage, you know, super easy. And you do that across all the fabrics, bar that background fabric.
Right.
So the cutting is really easy. And what you're going to do is you're going to make some strip sets. And you're going to make 8 different strip sets. Now, here's the thing. If I was to demo one of these diamonds, I basically would be making the whole quilt.
Yeah.
So what I've done instead is to create I'm doing a small Lone Star, okay, which illustrates all of the principles, all of the methods, but in something that I can do in the show. So obviously that's something just to take into account when I'm doing the demo. The other thing is, of course, if you wanted to, you could use the kit and you could make smaller Lone Star blocks if you prefer a block by block approach and do it that way. So here's how you make your strip sets. So you're going to start off. Oh, actually, I know what I was going to do while that's there. So this was the thing I said on Facebook. I said to everyone, do you prefer this arrangement? Or do you prefer... Oh, got that round the wrong way. This arrangement. And everyone voted, and it was really cool.
And which one was the outcome?
Do you know, it was pretty much 50-50. I'm not going to call it, because it really was 50-50. And the reasonings, everyone who gave a reason, it was totally valid, and I understood why people had picked. Some people really liked the pops of yellow in the centre and the lighter outside. Some people felt one was calmer than the other. Some people liked the more exciting. You know what I mean? It was.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that for every quilter, there's a unique quilt to be made.
Yeah.
So let's do strip sets. So you're going to cut lots of strips, and then you have a plan in your pattern for how you're going to sew them together and the order that you're going to sew them together. Okay, it's really important that you follow that order. Now, what I'm going to do is offset the strips, and this is what you'll do, because once you've sewn them all together, you're going to then cut them at a 45-degree angle. Now, if we just lined up all our strips like this and sewed them, we could still cut it at a 45-degree angle, but we're losing a great big chunk of some of the fabrics, and we don't want to do that. So we're going to offset our strips like this by,
that's good.
In my case, about 1 inch, okay? And then we're going to sew them together. Now,
And that's just going to reduce the waste.
yes, exactly. Just by offsetting them, you're reducing the amount that you're chopping off. When we actually cut this off, it'll be little tiny triangles, and I can live with that. So I'm going to set my seam allowance to 1/4 inch. And here's the thing, like when you sew these together, right sides together, and you can see there's a bit there where you're not sewing this to anything. So you can just start about here. All right? Just be nice and accurate when you sew your seam allowances. So 1/4 inch. Now I always recommend that before you start sewing any kit or you're cutting any kit, that your first step should always be getting your scrap fabrics out and making a test block.
Okay.
Now, obviously, with this, it's 1 block to make the quilt, so I'm not suggesting you make a test quilt. All right, but what I would do is I would grab a few strips of fabric, cut to the right size, try sewing them together. Just try this method and cutting, just to make sure that your strip sets come out the right width.
Right, so just check your seam allowances. I say consistent, it is 1/4 inch.
You need to be a 1/4 inch,
Yeah.
you do. So the best thing to do to test your seam allowance is to sew 3 2.5-inch strips of fabric together.
Right.
1, 2, 3, and then measure the centre strip after you've pressed it. And if it's not exactly 2 inches wide, make an adjustment. And what you're going to do is, rather than trying to move your fabric over slightly or under slightly, it's much better just to move the needle on your machine. And you do that by using the stitch width adjustment. And if you increase the stitch width, it'll move the needle to the right and make for a smaller seam allowance. And if you press minus, it'll move to the left and it'll make your seam allowance bigger. And if you just try 1 or 2 increments just to make the difference, and it can totally transform your piecing. So I'll just sew 1 more strip on.
Do you always sew them in the same direction, or do you go back and forth?
I don't do that sort of start at the top and then start at the bottom. I know a lot of people recommend that, and I think there's good sense in that. But if you're sewing and pressing accurately, you shouldn't get a sort of banana or rainbow effect. I think the reason why we get a banana effect is not the direction that we're sewing in. It's because we sew accurately at the beginning and at the end of a long seam, because we're paying attention at the start and we pay attention when we get to the end, because we don't want to... In the middle, are we daydreaming a bit?
Right.
Is that the point where we pick up our coffee and have a little slurp or a little chat? Or do you know what I mean? Or our mind might wander. That's my theory about why we get bananas.
What I'm noticing through this strip set that you're sewing, you're stopping, your needle's down, and you're just, again, repositioning, checking you're in the right place. So don't feel like this is... I remember when I first did a strip set like that, and I thought, oh gosh, I'm off. And I thought, I can't even breathe until I'm at the end.
Right.
Whereas actually, stop, your needle down, it's okay to stop halfway through.
I think that's really insightful, actually. Yeah, I do.
Are you on?
Do you know, I clicked the wrong plug on.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I think that's really insightful. Yeah, I think it is that, you know, or we get a bit blasé and it's like, oh, I'm just sewing strips together. I don't have to pay attention to this. So then I'm going to give a little tip, which I forgot to bring the flatter from the first hour. But what I would recommend now is that you, once you've pressed your strip set once, like that, is that you spritz the whole thing with flatter and then press it again.
Right.
And what you want is your strip set to feel crisp. Now, I know, obviously, I'm going to come around for a second. I know people at home can't see that, but there's without flatter.
Yeah.
And then if you just have it,
Oh, yeah.
do you feel
Adds more
it's crisp?
structure. Nice. Okay.
And that's
Is that
what you
because
want.
this is now biased?
Yes.
Right.
And it just helps everything to behave itself.
Can I ask you a little bit about flatter, please? Because we can't run the graphics, but I just want to ask you because normally we talk a lot about best press.
Yep.
Is flatter just a different brand of a similar product?
Is.
Is it a starch spray? Yeah.
It is. It's a spray starch alternative, so there isn't any starch in it.
Right.
Same as best press. There's a few reasons why. One of the main reasons why starch isn't such a good idea, it depends where you live, but because it's basically made from carbohydrate, like potato or rice starch, it is quite attractive to insects.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
food source. Oh, amazing,
Right.
thank you.
Whereas this has no starch in.
Right, it has no starch. So for in some countries where they have a lot of like insects,
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm trying to say really, but it can be quite a problem.
Yeah.
So if I use starch, I'm really quick to wash my quilt when it's finished.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll so this is an alternative. Also with like your real starch, your carbohydrate starch, you get flakiness. With your spray starch alternative, you don't. So I've put it on the pressing mat.
And you're
I-
sprayed quite a lot there, actually, more
Giving
than I
it
would
quite
have
a
thought.
nice spritz.
Yeah. And which one have you gone for? Is it because there's the
Scentless.
usual? Oh, okay, because there's all sorts of lovely scents in the
Yes.
flatter range, isn't there?
There is. And you can see I'm just pressing in the direction of the seam. I've already finger pressed and I've already pressed once, but I'm just going in the direction of the seam. And this is just keeping everything kind of poker straight and really flat. And this now has a lovely sort of, it's still fluid, but it's got more of a crispness. It's going to behave itself when I cut it.
Okay, you're not going to be, once you've cut these, you're still not going to be doing your Morris dance,
No.
swinging these around.
Good, well put.
But no.
Very well put. Right, so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to cut my strip set at the end at a 45-degree angle. So we find the 45-degree angle on our ruler. And there's usually one at either end. Okay, and then I'm going to put the 45-degree line on the straight strip. Okay, and you can see here, if I go right to the edge, I'm losing anything, barely losing anything. There we go. All right, so that's done. My next step is to start subcutting my strip sets off. So now I'm just going to use the ruler like I normally would. I'm going to line up the measurement that I want. In this case, it's 1.5 inches, same size as my strips. And I'm just lining that up. So now my cutting edge is at a 45-degree angle. Now, on your large quilt, you'll have sewn 8 strips together.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've done 3 here, you'll have 8 at home, won't you?
Exactly, but
Okay,
it's exactly the same principle. All right, and obviously these are all the same. You'll cut 8 because there are 8-piece diamonds in the whole quilt.
Yeah.
So you'll use 1 per diamond. So keep them in separate piles.
Okay.
Okay, so that's our first step. And to be fair, so far,
This is
This is
straightforward. I'm following.
this is totally the same as making a 9 patch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we do that
Yeah,
every day.
exactly. So to just turn your ruler slightly onto that 45-degree line.
And now we've got diamonds instead.
Right,
The
that's
thing
so
I
cool.
find bizarre
Perfect.
is that a strip set of this wide can make a strip piece
Yeah.
that big.
Yeah.
I know why,
But
but it still blows my mind
Yeah.
slightly. Anyway, I never was brilliant at maths. My spatial awareness is awful. Right, I'm going to pop this all to one side so I've got plenty of space to show you the next bit. Right, so you'll end up with 8 different strip sets, and I've got 3 for my demo. So what I'm going to do now is arrange them together. So I've got, and what I like to do, Vix, is once I've made one, I'll keep that close by as my model, and then I can follow it, and then everyone's identical, okay? So here's my next one, and then here's my next one.
Nice.
And those sewn together are going to make this. Now, if we were going to make our 9 patch or our 4 patch, we'd arrange our strips so that the ends met, just like I have here, flip them together, matching top and bottom, and sew our seam. Brilliant. If we were to do that with 45-degree angle sets, none of our points would end up matching.
Right, okay.
What we have to do is do a little bit of sliding and a little bit of moving. But it's really just like sewing a triangle to a square, so we're going to have dog ears hanging off. So when I flip this right sides together, you'll notice now I've got a little dog ear at this end, and I've got another little dog ear at this end, okay? Now, there's lots and lots of tutorials out there about how to get your points matched up. I think if you sew your strip sets accurately and you make sure that you've starched them and you're not over handling them, if you've got a little bit overhanging at either end and you pin in the middle, you should be absolutely fine.
When you say a little bit hanging over the end each side, does it need to be a quarter of an inch? Yeah.
It just needs to be the same.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this little triangle hanging off. Now, if you do want to pin, here's what you would do. You would measure a quarter of an inch from the raw edge, okay, like so. All right. And with a friction pen, make a little mark across the seam allowance. Can you see?
Yeah.
Here and here. Now, if I flip the whole thing over and do the same again on the other side, so I'm lining up with that raw edge, and I'm going to mark here with the friction pen and here with the friction pen. Okay. So that's where my seam's going to run. What I'm going to do now is grab a pin, and I'm going to push it through the seam just above that mark.
Right.
Yeah, push it straight through. And then on the corresponding piece, I'm going to push the pin through so it is just about there. Okay? So I've matched up those 2 little points. Okay?
Yeah.
Then I'll do exactly the same. So I'll have another pin, and I'll do exactly the same. Push it through here, just on my mark, and push it through here. Yeah. And hopefully everything should still be nice and flat and fitted together. Okay.
Lovely.
We've got our little gap, our little dog ear rather, hanging over either end.
Yeah. And where are you now sewing?
So quarter of an inch seam allowance.
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to be, like if you were doing your first test run with your scrap fabrics, then what you might like to do is on your sewing machine, set your sewing machine to its longest stitch, and then just at those points that you've matched up, go in. I'll just increase my stitch length. I'm going to put my glasses on.
And am I going to do this within the seam allowance? Am I tacking those in place, or am I doing it on the quarter of an inch still?
It's on the quarter of an inch because you want to see whether you've matched up at the right place. So I'm doing a couple of stitches just at that match point. I'm going to move everything over to my next match point, and I'm going to do a couple of stitches there. And I would continue doing that all the way along that seam. Now, I'm not suggesting that you do this for every single block that you're going to make, but just the first time, you might like to do that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then do I leave those stitches in?
Yeah, you can do, or you can whip them out. I just want to show you here. Here, I've sewn really close to that line. Here, I'm about 1/8 of an inch away. So I'm just going to go back in because I didn't get that lined up very accurately. And I'm just going to sew that one again. That's better. And then I'm going to open it out. And what I want you to see here is, can you see here? There's my matched point.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And here it's actually pulling apart a little bit. But here is my other matched point.
Yeah.
Here. Can you see that?
Yeah. And so when you know you're happy with that, you can then...
Do that once or twice with your test block. And then you know exactly where you're lining everything up. Then regular stitch length. Now you can do that method on any block that you make. It could be a simple 16 patch. You might be a beginner quilter and think, how do quilters get their seams so nicely matched? I just don't understand the magic. You could do that. Because if you tested that, if you tried that out and it wasn't nicely matched up, you're only pulling out a few long threads. You're not unpicking the whole seam. And that now is...
Okay,
just
lovely.
pull that bit of thread out because that's where I originally basted it. But if I just pull
But like you
that
say,
back
because
now
you've
and
got that
show
lengthened
you,
stitch, they're easy to take out.
look, that
Perfect.
is spot on.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Now, everybody who has got this in their basket, if you've already checked out, and there is a lot of you that have, you are about to get money back in your pocket. I know that everyone's watching the demo, and I feel like that may be why you're being a bit slower to check out. There is a lot of interest, a lot of people who love it. That's the only reason that Ben's done that, because the amount of people who have got it in their basket. £179.99. Thank you upstairs for allowing us to do that. We said that we wanted to do something brilliant. This is supposed to be £250, remember, so to get it under 200, we were doing very well. You've got all this fabric, oodles of fabric, and just seeing it now, how achievable it is to make a quilt that looks so difficult. It looks so effective, doesn't it? The Lone Star is a gorgeous one to do.
I just want to show you this second row of diamonds because I didn't baste it, I didn't pin it either. I've just sewn that.
Yeah.
And it's just as accurate. What I'm saying is, I showed you that because absolute, if you've never done it before, do that first of all. But within a few minutes, you should be all right just to, do you know what I mean?
Go for it, yeah. Don't feel like you have to do that for every diamond point, no, but it's a really good way. Yeah, exactly. If you know that's the way you're going to get I mean, I wouldn't notice if I was looking at that, but it's...
Well, neither would I.
But also, it's the practice, isn't it? Yeah. We do quilting, or you love your hobby. Yeah. Because you love the process of it.
Exactly. And also as well, when I'm on it, I do like to show best practice.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I could say, oh, just slap them together and fingers crossed, and if they don't line up, hey, who cares? Well, lots of us do care, and it is important, but also, you know, like, what if you slap them together and sew it and it doesn't line up, but you want it better than that? How do you do it? I like to show that, but whatever happens behind closed doors is none of my business. So if when you make your version, you want to take a more free and easy approach, you do you. You know, whatever makes you happy. I like to, if I can, show you the skills so that you can get it just so.
Absolutely. Well, I said to my friend yesterday, she ran the London Marathon.
Oh, wow. Dressed as a bottle of Cinzano.
No, that wasn't her, but did you see the costume? With washing machines on their back. What in that heat? And she wasn't very happy about her time. And I was like, excuse me.
You've run a marathon.
Yeah. I was like, it's not finished time, it's finish line. You got there.
Love it.
And it's the same with this.
I know.
It's not how quick or how you get there, it's just completing it and getting there. And it doesn't matter if it takes you all year to do it, because enjoy the process.
That is the point, isn't it? You know, it's not the finished quilt necessarily. It's the process, it's the enjoyment and what you learn, yeah. Right, so once you've made your diamond, what I want you to do then is to trim off dog ears. We've got two, little dog ears at the sides. You shouldn't be trimming off any actual diamond fabric here though, all right? So I'll just take those off, flip it around, and I'll do the same on the other side. Okay, so now we've got our diamond all pieced and everything's nice and accurate. So you're going to do that 8 times. Then you have the fun decision of, are we going for plan A, which I'm going to call Arthur. Can you guess what plan B is going to be called?
No.
Or Martha. No, so look, there you go. So you decide which you prefer.
Oh, see, I like the lemons in the middle.
Do you?
I do
Well,
like
then
that.
that's what we shall have.
Good mantra. Finish is better than perfect.
Totally, I will live and die by
Yes,
that motto.
absolutely.
Yes, I will live and die by that motto. Yeah, fine. So I'm cool with that. So let's do this. Yeah, happy with
Now, if you want to also do the smaller sort of versions,
Yeah.
the Lone Star is a lovely one. So you're just using smaller, like narrower strips,
Yeah,
aren't you?
I've gone for half the width
Yeah.
of the strips.
Okay, so also if you're thinking, I love the idea of doing this Lone Star quilt, you get so much fabric, and now we've discounted this by how much? 50, 60, 70 pounds? That is amazing discount. It's now at a point where I'd be saying, if you want to make smaller versions of this technique,
Yes. Well, you absolutely
Go for
could.
it.
So there's my Lone
wow.
Star.
I love it.
Nice, isn't it?
Really nice.
So of course, and I've used this from my stash because I wanted to show how the star can pop,
Yeah.
or it can blend. It's
Yeah.
up to you. If you want to, you could supplement and put your own background fabric in, or you could do lots of smaller blocks like I've done. If you think this is more manageable, get the kit, learn the method, and then do your thing. Okay, so next job, we need to get this sewn together. So these are just squares and quarter square triangles that I've cut to go in these spaces. But I just wanted to show you how it's going to look. All right, so we'll take those away for now. And we'll sew our block together. Right, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to sew our diamonds into pairs.
Right, now when I'm doing the big quilt,
Yep.
any tips on managing because there's a lot of, they are big sizes now, aren't they? Big diamonds.
They are. So your spray starch or your spray starch alternative when you've done your strip piecing is really going to help. If you wanted to, you could spritz the diamonds. However, I'm always wary of spray starching or steaming things on the bias that are cut. I prefer to do it while they're strips or while it's a strip set before I cut it, and then that will give you enough stability. Okay, so what we're going to do now is start pairing these up and sewing them together. Okay, and what I want to do is start and finish my seam 1/4 of an inch in from the edge. Now, you can do that by eye, or you can mark that with a friction pen. It's up to you.
And do you find it's easier to go from that side there as opposed to the pointy triangle?
Honestly, you can do either.
Okay.
You can do either, it's fine. So we're going to drop the needle down. We're going to stitch forward a stitch and then back a stitch, or you can use your locking function if you've got a locking function on your machine.
See, we don't normally do that as patchworkers, do we, going forward and back?
No, the reason why we're doing it this time is because we're not actually sewing to the very end. We're leaving a little gap.
Right.
Okay, so I've left a little gap at either end, and I'm going to press my seams open.
Oh my gosh, are we doing Y seams?
We are doing Y seams.
You haven't said it though, because I know that scares a lot of people, but we are doing Y seams.
The thing is, if you've ever made any of my messenger bags, from any of my books or patterns, you've already done Y seams and you didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Because when you sewed the front of the bag to the base, to the back of the bag, you left a little gap at either end, and then you sewed the sides in and you left a little gap at the bottom, and then you turned it and you sewed across the bottom, and that was your Y seam.
Yeah.
And you did it.
Yeah.
And you didn't even think about it, and that's all you need to do.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry that I've just told everybody that that's what you're doing. And don't worry, you can conquer it. It's easy.
It's like all this nonsense. I mean, it's not nonsense, but it kind of is. It's over-egged about working with fabric that's on the bias. You know, your fabric's not trying to trip you up. You know, it's fine as long as you're aware. And like you said, you're not Morris dancing around your kitchen, waving your fabric. You know, you're fine. It's only fabric. Okay.
You are in charge.
Exactly. I always remember when we did Sewing Bee and Anne Rowley, who won Sewing Bee. She was 81 when we filmed and 82 when it came out, and magnificent in every way. And I remember her saying, I think to one of the production crew who was filming her, she was like, oh, sometimes you've just got to grab your fabric and tell it who's boss.
I love that.
And you would never, ever have messed with Anne. Patrick Grant was terrified of her. It was so funny.
Oh, I love
well, not terrified, but she was like the grandma. He, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He had this huge respect for her, but she was also sort of, I mean, she didn't intimidate me, but she had such a commanding manner, and she was so experienced and so knowledgeable. Nobody really felt like they could ever have like corrected her or.
I love that.
Yeah, it was fun. Even though Patrick was the judge, you know, he was rightly in awe of her skill. And it was so funny because the crew would go around and they were trying to film bits, you know, to make the programme interesting, or perhaps bits that would go wrong. And it was really through you. Because if you were in the middle of doing something really technical, the crew would know, and they would come over just to film that one little bit. And so for the rest of us, sort of mere mortals, we would slightly go to pieces and be in a bit of a flap. They'd say, oh, do you mind if we just watch while you sew this, you know, final buttonhole in your finished garment? And you're like, oh, okay then. Anne would just go, no, go away, I'm busy, I can't talk to you now. And they would just scurry away. They didn't argue.
Brilliant.
It was hilarious.
I wonder if we can still find your first series.
Oh, you can, yeah, it's on iPlayer.
Oh, gosh, you need to watch it back. Now, no, you want to watch it back.
Yeah, of course.
Look.
What's funny is, of course, lots of people, I didn't watch Bake Off until about the second or third series, and lots of people didn't discover the Sewing Bee straight off. But also I have to accept that it was 12 years ago. So there are 20-year-olds now who were 8 when the Sewing Bee came out.
Crazy.
And you know, they were busy doing their homework for primary school and didn't watch it. But they've watched it now.
Crazy.
Right, so look, I've done my pairs.
Yeah.
And look, in all honesty, I did not even try to match up my diamonds, but they have. So, you know, if you sew with a good heart, good things happen.
Can I just let you know, as we are 15 minutes away from the end of the hour, there are over 15 of you who still have not yet checked out. If you're waiting for the end of the demo, or if you're waiting for something, or if you're thinking, oh, it's in my basket, it's mine, you're getting so much fabric. It is so achievable. You're getting your pattern, you've got today's demo to watch back, which we've kind of gone from start to finish as well. All of this stunning Kaffe fabric. I mean, look at how much you're getting. It's quite deceiving sometimes when you see it fold up. You get oodles of this print, which is your background. And I mean, look, you're getting so much of all of these beautiful prints. They're all William Morris, but with Kaffe colours. it is the ultimate summer quilt, isn't it?
That's the
and even though it's an absolute whopper, I mean, we were talking about this before the show, and Ollie was saying, oh, this is going to take you all year, like this is your big quilt for the year, which I love the idea of taking your time and, you know, having that long project. But also, if you are a speedy sewer.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a long
It
project.
really doesn't have to be. This could be out there at the festivals in July, August this year.
Yeah, it could.
Oh, it is going to be one of those quilts, though, I think that you're going to really enjoy making because the fabrics are so gorgeous. So gorgeous. It's just being methodical, isn't it? We all said, though, I would be supplementing this for a solid and letting that lone start really pop.
Yeah.
And I'm keeping this fabric because I don't know. It doesn't have the breakdown on the box, so I don't know. But look, you can make a dress. You can make multiple things with this. Look at that.
Yeah.
So much fabric. Even more, even more, even more. It's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. We've got enough people who've got it in their basket. More people adding it right now. If you are just coming through, just be aware, it is a limited edition quilt. This is one of the most limited cave quilts that I've seen in ages, and I love it. So please don't wait if it's in your baskets. Right, I'm going to try and fold this up.
So what I've done now, while you fold that, good luck. I've now got two halves. All right. So I've got my top half and my bottom half. Can I just show you this? Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Ollie. I've got my two halves, and what I'm going to do now is sew them together. And remember, I've left 1/4 inch unsewn at all those points. So flip it right sides together now, and we're going to sew the final seam to join everything together. All right. Ooh, glasses going back on.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe how much background fabric you get.
I know you do.
It's a lot for what you've got there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
I know you've got those big squares, but just fold this up. There is so much of it.
Yeah. Well,
Generous with the amount you get.
yes. And also, you know, you're going to slightly sort of fussy cut the background fabric because you want all of those arcs going in the same direction. So I think you've got extra fabric to make sure that that's easy to do as well. Right, okay, right. Just give that a little press in the centre, and then I will show you how to put the setting triangles and squares in. Okay, right. Grab my pressing board. So definitely.
Oh, look at all those seams.
I know.
Right, am I just getting this as flat as possible or open?
Yep, open seams.
And in that central point, obviously, is that where you've not sewn right to the point?
Well, it's just one final seam that brings everything together, you see.
Yeah.
And then...
Always a nice dry iron as well.
Well, to be fair, Vix, I love a bit of steam.
Do you?
I do.
Controversial yet brave.
I know. I use a lot of steam when I'm pressing my... And I like a clapper as well. I do. I like a clapper.
Even with bias edges, would you go
Yes.
with steam?
Yeah, because I'm not ironing this like a pair of jeans, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're saying, you know. Now... I'll point it out. The centre's not absolutely perfectly aligned. You've got to remember, this is going on the back of a galloping horse. It's all good. Right, okay. So everything, I'm really happy with how that's matched up.
that looks
I'm also
great.
really happy with how flat that is, and we're all good. Right, so the next thing that I'm going to do is sew. Now, it doesn't matter whether you start with the corner squares or the triangles, it's all good. So what you're going to do is you're going to fold your triangle out of the way. We're going to line up so we've got 1/4 inch overhanging the seam here, okay? And I'm going to bob a pin in there, okay? Now I'm going to sew straight down and I'm going to stop at that pivot point, okay? Now if you want to, you can mark these things with a friction pen or a pencil, okay, but I'm not going to. To a 1/4 inch seam. Now I've actually cut my background squares and my triangles slightly bigger than I need them to be, which is going to give me some room to trim later. Okay, so I've sewn to within 1/4 inch, all right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold the whole thing over, yeah, like this. And again, match up. I'm going to pin. And now I'm going to sew down to that seam. And you can see where I'm sewing because it's the last stitch.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to sew from the top all the way down. So take your pin out before you get to it. And you can do your locking stitch there, or you can sew back and forth. This is actually one time I really like the locking stitch on the machine, because you get a really, really nice, firm, accurate point. Now I'm just checking here. If you haven't quite, this seam doesn't quite meet, so I'm just going to go a couple of stitches further down so that that meets up really nicely. There we go, and do my locking stitch. And there we go.
Nice.
Now you can see we've set that square in. It's really flat. I'm just going to push my seam allowances towards my setting block. And then as you go, you want to press. So grab your iron. And again, if you want to, you could get in there with your best press or your flatter. Or you can wait until the whole thing's done.
I'm looking at the quilting that they've done on here, and there's nothing that's super difficult. I don't even think that's been done on a long arm quilting machine.
It's literally in the ditch.
Yeah.
It's been stitched in the ditch. Yes. Right, so we've got that square in. Next up, I need to sew a triangle in. And we're going to do exactly the same principle.
Would you do your corners first? Do the squares first, or do you do it in this order? Go round.
Work round,
yeah,
you could do your corners. It honestly doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. What's important is that you've left that 1/4 inch unsewn at the end, because that is how you manipulate and manoeuvre to make that Y seam. That is literally all you've got to do to make a Y seam. Stop sewing before the end. You know, I think we can all do that.
Yeah.
I honestly do. It's honestly not difficult. And the thing is, at the end, you know, whatever the standard of your sewing, it will be beautiful and you'll be proud of yourself.
Oh, absolutely. To
can I-
achieve something of this size.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Can I just say as well, I wanted to say a special mention to one of our viewers, Rosalind, who I'm hope's watching. Rosalind sent the most gorgeous Easter gift for me that I received during the break. But I was also in a meeting during the break. So I've sent her a quick message, but I'll send you a proper message later. But oh my goodness, you've absolutely made my week, Rosalind. You really have.
Oh, how
so
lovely.
kind. It was really lovely. She'd heard, you know, when we say I like marzipan, and she bought me some marzipan fruits, which I absolutely adore.
Come share them.
I know, I know.
I love
won't.
marzipan.
I won't.
Do you love it? Can you make marzipan? I bet
My
you can.
mum made marzipan years ago. I never have, but I did make simnel cake for Easter, which of
lovely.
course marzipan features very heavily on. And my sister-in-law, Joanna, Charlie's a twin, and his twin sister, Joanna, said that it was the best cake she'd ever eaten, which I thought everyone would say they hated it because they didn't like it, because I think marzipan is a Marmite food, isn't it?
Yeah.
And she said it was the best cake she'd ever eaten, which was a huge compliment.
Yeah.
So again, if your corner doesn't quite meet up, that's where you can go back in and do an extra stitch, or even an extra stitch by hand if it feels awkward to get in. and do that final stitch. I mean, some people do their Y seams in one movement, so they'll do one side and then they'll do the other. But I think, same with bag making, I think it's easier to do first one side and then the other.
Right.
And again, you can always go in with a little bit of flatter, because what we're trying to achieve here is a flat block and a flat seam, okay?
I do like it with the solid, you know.
Yes.
I do like these fabrics with that solid or that burnt orange. Is
It
lovely.
does really make it pop, doesn't it? Now, I've cut these oversized so I can trim down, so don't be alarmed that this doesn't match up. That's to trim all the way around at the end, and I recommend that you do that. So you will just carry on then sewing all around. Make sure this hangs 1/4 of an inch over that seam, sew down, then you turn your work. What time to sew one more?
Yeah, go for it. I'll quickly round up the kit. Anybody who has got it in your basket, there is literally the last remaining stock. If you've got it in your basket, I can't guarantee you'll be successful, but please, please, please have a go. Look at how much gorgeous fabric you're getting. All of these are Kaffe Fassett. Remember, they are free spirit. Beautiful. Beautiful prints. And remember, you're getting oodles, loads of this lovely daisy print as well, which is one of my favourites of the whole of the range, and you get so much of it. Plus, obviously, you've got your pattern, you've got your instructions, it tells you how to do your quilt assembly. But jot down today's date, watch it back, because we have gone through virtually every stage of this quilt, haven't we? From the start of, you know, organising yourself.
Well, as I say, that's why I thought I would do a smaller version, because that way I can show you basically the entire quilt, just kind of a bit smaller. So I've put that next square in, that next corner square, and you can see how it's coming together now.
Nice, looks amazing.
Move this out the way, and I'll put my last little bits in so you can see the whole block. And then, as I say, if you were doing the whole quilt like this and you'd overcut, you're just going to then square up your corners and trim down.
Yes.
You can either do it to within 1/4 of an inch. So when you were coming to trim, what you would do is you'd put your ruler on, and you've got your points here, and what you want to do is you want to measure out 1/4 of an inch from those points and cut, okay? Now, I would just say that I think you're better off doing 3/8 of an inch or even 1/2 an inch beyond.
Right, just so you don't lose those points.
In the binding.
Yeah, that would be a shame, wouldn't it?
It would be. So I would actually measure 1/2 an inch out and then trim. Or even 3/8 of an inch, and then you'll preserve your points. Because even if there's a tiny little bit of background showing and then the binding, all you will see are points.
Yeah.
All you will see are points.
Yeah, that'd be a shame to lose those after all of that lovely work. So yeah, just give yourself, you've got plenty of fabric, give yourself that extra space. Stuart, thank you so, so much. We are hot out of time.
It's an absolute pleasure. I've had a lovely
morning.
Lovely morning. There we go. I've just trimmed that just so you can see that top edge now. How smart does that look?
Yeah. So do your squares and triangles slightly oversized. And just give yourself that extra perimeter around the edge. It looks great.
Yeah,
it looks
thank
great.
you. But it's been an absolute joy, and thank you for all the messages.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yes,
You're back on tomorrow.
I am, and I've got such a packed day. I've got House of Alistair. I have got Rope and Anchor.
Yes. Oh,
Rope and Anchor.
Catherine Wright.
And I've got Catherine Wright as well. So Tracy
Perks,
yeah. Got a really busy day tomorrow, so it'll be fun. But yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you ever so much, Stuart. Get the kit. The kit is down to single figures, loads in baskets, oversubscribed. If you do want that massive Lone Star quilt, use the next few minutes to check out. I know that we've all been watching the demo, all debating, is it going to be achievable for us? But the answer is yes. Go for it. And what a stunning selection of fabric you're getting. £179. I remind you, this was supposed to be £250. £249.99. Use the split pay. 3-way split pay is on. Now, I've got lovely Sandi joining me in just a couple of minutes with an improv book. Really? Oh, have you got it? Yes. Ben's been upstairs negotiating a deal on the book for us, which I have only ever done a pit stop with this book during a book show, you know, during another show. And I have never actually done a demonstration show with it. And we said, oh, look, how long do you want to be spending on this? And she said, I could do the whole hour. I've got so much to talk about. She says, I've read it cover to cover. She's super excited. So Sandi's going to be joining me in a couple of minutes. We're also going to get Juey Jumbo involved. Julie's going to be here as well. Sandi and Julie have been doing a collaboration. So stay tuned. We've got it all to come in the next show. Don't go anywhere. Well done on the quilt. Keep checking out. Check out on the last remaining few of them. And we will see you after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, welcome back. I'm really excited about this out because we've had it actually in our stock for quite some time, and I have never had the opportunity of, bringing it on air with a guest and demonstrating it. Yeah. And you're the perfect person to talk to about this book because it is a really creative book, isn't it?
Yes.
This is talking about improv quilting. Now, I know as a quilter, some people get a little bit scared of being able to be free.
A bit twitchy when they've not got a pattern to follow.
That's
yes.
it.
Yeah.
But you said you've read through this book.
Yes, it fascinated me. I was given this book and they said, demo the books. I said, okay, so I looked at it. Normally the first thing I do when I get a book is look for patterns in it. And I thought, oh, there's no patterns as such in it. So it sort of threw me off a little bit as well. Yeah. And then I thought, all right, sit down and read it. And I started reading it. And I must admit, I've not read 100%, but I've probably read 95% of the book. Wow. Because I couldn't put it down. It was absolutely fascinating. And he also talks quite a bit about Welsh quilting and things like that. And because we live in Wales, it all sort of resounded with me. And it's all very much recycle things, use things, have things that are beautiful that you like. Don't be too perfect with everything. And because I'm like a memory quilt maker as well, it's all resounded with me so much. And it just absolutely fascinated me. And I think some people get very twitchy about it's got to be a straight line, your corners have got to meet, the quilting's got to be straight, and it's all done in quilting weight cotton. Yeah. Whereas with this book, it shows you that there's lots of different materials that you can use to go on with it, and you can add anything with it.
So not only is this a scrap buster, it's a great way of upcycling, reusing, in this world that we're living in at the moment, this is such a good chance of being able to...
Brilliant. I mean, they start off with, it sort of goes through the history of improv quilting, because I think a lot of people think that it's a very modern thing.
Right.
You know, you see these sort of modern quilts and you think, oh, it's all very modern. And
Designed as well.
I know.
Designed as well.
Designed as well. And it's all very modern, but it actually started hundreds of years ago. And I think it was the G. Benz ladies in Alabama that started the improv quilting. It was sort of like, they were they weren't all slaves, but they were sort of very hard up, very poor. They used a lot of their work clothes that had been sort of, you know, they were tatty, but they didn't want to throw them away. They used flour bags. And they put them in their homes to make their homes beautiful, to make them warm, to keep them warm as well. So it was used for practicality, it was used for sustainability. Sorry. And so it was really lovely, and that's how they started. And then there was a lot of Welsh quilting as well, which was done with flannel.
Okay.
Because we always think of quilting in
cotton,
but obviously there's a lot of sheep in Wales, and they're very well known for all the flannel that they used to make, beautiful flannel cloth, and they used to make an awful lot of quilts. So like some of the very old quilts from Wales are made in like the flannel.
This was 19th century.
Yes. Yeah.
That's so cool. And improv quilting, I mean, it is something that can be, like you said, very modern and lovely, striking colours, but also it has a huge amount of history. He's a tailor, Welsh.
He was a tailor. He was a Welsh tailor, yes.
Fabulous. And this is what, isn't this Nicholas's family?
No, it's just going through sort of like the history of improv quilting, really, and where it all came from and how it sort of started. And it was all really to do with sustainability. And groups of women would get together and just sort of make up what they had. So they didn't have rotary cutters, they didn't have the rotary mats and the rulers that we have today. So it was all very much done with scissors and bits of material that you had to make a pattern out of.
So it's a great coffee table book, a really good read to hear more about a different, you know, quilting.
So you see, like with this one, there's lots of different blocks, all made out of different styles. So you can literally, so what I've sort of said here today, I've taken all the scraps, because I think when you do a project, I always sort mine out into, I've got enough material left that I can make something else with, or I've got enough material that I don't want to throw away because it's a bit too big, but I'm not going to be able to make a project with it, so that's my scrap bag. But you know that those materials will go together because you've pulled them out for a project anyway, and then you can put them all together in an improv panel, and then you can make yourself a memory quilt of all the projects that you've done.
So it's also teaming up with some names that you might recognise.
Yes.
Joey Free.
Yes, it's lovely quilts she does. So it then sort of it tells you the past history about your improv quilting. Then it says what they do now. So it's showing you how people do it today. And it's all different ways. It doesn't have to be messy. It doesn't have to be, you know, what people think, oh, it's, you know, it can be beautiful. You can design it how you want it. It's lovely, isn't it?
Really nice. Dandelion clock quilt, and applique birds and all sorts. This is cool.
So this guy's put sort of like T-shirts and things on, so he'll make a big quilt and he's just sort of sewn on the circles. And it might be sort of bits of material that he's found. People often go to sort of like thrift shops and charity shops and find things, and then maybe just sew old T-shirts on things. Which is great for memory quilts. If you've got little baby grows, you could just sew those on. He's sewn like an old dress onto here from a pattern that he had.
So it's given you a little bit of freedom, really, to just get a bit creative with what you may already have in your stash, or, you know, things that you want to upcycle or be able to use again. So it isn't just a history of improv quilting. Oh, I've met Chris. Chris has actually been on air before, I think, launching his Aurifil collection.
Oh, right, yes. So he's done some fabulous, and he's from Huddersfield, isn't he? He's done some lovely improv quilting. And everybody takes it in a different way. You know, it's like the patterns, I mean, this is also like very much blocks of a similar sort of like two-tone. So, but you can add all sorts. I love that one. I think that's beautiful.
Incredible. So these aren't necessarily projects for you to do.
No, they're not. They're not patterns, because I think with an improv quilt, you don't have a pattern to it. but they give you different styles. So they're saying there's a lot of quilts that have been used as banners for things, for peace marches and things. And they also in there, they were saying that during World War II, I think it was, when people were sent to the prison in Japan, the families were all separated. So the mother and women and children were in one camp and the husbands were in another camp, and they didn't know if they were alive. And so what the women used to do is they used to take old clothes and sew in messages onto quilts, sort of like almost in a secret way, and then people would get them to the hospital where the men were, so that the men would know that their wives and family were still around because they had these messages on these quilts.
See, this is what is so inspiring as well, isn't it?
Yes.
There's so much history with quilting, and to be able to read all these different stories, it's brilliant.
It's lovely.
Now, it's the first time that we've ever been able to really, I think, dive deep and work from this book. So for anybody who has never seen it before, or maybe you have, and you've been thinking, actually, this is something I'm interested in. I'm a quilter and I want to read more about history of improv quilting and how I can then start incorporating my stash into it. Today's the day to get it. This is the signed edition and we're discounting it. It's not $29.99. This was not supposed to happen, but then as I said, been negotiating upstairs and we've managed to take another further £10 off. If you just go to the Long River website, if you go onto Amazon, they've got a discount on.
Gosh.
That was RRP, £45. Oh, it is.
Yes, yeah.
£45. $50, 60 Canadian dollars. Ours is under £20 today. I love
the texture on the front.
Yeah,
isn't it?
the
Yes,
embossing,
yes.
and look at this, even the spine. I love the pages. That is gorgeous.
I should say it's a lovely coffee table book.
Yeah,
and I
great
think
gift for someone.
If you love sewing and you like quilting, and you just like fabric, because they're saying that every piece of fabric holds a story, and I think it does. You know yourself, if you made something, you go, oh, I remember when I got that material, and I know when I get sort of my bag of scraps out, you think, oh, I made a bear for somebody from that, or I made, you know, an outfit for my daughter with that, and you know where every little bit of material comes from. And I think to sort of put it all together in a quilt, it just tells a story.
So there is, even though there's not a, a step-by-step pattern, you do have a whole section that is your projects.
Yes.
So you've got here confetti and streamers behind the seams, and there are lots of great inspiration. So don't feel really nervous that you are completely left alone. It talks to you about what fabrics to look for in your stash and how many to pick out and how to start to make your stacked units and piecing the top of your quilt together.
So with this one, it was saying that if you chose 2 or 3 plain fabrics and then brought a coloured fabric, so like the stripes, so we've got here, I've got like the plains, and then you've just got the stripes and the stars that would just make it pop, so you've got the stripes in here. And it's how you'd sort of sew 4 squares together, not necessarily this straight, but you'd sew 4 pieces together to make a square, and then you can cut that up again and then turn it round and sew it on in another place.
Cool.
And so you just sort of keep sewing on. And here he tells you how to do these fishes, which are lovely.
Oh, that is brilliant, isn't it?
And I said to my husband, I was reading it the other day, and I said, do you know, that looks like Penarth Pier. And I was looking at it at the top, and it says Croeso to Penarth Pier.
And it is?
And it is Penarth Pier, yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
So even though there's lots of great history, there are also inspirational projects within here. I'll look with you tulipping.
So this one is speaking on your quilt. So it tells you your alphabet here. So I think, is it further back? So here we go. So with this one, it tells you all the alphabet and how you would put it together with just blocks.
Oh, cool.
So you'd
I
have
love that.
so it's the lighter shade would be your black background block colour, and then the darker shade would be whatever you want to do the writing in. And I think he said he'd done Alice in Wonderland, a quote from Alice in Wonderland for somebody's wedding, because he'd gone and he'd sort of read a story out for a wedding, and so he made a quilt with a bit of the Alice in Wonderland.
I have this book.
It.
It's so fabulous and inspiring. Oh, thank you so much for all your messages. We're getting loads of messages coming through about this book. It's a beautiful book. I bought it when it was first on. Definitely worth having, says Jan. Now, remember, we've taken another £10 off today at $19.99. We also have some fabrics. Now, even though a lot of people I know are going to be delving into their stash, it's good to add some solids into there as well, isn't it?
It's a good place to start a solid. If you've got a solid for the background, then you can add all your colours into it. So I think it's always good to start off with a bundle of solids.
These are for 8s. We never normally get the chance to sell for 8s either, so just a great one for your stash at £3.99. You've got our Rose and Hubble, lovely solids in yellow, pink, green and blue for £3.99, 100% quilting weight cotton. But start with this, then start looking through your bag of scraps and seeing, right, which ones am I going to be working with? A stripe or a, you know,
absolutely,
a pattern fabric. There's also another colour palette. This is a lovely colour palette. That's nice. So it's £3.99 as well for 8s, 4 for 8s. For £3.99, great price for a bit of a basis, because it is sometimes quite difficult to look at your stash. A lot of people can tend to get overwhelmed. I mean, we've got all sorts, but this one I would be picking out with the ones that you've had left over from the bag you were making and saying, right, actually, I've got some metallic PUs that's going to look lovely with this colour palette. The leaves goes really well. You've got this green that was the same green that was in there, so we know all these fabrics are going to work really well. That's a lovely palette.
It's beautiful.
£3.99.
And I think you're right.
Amazing.
A lot of people are scared when you say improv quilting to people, they think if I've got a pattern and I've got the materials there, I can do my quilt. And you're thinking completely outside the box, so you've then got to pull from your own stash that you have. And I think by just choosing 3 or 4 planes to begin with, then you can really sort of think, okay, and take that with you to your stash and go, well, actually, this one looks quite nice with it, and then this one looks quite nice with it, and then lay it all out, you know, sort of cut a little square of each one, and I tend to lay it all out and see if they all go with each other. And even, it doesn't matter if they don't all go with each other.
No, absolutely.
You know, nature's lovely, isn't it?
Love Trapunto. There's a section in Trapunto as well in here. Some really beautiful.
Which is the Welsh.
Yeah, I love the
longing.
photography.
I love this little poem here. I don't know. It's and this is about the importance of the fabric to Wales, and it's the flannel that it's made. It says, "Man owes a double debt to flannel white, his vest by day, his blanket warm by night, the prop of life in each succeeding stage, the nurse of youth and comforter of age, his first best garb when hurried from the womb, and his last robe to shroud him in the tomb." And that's the flannel, and that's people making the quilts. So they said they make quilts for the babies when they're born, and then some people are actually making memory quilts for when they pass away. So they've got something to wrap themselves in when they pass away as well.
This is it. We talk about making, you know, newborn babies quilts, and then we talk about making memory quilts.
That's right.
You know, it's something that's with us forever, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. And they're saying that so many people now are making it for their last journey as well, you know, sort of thing to comfort. Why shouldn't you have it in, you know, comfort?
Really inspiring book. We really like it. And for anybody who hasn't already got it, get it. £19.99, because it's completely different to anything else that we've ever bought you on Sewing Street, actually. I think this is the only improv quilting book that we've seen, and it is a great one with lots of knowledge and lots of inspiration in there from lots of quilt designers that you recognise as well. Okay, now, everybody who's got it in their basket, keep checking out. We're going to do a bit of a demo as well, aren't we?
Yes, yep.
So you've got your scraps from the bag.
From the bags. So I put the 2 of them together, and I sort of started here and put 2 strips together. So when I pick my scraps out, I'll sort of like neaten them up. So any sort of like odd bits at the end I'll cut off. But I don't sort of make them really neat. So the ends are still a bit sort of tatty. And then you can just put the 2 pieces together. And you can, because you can use any fabric. And if you're making a memory quilt, they could be out of T-shirts, it could be out of jumpers. And the only time I'd say stabilise it is if you've got, say, a big thick woolly jumper and you've got a piece of a chiffon blouse or something, then maybe sort of stabilise the one to make it a little bit more even. But with these, I've got PU, I've got cotton, I've got canvas. And I didn't stabilise any of them. So I just sewed them all together. So the little squares that I'd cut out from the side of the bag, I just stitched together. And then I sort of kept sewing out. And then you've got sort of like a slanted line here, so it went off a little bit and then brought it back up. And then it said, don't always use your rotary cutter, maybe use just scissors, because then you can get sort of like different, sort of slightly off lines, I suppose. And then literally just carry on. And then I've just backed this with a little bit of H640. and then just done some matchstick quilting on it. And it said even that doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
You know, you could do a bit of free motion quilting on it. So I've just done this, and then if I do another project, I'll do another size, and then I just cut it to the size that I wanted, and I can keep that, and then do another project one, and sew it on, and then you could sort of sash it together if you wanted, and then you could sort of back them all. So it's really nice to just sort of keep going with it.
And I love the idea that you aren't just using quilting weight cottons, PUs in here. Canvases. Yeah.
So there's lots, because it's saying you can use people used lots of different materials. They would use denims from their work clothes. They would use flour sacks.
Yeah.
You know, all sorts of things that people use. T-shirts, you know, they sew a T-shirt on it and things. And then there's a lot of sort of the matchstick quilting, but you can do lots of different sort of widths of it to vary it. You could do hand quilting on it afterwards as well.
Love
so
that.
it's almost like Sashiko's sort of hand quilting on it to really, you could sew it all by hand, because that's what people would have done when they first started doing it. It would all be sewn by hand, so they would all get together as a group and sew it together.
But now it also talks about you know, the things that we do have now. So bonder webs and fusible webs and your wool pressing mats, and how all the things that you might already have in your stash are also going to be able
to help you do it. Yes, 'cause, I mean, at one time, all they would have literally would have been a needle and thread and their old material and some scissors, and that's how they'd have put it together. But now, with all the things we do have, you can build up so many more different patterns. And
are you stitching still with 1/4 of an inch seam allowance? Or yeah,
but you don't have to.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be matching any points.
Nothing has to be matching. You can literally do what you want with it. So if you did one seam that was 1 inch thick, it doesn't matter, because you're not matching that up to anything. So your next seam could be 1/4 of an inch. So it's not a pattern that you're matching.
And is this going to be a quilt, or could this be a bag, a cushion front, or wall
it could
hanging?
be absolutely anything. So this, you could bind it and have it as a little mat, table mat would be quite nice. You could have it as a front panel on a bag, so you could put a nice border around it and make a lovely tote bag out of it. You could have made it bigger and made it into a tote bag. You could make it into a cushion, or you could just keep that and keep making different panels and then sew it all together as a lovely quilt, or a wall hanging, whatever.
What have you got fray check here for?
Right. So this one is for the tapunto.
Okay. Yes.
Right. So with the tapunto, you do need a few little bits and pieces. So you need a frame. So I've got a little frame there. That's my little bit of stuffing. You can use offcuts of wadding, bits of toy stuffing. They suggest bonder web and a tear-away stabiliser.
Okay.
So we've got a couple of pieces of material. So you want your backing material and what you want to do your applique out of. So this is what I've done earlier. So you can see you just got a little square and you've got a little heart on it that's padded.
Oh, that's so lovely. It gives it that three-dimensional, lovely texture as well. And you can incorporate this again into anything.
Yeah.
And you've just put...
So, show you how to do it. Right.
Toy stuffing inside it.
Oh, have we got an iron?
We can get you an iron. Okay.
What
was it, Ben, that you wanted to show? Oh, we've got the toy stuffing on screen. It's a full big bag of toy stuffing, so you're going to be able to do triple.
Oh, loads and loads.
And it's always, worth stocking up whilst it's on screen. Especially this lovely. This is the recycle one as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Compostable, £5.99. So you're just cutting out a shape.
A shape, so you can have any shape you want.
Onto bonder web.
Onto bonder web. Yeah. Now I've already so you want to get your backing material first. So whatever you're going to be having as the background of your quilt, you want quite a good size square that you're able to put it into a little hoop. So it's a really nice stable. Oh, sorry, thank you, my love. Should we put that under here?
This is the book we're talking about today, by the way. It's another £10 off, which, if I'm being honest, is a little bit ridiculously low, $19.99. But if you've always been umming and ahhing about it, it's the first time that I've been able to see it to its full potential as well, without just seeing it as part of, a pit stop show. The fact that it says £45, what a great gift for someone. You've got it for 20. You only spent £20. It's a brand new book. It's also been signed by Nicholas Ball as well. For under 20, I think that is a great gift for somebody.
So we've cut out the bonder web into whatever shape you want. And I'm just going to iron that onto your backing. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm moving you
onto
over.
your backing. And I've already put some stabiliser on the back. Now, this stabiliser is great because it's actually an iron-on fray off, so you can tear it off even though you've ironed it on, which is brilliant. So if you can't just have an iron-on one because you've got to be able to take it off afterwards. All right, so you put that on the front. Then you get your heart or whatever you want. So you cut that one out, which is the same size. Just going to do it slightly bigger than the Bonder Web one that I've done.
I never think of using dies as templates. Great idea.
Yeah. Yeah. I always use that as a little template. So you want some sort, and you can do anything. You can do little stars. You could do just blobs, because all these on the front here are all the trapunto ones that he's done on a quilt, and they're sort of quite raised on the front of the pattern, which is lovely on the book. So we're going to cut that out, and we're going to put this just over the top of it, like that. So I'm just going to iron it on and put a little pin on it. That's probably all the iron I need, actually. Just going to pin that on. So you can see we put the stabiliser on. Then can I just sit that down?
Yeah, let me take
somewhere?
it away from you. Or have I...
Sorry, I'd forgotten I needed...
That's absolutely fine. Let me take this.
Shall I just pop it there for a minute? Okay. I might need it again in a minute. Right, and then we're going to just do a satin stitch around it. So just bear with me a second. So I'm going to take that off and add a little foot on it again. So you just want to change your foot if you've got your zipper foot on. And the satin stitch on here is... I should have checked this first, I'm sorry.
You're 70.
Yeah.
Is the one in particular 75?
Just, I just want a really tight sort of little satin stitch. I wonder if that would do it, and then I can do it smaller.
11.
Let's have a look at that. But then I wonder if that will go... No. Should we just... We'll go with the little one here. Let's try that one. So 76. And
We'll have a go.
76, should we try that? 76? Yeah, there we go. Let's. So we want to sew this all the way round.
Okay.
Okay. So if it doesn't work, I can talk us through the rest of it. Oops.
You lost a foot.
I've lost a foot as well. We're not very organised. Well, I'm not. You are. I'm not very organised today. Sorry. Right. Okay. So we're going to satin stitch this all the way round to make sure. Wait a minute. We'll just take that bit out of the way.
This is what improv quilting is all about.
It's all
Sandi.
about. Absolutely. Just, it gives you time to play, which is what I think is so nice. Because sometimes we're all so hung up about what has to be right, the points that have to be right and everything, that...
Oh, we've got a patterned one, which is
I
quite
know,
nice
yeah,
and
I know,
spontaneous.
yes, yeah. So you can do anything. There you go. Just so long as you've got it. You need quite a close satin stitch because you're going to be stuffing it and you don't want stuffing coming out of the edges.
Oh, this is a nice one. It
Pretty,
tapers
isn't
in
it?
and out, isn't it? The book's got a great section on trapunto as well.
Yes.
This is,
so it really talks you through it. So it tells you exactly what to do. So this is sort of there we just nearly finished. Let's have a look. So this pattern isn't probably the best one, but it's improv. We can do what we like. I think it's just really, sometimes as well, I think, you know, when you get a block in sewing and you sort of think, I don't know what I'm going to do, I don't know what I want to do, just sometimes free yourself up and just have a play with, because as sewers, I think I would defy anyone to say they haven't got a stash of material, you know, so just go through and have a real play with the stash that you have. There we go. That should be okay. Then you would go over it again with the iron just to sort of like loosen it a little bit. And then you're going to take a pin at the back.
Come over to me again, thank you.
And you want to put your pin through and just wiggle it round inside. So you're sort of separating
between the two
layers. And if you've heated it up again, it will sort of make it that little bit easier. So you just want to make sure, and that's why you've got that the Bonder web in there as well. And this is all for stabilising. Then we're going to try and put a little tiny cut in there. So you want to put a little slash in the back of it.
So you just literally
just no, the material as well.
Oh, okay.
Let me just see if I can find my scissors that have got a sharper bit on the end. So this is where you have to be very careful, just to sort of make sure that you're just cutting the back of the material.
You're back in this,
Just the
this
backing,
green
yeah,
one,
yeah.
okay.
There you go. So you're putting little, and then we can take the tear off stabiliser off. So we're going to just tear all this off. Oops. There we go. So you want to take it off around the outside and on the inside as well. So again, I'm doing it fairly quickly for people so that they can see what's happening, but you would do it a little bit slower at home. There we go.
Oh! Sorry, instead of me just sitting watching you tearing and doing sound effects.
Yeah.
The scheduling team have also put in some fabulous bundles, which, look, I know that we have got some fabulous fabrics in our stash that you want to use, but for some reason, our team have put in a Moda Wildflowers bundle. Now, whether it is part of an improv quilt or whether it is part of another pattern that you have got in mind, we have got a metre off today, a metre for free. And this is the most beautiful bundle. I've never even seen this before. This is brand new to me, could be brand new to you. And that is a summer bundle with 8.5 metres. There's literally only 10 though. Look, you're getting loads. I mean, you are getting loads. You could make a huge, you could do a huge quilt with the amount of fabric you've got in there. £67, 42 pence, which means that you're getting a whole metre of Moda fabric for free. Now we've only got 10, So yeah, do make the most of that. It's absolutely beautiful with those ditzy prints. I love this one as well. Gorgeous. Single figures on your Moda Wildflower. If I'm being honest, we were saying, look, this is a bit different to what you would be doing for your improv quilt, but as it's been put into the hour, we might as well give you those discounts. That's a metre for free, £67 and £47 on split pay. There's now only 6 left. 6 left. A metre for free. And there's 13 gone straight into baskets. So yeah, definitely make the most of this bundle and the other bundle that's underneath us as well. There's another massive mega bundle of fabric, whether you're using them for your improv quilting or if you're after a lovely summer bundle for the bags that we had earlier with Sandi. This is Riley Blake.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Now this launched and it's literally not been on since that launch show back in Feb. So if you haven't yet seen this collection, it is gorgeous. Now this one as well, there are only 15. Very, very limited. But if you do want to have a go at your improv or maybe like your Lone Star block that we were looking at with Stuart, this would be beautiful. The bags we've just had with Sandi underneath us on the website, you'll be able to see the beautiful bag collection. What about the Galleria Quilt that we looked at with Stuart this morning? They're stunning, aren't they? Quilting weight cottons, top quality, Riley Blake, full bundle, once again, a metre for free. We couldn't not show those with those discounts. So I know that maybe this isn't for your improv quilting, maybe this is for something different, but keep the scraps for your improv. £79.90. We're approaching single figures on the Riley Blake Melody collection, which is gorgeous. It's the newest springtime. Now also, as we're speaking of fabrics that I know you're going to love and use, and if you have any left over, keep it for your improv quilting because this will sell out today.
That's beautiful.
It's your V&A Crafts of Tranquility 10-inch layer cake. Absolutely. Use this with trapunto for the moons. Love it. So you popped it into the hoop.
Put it in the hoop. Again, you need to put it a bit tighter. Take all the stabiliser off the back and the little slit that you've got, just sort of tease out the stuffing that you've got. And with a pair of tweezers, I just push it in. And then if you've got like a long, pointy paintbrush or something like that. And you don't want to put too much in it. And just put it in and then keep going to the front and keep smoothing it out. Then once you've done all that and you've got it all in that you want, you literally just sew that little slit up at the back with an overstitch and then put some fray check over the top. And then you'll cut...
Fray check over the top of
over
where,
the top
sorry?
of the little slit that you've got in the back. So there you go. So you've got the little tiny slit. So once you've sewn that up, so you'd sew that over. But because it's had the stabiliser on, it sort of stabilises the back of that quite well.
So just hand stitching.
Little hand stitch, a little overstitch there, and then just put a couple of blobs of fray check on it and it'll just hold it. And then with this one, you would just cut then that the size of the backing block that you want. And then you can put that onto anything. So
well,
then
that could be incorporated into a block on a quilt, couldn't
absolutely,
it?
Yeah. Yeah, so wherever you want to put it. So if you've got a block and you've done a block and then you want to put some punto on the top, just do that. So just sort of keep adding it onto it. And it tells you, it tells you in the book all about how to do it.
Make the most of the book whilst it's on offer today. You've got a £10 discount. It's $19.99. There's so much information. It's a big book, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Lots of fabulous ideas. There's projects in here. As I say, not the step-by-step instructions that we're familiar with our quilting patterns as normal, but giving you loads of inspirations to just dare to step outside the box a little bit.
Absolutely, yes.
Some fab inspiration, some lovely history. For anyone who loves sewing or loves quilting, this is a really, really lovely gift, isn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful book, yes. If you've got a friend that's birthday or even put it away for Christmas, for a Christmas stocking or something for them, they'll find it absolutely fascinating. Even the fact that you've got the history of it, then you've got modern updates with it, then you've got all just, it's, as I say, he doesn't give you patterns, he gives you ideas for how you can make your own and make it your own as well. And if people like doing memory quilts, there's some beautiful ideas for doing memory quilts in here as well.
I do love it. That's the author, and it's quite a bit about him as well. Yes. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a quilt, isn't it?
Yes,
there's 365 squares.
Yes.
And there's the mixture of letters and
all sorts of things. And I love the name of it because we used to say, you say, oh, it's either use or ornament.
Yeah.
And he said that's what his family used to say. I think it was his gran that used to say, what have you got that for? It's neither use nor ornament. So he's put it's use or ornament. And then there's like a little quote from William Morris where he's saying you shouldn't have anything in your home that isn't useful or beautiful. So make something really beautiful to go in your home.
This is such a great book. It's been very, very popular this hour. It's $19.99, which is discounted today while stocks last for the signed edition. Right, now, we've got lovely Juey Jumbo. Eagerly waiting in the wings. Come on in, come and join us.
Come and join the mayhem.
Because I love it when this happens. Now, I've not seen you for ages and ages, Julia. I know, yeah, you've jumped up on your block. I know, I need to as well, don't I? What I love about the Sewing Street community is the two of you have actually become really friendly through the Sewing Street.
Besties, yeah. And we met here.
That's amazing, isn't it?
We met in the green room, didn't we?
Well, we met my husband, wasn't it?
Andy in the green room on my first day, and I were all over flap.
I love
it.
I'm
calmed me down.
Because it's right in your way, Julie. But that's what's so lovely. And so from there, you've both done some fantastic collaborations, and we've got some brand new. We're going to start with the Comfort Wave bag. Now, tell me about this and the idea.
Right. This one came out a while ago, didn't it?
Yes, yeah.
There we are.
So Juey's got her lovely jumbo needles and I do the bag making. So we got together and said, wouldn't it be lovely if we did a knitted bag and I could do the lining for it? So we got together and designed this bag.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. So I do. What we said, didn't we, one day, was like, nobody puts the two together.
No.
Because I like knitting and sewing.
Yeah.
Juey likes knitting and sewing. And so people are either, oh, I knit, I sew.
Yeah.
And a lot of people do both, but they don't put those two things together.
So we wanted to do it, didn't we? We wanted to have a go at doing it.
So for anybody who is a new sewer, but you are a knitter, is this achievable to be able to make a bag?
Definitely.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. Because the knitting, it's a very good pattern that Juey's done. So, I mean, would you say that's for a beginner as well? Would you? An advanced beginner?
An advanced beginner. You basically just need to know how to knit and purl.
Yeah, okay.
And making sort of the wave pattern is just a combination of that.
This is such a cool pattern, isn't it? And I love the fact that you can see that pop of colour with the lining as well.
We've done a double lining inside it so that you've got inside you've got quite a nice bright colour to pop and a pocket in it as well. But then you can see on the outside, so we've done it as a double lining so that when you can see through, you just see the back of the fabric and the seams on it. So we said no, so it's done like a double bag that you then sort of stitch into the bag.
Right. I mean, it is gorgeous, isn't it? And I love the flap. Look at this. Yeah. That is gorgeous.
Because when she first said to me, "Oh, I've done a double lining," I weren't like, "Oh, we've been in it." I mean, I can sew, but knit, I don't. It's not my main thing. And then I realised, because you'd see the back of the fabric, wouldn't you?
Because it's quite an open weave, you can see it through, and I wanted it to look really nice looking through.
So have we got bundles for this, or is it use your stash?
It's
usual stash.
Amazing.
So
how
we are
much?
a bit like that. We like to use, I particularly like to use
up with
stash.
so much. I mean, I do as well. You see material, like the material you had on today, you see that and you think,
Yeah.
I'll buy that. And then it's often put away, and people like to stroke the materials, don't they?
Yeah.
But it's put away and people don't tend to use it. So we're both very much, why not? Because I do scrappy things. Juey does with all hers as well.
I think that was one main thing we had in common, wasn't it? Andy said to me, you need to meet my wife, We're both into scrappy things.
You've included the full-size
So we've got the full-size patterns inside it as well.
Fantastic. So is it sort of two different patterns within here that you're going to be able to make the lining in the bag and then, Juey, you've done the...
That's exactly it, right.
Right, so then you've done the knitting
side of
it.
Yeah, and it's all in the one pattern,
Right.
So we've got full-size patterns for the inside bag, and then all the pattern that you need for the knitting side of it as well.
Now, if you do, you're more a visual learner, you've also done
there's always the
full
pictures
step-by-step
inside.
photos. So anybody who is more of a knitter and hasn't sewn before, don't panic with your instructions.
No, because I find this is why it came about, wasn't it? Because you said to me, why don't you do a knitted bag? And I said, because they need to be lined, because we need some structure. It's just...
They're too floppy otherwise, aren't they? Yes,
She goes, well, that's it. We'll do it together.
Because I have actually seen a knitted bag, but it's been then now line it however you choose.
That's what
so
you've
then
always
it's
got.
difficult.
Exactly.
And especially if you're more of the knitter than the sewer, it's nice. But then if you're a sewer, you know how to do the bag lining, but you wouldn't necessarily know how to make the nice knitted bit to go around the outside. So we thought we'll get together and do a bit of all of it.
Now, is there any particular yarn that you would suggest?
Well, what
this
you need,
is
well, this is a merino yarn
which we both love.
So it's a little bit more pricey.
Right.
That one weren't, were it?
That was just something more
acrylic yarn. But you need a super chunky weight.
Right,
That's what you need. Super chunky weight.
Okay.
Not chunky, super chunky.
Super chunky weight.
Yeah.
And this is, do I do any sewing up with the bag, or is it made in one?
It's like one long strip. I'm trying to recall how it were now. It's
and
one
then just
long
sewn down the side.
And you sew down the side.
And you add the...
And you add this separately, don't you?
Right, and I love the fact that you could do it with a button or with the blue machine or pom-pom.
Yes.
And is that a little magnetic
It is,
snap as well?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Brilliant. So if you've got your blue machine or your green machine, you're going to have fun being able to finish it off. Sew on handles as well, straightforward.
Sorry, Vix, but what we can do is, as we're bringing the new winding one on later on, I can show you how to make your stash of yarn into super chunky yarn.
Oh, brilliant. I love this tool. I think this is brilliant because we do all have a huge stash of yarn.
All different
and
types,
sometimes you've got lots of, and you think, I want to make that bag, and then you look at your stash and you don't always have it, do you? And it's the same with the lining. I mean, we've done the lining with two, so we've done the outer bit is like the pale, so like a nice turquoise, and then inside we've got that real nice pop of flowers in it. And then I think we did it the other way around with that, so you got the flowers, and then you just got the plain. So if you've got a good sort of like half a metre of a material that you think, you can put the two together, so you can have the pop on the outside or on the inside, or so you can use all your, and then you could put something completely different on the centre bit as well.
Just use what you've got.
You could use different ones for the pockets.
And there's a pocket inside.
There's a pocket inside, and again, you could put two pockets in. You could put a popper on there. You could put a button on there. You could, if you've got
Georgie inside, don't it have to be a pocket?
Yeah. And if you've got the blue machine from earlier on, you could make a lovely big button and colour it to the material that you've got inside and use it on the outside as well.
Toggle.
A lovely toggle on it. Or
sometimes, I mean, I've got one button that I've got a thing about buttons that you fall in love with. And you think, oh, I just want that piece to put that one button on, and that'd be ideal, wouldn't
That
it?
button was the one that I had, because I bought it from a show, and it was a handmade one from somebody, and I thought that will go on as something sometime. And when Juey did that, I said, I know just the button to go on that one. So yeah, you can do buttons on it, you could do toggles, you could do the little clasps, you know, so you could sew on the little leather buckle on it if you wanted to.
I've never seen this lovely wave design on a bag as well.
Yeah,
It does.
It's called wave, is the actual pattern. Yeah, so that's why we said wave. Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And achievable to do. If you've got a bit of knitting experience, as long as you can knit and purl, then you can do it. And also, coming up in a bit, if you're thinking, oh, I don't really have super chunky yarn in my stash, got a lot of double knit, don't have super chunky yarn, doesn't matter. And imagine mixing loads of colours together.
Yeah.
That would look incredible as multicoloured.
It's this type of thing, isn't it? This is your jumbo. This is it all mixed together.
Fantastic.
But where the winding one was to make jumbo, if you remember, now it can also make super chunky as well.
Which
so
is
you have
what
a
we've
double-ended
used.
winding one.
It's
Mark
coming.
2 winding one.
It's coming up in the next hour, but we had to talk about the collab because how many collaboration patterns have you done now?
We've done almost, well, I did 3 really, isn't it? Yes, because I made the tulle one, which is just off there.
Oh yes, the tulle. Yes, let me get
Which we've done because if people buy Juey's handmade, beautiful knitting needles,
She makes all these things for me.
they're gorgeous, but they're massive, so you can't just put them in a bag. So I made this for Juey.
Fantastic!
And then when I come down, all my tools are in here.
How handy is this? Now we've got a pattern for this as well, haven't we? Which is the knitting needle case, and it is designed to fit those incredible but very big knitting needles. So anybody, and I know you've got them in the hundreds.
I was struggling, weren't I?
That's right. Yes, she's had all the, and then she was spilling them when she came out. So I designed this so that can put it all.
Wow! Oh my word!
I mean, it's not. We can fill it up with even more.
Yeah, there's lots of things that you can put in it. Yeah.
Amazing. So
Even
you're going to be able to fit.
I've got all those little
you can put all your little
bits and bobs.
Fantastic, fantastic.
So
I've just thought of everything, and now I can just sling it over my shoulder and off I go.
Yeah, it's got the strap on there. Yeah. I suppose you can adjust it as well
to whatever sizes you want. Yeah,
you need or how many pockets you need.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Brilliant. So if you do have anything, so they come in the most beautiful box as well.
Yes.
But I suppose if you are taking them on the move, they're not the most portable ones. So you come in here. This is brilliant, isn't it?
It's really, really been worth it for me.
Because you want to collect them because she's always bringing new ones out and they're lovely. So and they're so nicely made. I mean, the finish on them is just perfect, and you don't want to spoil that. And it does, because it's all done with bosal inside as well, so it's got quite a nice padding in it. Yeah. So it'll really look after your needles.
You don't want to get them dinted, do you? No. Or your box made a mess, really. That box that keepsake.
Yeah, you can keep those.
Is it done from measurements or templates?
It's measurements, I think, in this one.
Brilliant.
Yes. So, and then you can sort of alter it to whatever measurements you want inside it.
And then show me how this all folds down. Right. So it's got that lovely
goes
protective
over the
cover
top
over the
to
top.
sort of go there. Then we just literally roll it in. Then that bit goes over and fastens on here. Pressed it there. And then we've just put a bit of tape round it just to make sure that if you are on the move, you can keep it
nice and snug, can't you?
Nice together. And then you've got the strap that you can add on. So you can just pop it over. I've tied it inside there, but normally you would put it, and then you've got that to sort of hold them. And you can make that to whatever size you want.
Yeah. See, that
brilliant.
Is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. And then you can take it to your classes or wherever you want to go with it. You can tell it's well
I
loved.
love that you've made
well loved.
It's
Look at it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And thank you for designing
it everywhere.
this for everybody who has also got
and thank you for Sandi, because she did, honestly, didn't you see me struggling? Things have happened for a reason, don't they?
Yeah, we saw her coming in with all these needles going everywhere, and I said, I'm going to make you a case of those.
Made me cry when she gave it.
I can tell, you know, the friendship between
me going like, I remember you giving me this. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, Sewing Street's brought some great friends, hasn't it? So
we talk to each other every day, don't we? Or every other, you know.
Yeah, we've got some exciting things coming
up.
We're
working on something really exciting.
Yes.
What's Yarnstorm?
Yarnstorm is like, to me, I made it up that, really. It was like, you've just sat in a storm of yarn, isn't it, really?
It's a pattern that we've got,
It's a pattern. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's a pattern that we've got. It's the footstool.
Oh, brilliant, that's it.
The next one.
I'll
move these out of your way.
I am in love with this. This is brilliant. Again, teamed up together.
Teamed up together, yes.
So what was the idea behind this one then? You wanted a fabulous footstool.
Again, we wanted to use yarns up that we had. Often when you're down at night, you think, oh, I want to just put my feet up a bit. And I was saying to you, I need to put my feet up because I have a bad legs. Age, I think it is.
You know, we were looking at time of year as well, weren't we? Because I'd done that cake, the cake, which is next. But I said to her, you aren't really going to want to have knitting. A lot of people don't want to knit in the summer.
In the summer, yeah.
Or spring, you know.
Especially something like a big blanket, yeah.
So this is what happened. This is what his theory behind it was. He said, well, we can put his feet up on that. And then I said, and that, you see, when after you've been sunbathing all day and it comes cool on a night, instead of sitting out in an old blanket, you can just wrap this round you instead.
And put your feet up on here,
all together.
And these yarns are all made again
With the winding wand.
With the winding one, which is all of your, you know, your scrap yarns basically that you've managed to put together to create all these cool variegated yarns. It's a big footstool, isn't it? And then Sandi, you've also lined this.
Yes, so I've lined that as well. Yeah, so I've made a lining for it, which is really easy. I've got my little bit somewhere. Here it is.
Because the fabrics for the lining, do I need how much fabric do I need? 1.5 meters?
Yes, about 1.5 meters if you want this size, because you can make it to whatever size you want, really,
can't
you? Because Juey will show you how to make it.
You'll just reduce your amount of stitches.
Yeah.
If you wanted it smaller, if you wanted it bigger, you'll put more stitches.
What a great idea, honestly. I love these. I've got a few sort of, you know, big, what you can take out into the garden if you want. You can have as a football. They're
Kids love it.
Yeah.
Grandkids love it.
So are you going to use this with, you've got the polystyrene pellets in it. I suppose you could also put your stuffing in here.
So you could use toy stuffing.
Can we open it?
Yeah. Yes, it's underneath. So
how do you open it then?
Yeah.
You can use it as toy storage.
Yeah.
Oh, does it open like this?
I don't know if I did not. Yeah. Let's see if
oh my word.
Because you know what you knotted, didn't you? Because you can see they're all different yarns. But I mean, if you've got a big pack of, say, an oatmeal colour or something like that, you could do it all in one colour.
Lovely, yeah.
You know, you don't have to use your stash.
I don't know if I did.
Some people like things that are just one colour, don't they?
Yeah.
Crazy
I might have knotted it too tight because I knew I was coming here and I didn't want it to.
Right.
Done. But yeah, so you'd knot it. So this is. It opens up here.
What I'm going to do
so
is I'll show you. Let's get that one.
And then you've got sort of like the lining inside. So you make the lining, put it into here.
Right.
Then stuff it.
Yeah.
Then pull this tight together to close it
and you
up.
put the template in
No,
for
we
the
haven't,
lining.
because you can make it whatever size you want.
Yeah.
We sort of told you that the size, if you go with this one,
Yeah.
the size of the radius is 20.5.
Okay.
So literally all I did, I brought this in because this is exactly how I did it. I got so Juey gave me the cushion all sort of done, and I literally taped some bits of paper together, sat it down, and drew round it.
Right, okay.
And then
and
then I folded this into 4 and just neatened it off to make sure that you got a nice circle on it. And then I cut out 2 pieces of material, but when you cut out the second piece of material, make sure you put a pleat in it, because we're going to put a zip in that, so it gives you a bit of an extra. So then I would put this over the top and cut it out.
Fabulous. Whilst you're at it then, get this pattern, get your zips and fasteners handy, guys.
Absolutely, yes.
Brilliant.
Yes. So then what you do, so you've got the bottom one, then you've got the top one. So you would open that out after you've done it and cut it down the centre.
Yeah.
Then you sew it together again, but you'd sew 3 inches in on one side, 3 inches in on the other side, and then baste it across here.
Yeah.
With the longest foot that you got. It's all written down in the pattern.
Okay.
And then you'd open it out, and then using sticky tape, you would put your zip inside here, so it's only in the middle bit, because you don't need a huge opening for it.
Do you want quite a heavy-duty zip, though?
No, it doesn't matter. I've just used
just like the zip on the rolls that we were using
that's
earlier.
What we've done, yeah.
Your zipper jib.
So it's about a 5, I would say, on that
5
one.
or
You
6,
could use smaller if you wanted, and I would put that just in the middle where I'd basted it there on the underside and sew it in. Then I've got a line, a wall or a gusset to go round it. So I've got 2 pieces which I've sewn together. And then literally you would just then put this onto here and pin it all the way round.
Yeah,
until you meet at the far end. And then I've given you a bit of extra so that you can then join together. So you can see I've got the line over. So you would
And remember,
start
this
it
is
here.
the inside.
This is the inside.
Don't panic.
And then
you're not
then you do the top on, but don't forget when you sew the top on, make sure you have your zip open.
Open. You're
Because
gonna
then
wanna
otherwise
turn
you
it
sew it
through.
all up and you're thinking, how do I put anything in it? So you have it open, sew that on, turn it inside out. Literally, this would take you an hour, if that, even to draw the circle and everything.
Yeah.
And then I put it into the bag
Yeah.
before I'd stuffed it.
And I'll show you how it fastens.
Yep, so you popped it into the bag, then we filled this one with the polystyrene beads.
Yeah.
And I also put a
lovely,
couple
isn't
of bags of like the plastic beads, you know, the bit heavier ones.
pellets, weren't
They're like the pellets, just to give it a bit of weight.
Yeah.
So you could have maybe a bag of rice in it to make it, if you wanted it heavier, you know, don't want it to sort of float around anywhere. You could put old stockings in it, you could put old scraps of material that you've got in it that you couldn't make into a quilt
I
or
had,
anything.
you know, again, scraps of yarn.
Scraps
and
of yarn,
stuff. Filled it with anything.
Absolutely
really.
anything you can put in it and fill it as big as you want to, you know. So.
Yeah.
And then
I
you just
absolutely love it. Yeah, then
So how you
join it up.
construct,
So then-
how you construct it is, you've got,
You come on over this side. Oh, actually, no, you've got your step,
Yes,
haven't
that's
you?
right,
I was gonna say we've,
so how you construct it is, it's
Thank
one
you.
long, a long rectangle. So this is what I'm making, a rectangle. And then you join it in a round.
Right.
Right, so the cast on and cast off edges, join them together. Just back stitch them together.
Yeah.
And then turn it the right way around, right? And then that's when the magic comes. It's so simple, you feel a fraud showing this, but you basically are just going to, you'd have a needle, but you don't have to have a needle because it's so thick, is that. You're just going to have to go through, thread some spare yarn through all the way around and go at the top, because I actually, when I started doing it, I went lower down, but it doesn't fold, sort of close up as well if you go lower down. So just go in your top edges. This is exactly the same at the bottom and the top.
Yeah.
And just go around them all. Can everybody see this? I'm in the right.
Yeah, you're in the right
am I
place.
right?
I can see you.
Nearly there now. But you can get your gist. This is what's going to happen. We're just going to be like,
And that all gathers.
and it'll gather it all
in
together.
together.
Yeah. No shaping or anything.
Do you want to keep it that you can open it, or was this for telly purposes?
Yes, but normally you would put just a bow on it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I did it quite tight because I thought we were carrying it
Yeah.
around. And
Yeah,
stuff,
we didn't want it
and
to
I
come
didn't
out,
know, we
did
didn't
we?
want anything to come out. So, but normally, yeah, if you did that, so that then if you wanted to wash this,
Yeah.
you could just undo the bow,
Yeah.
open this bit out, take your bag out with all your beads in, so they're not going to go anywhere. You can pop this in your wash, give it a
Yeah.
good wash,
Yeah, give it-
and then put it back
Well, you
over
could be
the
making
top.
a few
Wash it
of
on the
these in
wool.
different
Wash it
colours.
on
Yes,
the wool wash because
okay.
you don't
Yes.
know what all your mix of
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
yarns
that's right,
are.
yes.
So,
But you could have all
that's
different
what.
colours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course you
And then
could.
you interchange them, you know, different seasons.
If you had like
Exactly.
green and red for Christmas,
Yeah.
or you know, a
Yeah.
nice bright yellow one for
You're not having
spring
to
one
make
with
another
those.
lining.
Yeah, so we've gone
that's
all the way around like that, just looping it around, and then you just basically pull it together like that. This is how simple it is.
And then we put a big pom-pom on the
I
top.
love the
because we love
pom-pom.
we love the
And it
pom-pom.
draws together like that.
Yeah.
Like a little
And doing
hat.
that on the top
You do
and
this,
the bottom,
yeah.
same
Then
again.
put your thing
bag
in. Obviously, you've got it
inside
like
now.
that.
Yeah.
Put your bag in now you've made of your pellets. Do exactly the same thing again. Draw it all together, and that'll be your poof.
Put a pom-pom if you wish.
Put a pom-pom if you wish.
It's
Or a big
great,
button on the
isn't
top,
it?
or yeah.
This is the first time that we've done anything like this. And I
And then just pull it
absolutely love
apart like that.
Yeah.
So usually, you know, when we haven't tied it,
That's
you
right.
just pull it apart again.
Take your
it
bag out, yeah.
Wash it. Put it back in. Pull it together
And when
again.
you're filling it, just
Yeah.
zip it up for a bit and take. I use like a little funnel or something because the beads go absolutely everywhere. The cat loved it; it was full of beads everywhere. But if you're doing beads, do that. But if you're stuffing it, just sort of push anything
Yeah.
you want in it to just sort of
Yeah.
make it. So
Now this is
stuff it out.
Tunisian crochets, this one. But you can knit it if you want. You
Right.
could do a knit if you want. But
Yeah.
we used Tunisian crochet, didn't we? We decided on that because it's a lot more structured. You can feel
Yes.
it's a lot more structure to it.
Quite sort of tactile, isn't
it
it? So,
is.
yeah,
So,
So, and
tactile
it gives a
sort
nice
of-
basket weave.
Yes.
And again, I get my pattern. I get
It's
the
all the
Yes.
instructions are on the in the
Yeah.
pattern Tunisian crochet. Also, you've got a YouTube that I can link to as well. That's me demonstrating Tunisian
Oh,
crochet.
fantastic. So if you've not done Tunisian crochet before, what hooks do I need for this then?
You need the, again, it's in the pattern, you need the large Tunisian crochet hook.
Yeah, because these are a bit unique, aren't they? I remember when me and you launched these years ago.
Yeah.
And they've got the hole on the Am I the one?
Oh no, you're on the winding one now.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But to do this, it's the Tunisian crochet hook. So you need it to be longer because with Tunisian crochet, you leave your stitches on your needle. And you crochet, but you sort of take them off and put them back on. Take them off, put them back on.
Do we have any of these, do you know?
Yes, we do. They should be on the show. Yeah. Are they not?
What we'll do is we'll bring those in your hour then. We're going to go to a
Perhaps
quick break.
that's where they are, yes.
And then we'll bring you the Tunisian crochet hooks. We've got loads of your tools. We've got the wool winder as well, haven't we? We've got to let Sandi go home now.
Yes, we'll have to go home now. She's doing fantastic.
Thank you ever so much. Mwah. It's so lovely to see you. And yeah, thank you for your collabs together.
Oh, we love it.
And look out for our new one, yes.
We will.
This is totally different.
It is completely different for us.
Exciting, exciting. Right, do not go anywhere because Julie's going to stay with us for the last hour of the show. We've got loads more to still bring to you. We've got the wool winder, we've got all the tools, we've got the Tunisian crochet hooks as well. All coming up right after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Welcome back. Now, those of you that have been waiting for this tool, I'm so excited that we've got this back in stock. I've not actually seen this for...
No one's seen it. And it's exclusive to Sewing Street.
Brand new.
Yeah.
Brand new. Right, so
new.
I've done a wool winder with you before.
You have, yes. You've done the original.
So this is now...
This is Mark II.
Right. What's the difference with this
Mark
one then?
II now, you can do chunky, super chunky yarn and jumbo yarn.
Right.
So it's got a hole at each end now.
So now,
yeah.
this means that you can do, you know, like the footstool, well, no, not the footstool we're looking at, because that's Tunisia and crochet, but the amount, the yarn that you've wound was with the jumbo yarn.
So what it is everything that I do is jumbo. It was jumbo. And then we started to bring out the bags. You know the bag that we've just done? The wave bag. Now that's super chunky. So people started then saying to me, but I haven't got any super chunky yarn, but I've got lots of 4-ply, or I've got some DK and some 4-ply, I've got some Aran, and how do we get it up to super chunky? And then that spurred it then, because people kept asking me, how do we do it? And then I tell them, and then, but how do you know that? And again, I just knew. So I had to find a way of teaching it.
Right.
So that's how this happened. And then I also can engrave now, and I can engrave everything for us.
Do you know what I love is that it's fast results, isn't it? When you're using your super chunky or your jumbo yarn, it's really fast results. You can work with some really cool colours, and I mean, I've seen you do this in such
quick time.
Random colours. You don't even need to be spending time sorting through your stash, being like, right, I need all of my pinks or all my oranges. No, you can literally grab.
Yeah. So what it basically is you're going to now be able to do a yarn that's thinner than a jumbo.
Yes,
so
brilliant.
The
And we've
next
got
one down
loads
is
of
super
DK.
chunky. Yeah.
I've got loads of DK yarn or
Yeah.
Aran weight or different yarns in there.
So the difference is just the size of the hole. So the holes make the difference now.
Right.
So
And
it's
I love the
same
fact they're
thing,
all engraved
and they're
as
all
well.
engraved now, so you won't get confused. So we know that that's the hole for the super chunky, that's the hole for the jumbo, and it's there saying what size needle you need to use for jumbo, 25, and it's saying what size needles you need to use for super chunky, which is a 10mm or a 12mm.
Fantastic.
It's all wrote out for you now.
Now it comes with
Yes.
instructions, QR code.
And
This
QR
is new.
code,
Right, where's
yeah.
this taking me to your website?
Yes, it's taking you to the YouTube website, and it's showing you how to use it.
Oh, fantastic.
And there's just a quick run through how to use it as well if you don't want to go on the YouTube.
Brilliant. Now, also, I must say, the packaging is beautiful. So if you are gifting it to somebody,
Yeah.
I mean, Ollie, you've just said, was it your niece loves crochets and knitting, but wants to work with the real chunky yarn. She's only 16, loves it.
Right, yeah.
So this
yeah.
would be a great gift
Great
for somebody as well, as it's in that beautiful packaging as well. Can you show us how quick and easy this is
I can,
to
yeah.
do?
Let's-
So if you've got a random stash here,
So we have
of-
a random stash here. Let's,
I mean real random stash, you've got some real fluffy
we've got
yarn
some fluffy
there.
yarns, we've got
variegated.
some four-ply, variegated, we've got some cotton. Let's try that.
And
We've got
so
some
you
cotton.
can literally, there is no rhyme and reason into what you can
No, you
or
can do
can't
anything,
use.
yeah. So what I'll do is, I tend to put a few together, because you'll get to know eventually how big or how many strands you need.
Okay.
But I tend to put a few things together to start with. And then do you remember, we were always losing a pokey tool. And now we've got a pokey tool
So
in the
you've
box
put
as
that
well.
in there as well.
So we're just going to poke these through the hole. So they come out the other side.
I want to remind everybody who, because we don't get to see you, you know, every week, Julie, but these are all handmade as well, aren't they?
Yeah, everything's handmade. Everything's handmade in my workshop. I do them all, and Andrew, my husband, does them now. And me and Dad started the company, and sadly Dad's no longer. And so Andrew's taken over, so everything's made by us. We don't buy it in or anything. We do it all to get together. So what you see now is, you can see the super chunky. You can still see light through there.
Yeah.
So it means we need to add another one, add some more. So until you can see, we don't see any light through.
You
and
keep using
you
your
keep
pokey tool.
using your pokey tool, poke it through. Crochet hook will work as well, but just that people always saying, oh, I wish I had something to poke through. So I just I listen to what people want really, and I've gone wrong way. I am sorry. You know, it's always usually the idea comes from something someone said.
Yeah.
You know, oh, why could I do this? You know, and then my brain starts going in a strange way.
So do you spend most of your time now making these?
Yeah. Yeah, I do, yeah. Because what happened was, I sort of diversified a bit, and we was doing more yarn. And there is a lot of yarn shops out there, and it wasn't my love at all. I mean, we want yarn to be able to do it, but the actual selling of it and all that just didn't do it for me at all. And then we got busier and busier. I just couldn't afford the time to do it. So I'm totally tools now.
Yeah.
It's not going to be lots of yarns and things. You know, we can use other people's, but I'm totally tools.
And it's using up your stash.
And it's using
That's
up
your
the stash.
passion as well,
That
isn't
was
it? Yeah.
the original thing when we first started, that me and Dad said, it all started because I had too much wool, too much yarn. So that's how it all started, and I've gone really pivoted back right to roots now, and I just feel right about it. Yeah. So we've sort of got enough. I think we might just fit one more in. Let's just find another thinner one. But if we'd have used a thicker one, you see, we'd have filled the holes now. But I think one more, and that's a double.
So what happens if I've only got so much of one yarn, like you know, a wool that's not as big? Can I join them?
Yes. Now I've got a way of joining them. I mean, it's not my way, but I show you, and it's a really quick way to do it. I'll do that. Shall we do that after I've done?
Do it in a minute, yeah.
So you can see now. You can't. I don't know if we can see it on TV. We can't see through the hole.
Okay.
And what happens is when you pull, there's a little bit of resistance.
Okay.
So you can feel that resistance. If you don't have any resistance, then add another one. So this should now give me the sort of size to use as a super chunky yarn. So what I'm doing now is we're just going to wrap around twice, and then we're going to go on a diagonal. Again, it's on lots of YouTubes how to use it, and we turn it, and we do a couple of wraps.
And you're using this directly from...
A couple of wraps. Yeah, using this directly
balls,
from your balls, yeah. And turn another 2, and turn. Just keep turning. I usually go 2 or 3. Turn. 2. Turn.
And you are essentially here making your own new cake or your new ball.
Well, it comes out like a cake, doesn't it? Yeah. You see, you've remembered, haven't you? And your memory must be good.
Oh, no, well, I must admit, your story and your journey and your passion has stood out for me so much. I love you coming here.
Thank you.
You're so inspiring, and it's just a great way of resourcing. I love the ideas that, you know, people think, it's always exciting getting new collections of fabric or yarn or new kits and new things. But we are all the same. We end up having lots of things that you then thinking, right, I really need to do a bit of a...
Do something with that. Got. Yeah, yeah.
And the results that you get. So you are essentially turning any scraps of yarn that you have... into that jumbo yarn.
I'll show you now. Let me just cut it. I've got some snippers somewhere. Right, so when you've sort of...
But how do I know when I've done it? When I've got enough?
Right, so when you run out, this is what we'll pretend we've run out.
So you do keep going until you've run out of one?
Keep going until you've run out of one. So say we get that one runs out. So that's gone, it's run out. And we think, oh, I've got all this, carrying on. So what we're going to do is, we're going to join another one.
Now, do I have to join the same colour, similar colour?
You want to... Don't have to join the same colour, but you need to sort of join a similar weight.
I'm with you.
You can see they look quite similar, don't they? Just do it by eye. You don't have to be precise, but you can see they look quite similar. So what I do is, my grandma taught me this, but I don't really see it much. People do it. But basically, you put your yarns like that. So one's going this way, one's going that way. You take one yarn and you wrap it around that one, and you tie a knot. Can you see?
Yeah.
Right. And you do the same with this one. So we're going to wrap it around. So you sort of wrap it around that yarn. And you tie a knot. So you're like tying your knot around your yarn. Keep thinking that, because that's what keeps me remembering it. And then watch this. Pull it together like that.
I like that.
Pull it together like that.
Yeah.
This is better work now. I'll look so silly if it don't. Right. Cut that off right near to... So you've only got a tiny knot and you don't see loads of threads.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's it. That is...
it's gone now. But that's because the wool broke.
Tugged it too hard.
Tugged it too hard. Yeah, it's the wool that broke. Look, the knot hasn't broke. Can you see? The knot's still there.
Yeah, the knot's still there.
It's the yarn that broke. I knew this would happen. Yeah, that's because that's a really soft yarn. But yeah.
Yeah,
so it's
the knot will stay there. Okay, brilliant. So you keep going until it's...
So you keep going.
And look at this new yarn that you've created.
Isn't it lovely?
Am I needing to twist these round as I'm going, or do they just naturally...
No, they twist as you're winding. Yeah, I mean, the whole winding thing is an age-old... It's called an osterpin. We've discussed before, but the actual making of the holes and things like that, that's never been done before.
Wow.
But I can't afford to paint it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So we carry on and we just keep going, joining in new yarns until we've finished. And then I'll just sort of show you now what
how do I get this off my winding tool?
Right. So now you've got your tail and I just like tuck it under somewhere. Keep it nice and taut. Use your little pokey tool if you want to again. Keeps it nice and snug. Looking neat. And then the magic happens. So now what we're doing is we're going to pull it off here. So out it comes.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's literally as easy as that. And you've made yourself.
And there you are. Now you can start now. doing your knitting.
Fantastic. Yeah,
It
this is
comes
great
out
for
like
knitters
that.
and crocheters.
Yeah.
Love that.
So there's your super chunky yarn. And so if you added more strands and you use this, the other side, the other hole, jumbo, you'd get an even thicker one, which will make you like the poncho.
But
and
your
the
super
footstool.
chunky.
Your super chunky is going to give you this sort of weight.
So now you can start making
The bag.
your bag, your wave bag.
Yeah.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
So
Brand
any pattern
new
you
tool.
see, it says, you need super chunky to do it. That's how you can do it.
Remember, this is the Mark II. This is the new edition of the winding tool. It's got the super chunky. It's also got the jumbo. I love that it's engraved as well, so you know which one is which. It tells you what hook or needle to use as well.
Remember, it's not just knitting, it's crochet as well, yes.
Yeah, knitters and crocheters, absolutely use
Just
up your
use
yarn
up your yarn,
stash.
yeah. Go to
That's
the if
it.
you haven't got any, go to the charity shops and buy it, you know, and use it up and create different creations. And people want a plain one. If you just get a pack of yarn, you know, the thinner yarn's cheaper, you see. And create your own.
Absolutely. Now we also have loads of other tools to bring you, but that is the brand new Winding Wand Mark II. I've got one more exclusive, which is the Juey Jumbo original toolkit.
Yes.
What do I get in the original toolkit?
Well, when we first started, Dad and I, when we first started, these are the first ever, I think it's that big box with the elastic on.
Oh, thank you.
It's the first ever tools we made. So we started off with the needles.
Yes.
And then quite quickly, I got him addicted and we're like, right, I need a crochet hook, Dad. So that was number 2. And then we needed a cable needle, that was number 3. And then the Tunisian hook, the long one, I don't isn't.
Is that included in here?
No, it's not that
though?
one. It's in that box, I think.
Do you get that in your?
Or is it this one? Sorry, yeah, it should have been in here. Yeah, you get this as well.
Oh, amazing!
So you have 2 long ones, 3 long ones, and 2 short ones. So you have a Tunisian hook to create the footstool.
Yeah.
Your needles to create the poncho.
Yeah.
Or anything you do in super chunky. They're 25mm. All my tools are 25mm. Your regular crochet hook.
Is this all with your jumbo yarn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the original jumbo yarn. Yes. And then you've got your cable needle. So these are all handmade. And they'll all come
And
in
they
the
are
box.
gorgeous quality as well. I
Yeah,
mean,
they're
they're
so
so smooth, aren't they? And to be able to have it discounted today to £54, this is actually supposed to be £78.
78, isn't it? Yes.
78, and you've got it today, exclusive to Sewing Street or Yarn Lane at £54. Now, obviously, we couldn't make hundreds of these. It is obviously Julie who is making them.
Yeah, there's a limited amount for this offer for you, because this would just do offer, weren't it? You know, and get started. You know, this is all you need to get started, and you've all the crafts that I cover.
Now, knitted needles, did you ever knit under your arms?
That's why I knit. Yeah, I'll knit with one under my arm like this.
Yeah.
And then the other one here.
Is it a northern thing?
I think it, well, so it did. When I did the history of knitting, it's a northern thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. It came from in the north, up in the Shetland Isles, places like that. They tended the sheep. So the ladies knitted at the same time as tending the sheep. You know, they were like, it was to make money. They obviously had to knit to make money. Those the fancy ganzes, you know, the Aran sweaters and things like that. So they could walk about knitting. So what happened is they used to have a knitting belt. And it used to be a belt that went round, and needles then didn't have an end cap. They were two double pointed. So they were like this, a point to each side. So they went in this belt. Both points went in this belt, so they'd walk around knitting while they were tending the sheep. Then eventually, it made its way up under the arm, because they got ends on them, and that's how it happens. They could like walk down to the shops, or because they'd be miles to a shop, and knit at the same time. They were always working.
No way.
Yeah.
That's so cool. But, I mean, this is something that I know you had only seen. Was it in America?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these are absolutely amazing. To be able to get these here in the UK, handmade, they're gorgeous just on their own, and such a special gift for somebody you know.
If you can get them up, they're always a lot shorter.
Oh, is it? They just look ornamental.
We do the shorter ones, but...
You can use them, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're not just ornamental.
No, not at all. And it was the story was when I came back from America, I used to work out there promoting knitting yarns for a lady. And I'd seen these guys doing something with it, but they were knitting wire, and they were actually even bigger than these. But it were wire and sculptures they were making. I'm thinking, if I could do that with my... This is 25 years ago. I hadn't seen, they hadn't come here then. And so I bought some, and they took them off me at customs. So that was what happened. They took them off me at customs. I was absolutely devastated, and they were quite expensive. So when I came home, I was telling my dad this story. He says, well, what are you going to do with them? I said, well, all that yarn I've got upstairs, because I'd worked for so many yarn companies, got so much. I said, I can't sit there with 4-ply and these tiny needles. I haven't got the patience. So I thought if I put them all together like this, then I'll be able to do big things like rugs and blankets and things. And then, hence, they were a broom handle, and he said, I'll make you some. So he made this first lot out of this broom handle. And again, I was promoting for someone else, and they said, oh, bring them along and see how they sell. And I got him to make, I think, 20 pairs, and 10 minutes they've gone.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not surprised, because they are so unique, and I think they look so impressive in your workroom, craft room. To have them up on a shelf or something, they would look amazing. But not only do you get those original, now they're the biggest jumbo needles.
They're the biggest ones, yeah.
Then you also get your Tunisian crochet hook. So if you watched the hour previous and saw, where's my amazing foot? Still gone. Oh, here we go. I'll find it.
Sandi taking it home.
We got it. So this is Tunisian crochet, which I'd never heard of before. I had with you.
Done this together.
Me and you have done it together, but I hadn't heard of Tunisian crochet.
Again, in America, it was. I think it's very popular, and it was then. And like when you're in the trade, you sort of like. You've learned everything, and when I saw this, I was like so eager to learn something new. So, and I just took to it. I just loved it.
And did you say there's a YouTube video as well?
I can show you a quick demo. I've got quite an in-depth YouTube video showing you how all the different things you need to know. But it's really quite simple once you've mastered it.
Now, to have the Tunisian, why can't I say Tunisian? Tunisian crochet hook, you've got one in here.
You only need one.
You only need
you
one?
You don't do it with like needles.
Okay.
You just, crochet just has one hook.
Yeah.
That's it. You'd use one hook.
Yeah.
But the method's different.
Right, okay.
To normal crochet. So normal crochet, you end up back always with one loop.
Yeah.
At the end, one chain. You do it with Tunisian, which I'll show you the difference. So this one I've started already, and what we're going, as I say, if you go on the YouTube, it's under Juey Jumbo. It'll show you exactly how to start, finish, but the pattern shows you as well, tells you as well.
I've got the short length Tunisian crochet hooks, which is the one that you're using there, I believe.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, that's the one that we have available. It's £15.99 if you just want your 25
Is the long one not in there then?
The short one's available. I'm not sure yet. We'll see if we can find the long one, but you do get the short one on its own.
Yeah. So what we do here is we keep stitches on the needle. So you'll see it's a bit like weaving, when the shuttle comes in and then goes back.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. So what we do is we pick up under here and we keep it on. Now normally you'd do another one and take it off, wouldn't you, and go under again, and we keep it on. So I think I've got 8 here. But it'll show you how to cast on and how we get started and everything, and the pattern goes into it as well. It's got a full page of instructions on how to do Tunisian before you get into the pattern, so it's quite an in-depth pattern. And then we go into this one. That's your last one. So we should have 8 now. Good tip to do is keep checking, because you can sometimes miss that last one. It creeps behind and hides. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, it's done it. We've missed it again, you see. It hides behind here.
Right.
So let me take it off. Sometimes
that's a great thing about crochet though as well, isn't it? It's easy to correct.
You can take it, there it is. That's the only thing that you've got to remember. And like when I first learned, I kept forgetting that. And I kept getting a swatch that sort of went off like that on an angle.
Kept missing the end one.
But just roll it between your fingers and you'll find it. It's behind here. As you get going, you'll see. It's because I put it down and started again. So now we'll have 8. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 8. So they're all there on now. And then what you do in this next is you take them off. And this is all there is for this pattern. It's just 2 rows. So
amazing.
the first stitch, you go through 1.
Yeah.
And that's only the first stitch, never on the others. Now it's 2. So we're going through 2 stitches. Wrap through the next 2 stitches.
So you say it's
wrap.
like weaving, isn't it?
Yeah. Next 2 stitches. It gives a really sturdy sort of finish.
Yeah, really compact.
Yeah.
That's why it's
like
great
more
for
of
the
a rug.
footstool. Yeah.
I think they'll have used it originally for rugs. Yeah.
And how quickly would that mean that you could make,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
the footstool?
That footstool, I bet I'd made that in about 4 hours.
That's so good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean,
And then you get back. You get back to nothing, and there you are. You're starting again by missing that first one and going into that second one. Picking another one up. And you're going back to doing what we just did. So we're going through. So you see, we're just going to go back again and do all our 8 again.
brilliant. You do get the big Tunisian crochet hook within your essential sort of pack.
You do.
But if you do want it individually, it's £15.99 for the shorter one. What would I be using the longer one for? What's the benefits
That's
of
the
having?
poof. You need the long one for the poof.
Okay.
Yeah. Because what it is you need to have more stitches on.
Right.
So it's like needles. You need to have the space for the stitches. So what I tend to think, the smaller one, this one I'm using, is for more like scarves or probably bags.
Yeah,
You could
yeah.
get, you know, hats, things like that. But if you just sort of get it into your head that the length enables you to put more stitches on, you can get a bigger piece of work.
And you've got a great selection of jumbo patterns as well available, haven't you?
Yes, yes.
So anybody who's thinking, oh, where am I going to use all this fabulous jumbo yarn that I've made? There are loads of patterns.
That's all I do, jumbo, I don't do anything but jumbo, jumbo and super chunky. Super chunky is like the thinnest I do. Yeah. So now we just take them off again, and that's it. We just continue like that.
I mean, this is one of those, if you've never done a
so calming. I don't
crochet
tell it when
project.
you're watching TV and just calms me down.
Yeah.
does this.
You could sit and you can watch the TV or have a conversation. It's quite a
'Cause the
sociable.
hook just holds it all for you as well,
Yeah.
because some hooks aren't really good at, my dad worked on getting this just right, and Andrew does it now, my husband. And it's just, I don't know, I just find it really calming and soothing.
That original toolkit, by the way, we've got fewer than 10. Everybody checks it out, then that will have sold out. And we don't get to see Julie every week, so
I'm not
definitely
back
make
till
most of this.
end of autumn now.
To the end of autumn?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah, because we're
gosh.
going on a big, it's 40th wedding anniversary, so we're going on a big trip to Sri Lanka
Are you?
in October. So it'll be
wow.
November before I'm back, yeah.
Oh.
Unless I do a September, I don't know.
Oh, you've definitely got to make the most of these whilst you can then. £54 exclusive to Sewing Street. You're getting the original knitting needles, the Tunisian crochet hook, which is the size to do the footstool. You also get, is this then just an ordinary?
This is your cable needle. Oh, sorry, that's your crochet hook. So this is your normal, like Rebecca
Yeah,
does.
yeah.
Rebecca Reed does
Yeah.
normal crochet, and Sam does, doesn't she?
Again,
So
with
but
super
with
chunky or with
jumbo.
With jumbo,
This is
yeah.
jumbo, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And then your cable.
Cable needle. So that's when you want to do like a crossover,
Okay.
like a plait.
Yeah.
So you'll put so many stitches on your cable needle,
yeah.
hold it, knit them, and then knit back off your cable needle to give you that cross.
Amazing.
Yeah.
These will sell out today. If you've got them in your basket, please check out. They come in the really beautiful packaging as well. So if it is a gift for someone, it's really special. Now, we also have the row counter.
Right, so let me get those out for you.
Thank you. Juey Jumbo row counter. Just so you know, there's literally 20 minutes. So if there's any questions that you have or anything that you want Julie to show, then please message in. We want to try and get through all of the tools for you today.
This is the tool show, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. And now...
This is John's favourite tool. John
This
loves
is so
clicking this.
cool. I wonder why it is very much like, this is brilliant. So this is
This
your...
is your row counter.
Yeah.
And obviously it has to be jumbo size. So these sell out every time we get them on. We can't keep them in at all. So these fit on your needle You don't have to put it on your needle. You can use it, put it at the side of you. You're not going to lose this. And you just click each row.
Yeah.
So when you've done a row, click.
I'm just gonna hold it so the cameras can see. So it's all lovely and branded as well.
And
This
got that
actually
on as
does
well.
this fit onto your jumbo needles?
Actually, that one doesn't. That doesn't
Yeah,
fit on. No, it's your
but-
finger. Is that one? I'm
Okay.
thinking of another one.
Oh, but that fits onto your finger.
That's
yeah.
it.
And then each row you click it.
Reminds you as
Sorry,
well,
Ollie.
like we've engraved as well. Knit, click.
And
to
it's
the
got
right click.
obviously the numbers on it. So if you are then coming back to it, you've
It's
got
right. Satisfied. End of your row. Click.
Yeah, it is very
John just
satisfying.
went. He couldn't put it down.
Can you restart it then? Wind
Yes,
it back.
you just wind it back. It's all manual. There's no you just
No batteries
rewind
or
it.
anything
No.
like that.
Back
Fantastic.
to not and click.
Every single time these come to air, they've sold
Oh,
out.
they do. They just can't keep them in at all.
They come in the lovely little, the little drawstring bag as well. That is your jumbo row counter, but doesn't, as I say, that's just a lovely little tool or gadget to be able to have alongside.
They're all
any
little
of your
handy
knitting.
tools just to help you along, really.
For your crochet projects.
Yeah.
There's 30 of those remaining, that's it. Now, do you know what's about to sell out is the stitch holders.
They do as well. Every time I get them on the stitch
Is this
holders.
it?
Yes.
Oh, so I suppose, do you know the little stitch markers or stitch holders that we've had for your crochet, for your knitted? They're tiny.
Tiny,
They're not
can't
going to
get
be,
them on,
no,
no.
you wouldn't be able to get them onto here. So, this is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah. So this is Juey Jumbo. He's my new mascot.
Love him, love him, love him.
So I've named him after Dad because they're called Jimmy.
Jimmy.
So here's Juey Jumbo now, and this is in my department like of bits and bobs because I couldn't think of a better word. It was bits and bobs, isn't it? And so here's your pin. Get him off your card. It's a nice strong pin.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, really strong.
Yeah,
Branded.
once again.
Branded again.
These are going to sell out. These are going to sell out. We're in single figures. If you have been waiting for them, as we said, we're not actually going to be seeing you till after the summer, probably into winter.
Earliest, I think it'd be September.
Okay.
Earliest, yeah.
So now's the time to be able to get these. Now is the time to grab them all whilst you
Yeah,
can. They're about to sell out. They are going to sell out any second now.
I
Can we do more bits and bobs?
We've got lots of bits and bobs.
You got a tape measure?
Yeah, we've got the new scissors as well, Ben. Don't
New
forget
scissors.
those.
Oh yeah, I've got new scissors. Don't worry, we'll make sure we get through all of them. Here's the tape measure. Oh, it's lovely.
Here's your sweetheart tape measure. So you've got Juey, and then it says, oh, I have to put my glasses on.
Give my
Give
heart
my heart
a
a squeeze. So you squeeze it, and it pops back in.
Oh, amazing.
I just love things like this.
Oh, a retractable tape measure is so satisfying. And whether you are any kind of crafter or just to have in your handbag, these are brilliant. All in,
I carry
obviously,
one of them all the time with me, yeah. 'Cause
That's
you
it,
just
have
never
it in your
know when you want a
handbag.
tape measure, do you?
Absolutely. Well, I was chatting to Sam Speedo, who is on doing her crocheted garments, and she says if she does a dress, she says, or a jumper or something, and she does a workshop, she says to measure yourself. And she says she gets to the workshop, she says, right, who's measured themselves? Nobody's measured themselves. No one wants to do it, do they? So she was on here, last time she was here, and she went, right, I'm going to do it in front of everybody now. And she just was like, look.
Good on her.
And
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, exactly, good on her. So
brilliant.
maybe
Yeah.
it is that you are thinking, right, I do want to start making garments, and I want them to fit right, so I need a retractable tape measure to be able to do that. That's a really cute one as well.
Or even like I think we were looking for blinds, me and my daughter, and she said, oh, I haven't got a tape measure, Mum. And I went, I've got one.
Yeah, absolutely, just have in your handbag.
Yeah.
Right, that's about to sell out as well. No, I didn't know you had new scissors with you, new scissors.
These scissors are gorgeous.
Oh, and I must say, I love all of the lovely little
Bags,
bags.
so your scissors say,
shiny, sharp, and all mine.
Leave them alone.
Well, we are very, very, they are lovely. They are, it's such a personal thing, isn't it? And we all, as crafters, how many scissors, do I dare ask how many scissors you have, Julie?
I wouldn't know. Honestly, I bet I have 50 pairs.
Yeah, I couldn't
I bet
believe.
Sandy's got 100.
And how precious over our scissors we are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Aren't
Look
they
at that
lovely?
iridescent rainbow.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they?
As crafters, as sewers, we all need a lovely pair of snips to the
Yeah.
side of our sewing machine or for our embroidery projects. Sharp to the point, and they're literally a tenner. Add to your order if you've bought anything else. They are really pretty. I love these.
I remember showing them Sandi, and I said, "Oh, look at these scissors I've got." She went, "Oh, they're amazing." She's going to have a pair. And I said, "Yes, you can have a pair."
They're lovely, aren't they? And I love the fact that they're big thumb loops. Do you know what I mean? I know that's with little embroidery slips. Sometimes it's hard to always squeeze your fingers in. These are lovely. Another pair of handy embroidery scissors, or to have with your yarn as well.
Yeah.
£9.99.
And come in the little bag.
Oh, that's lovely. And again,
keeps them safe then, doesn't it? Well, it's got that little thing on to stop people poking you.
And it says they're shiny, sharp, and all mine.
But they're a lovely little gift as well, aren't they? And I could see them like in the shop, hung, on the rails. And then just pick them up. Yeah.
They're beautiful. £9.99.
We've got the new stitch markers. I don't know if Ben's on them.
New stitch markers, fantastic.
So we can have a laugh now.
Oh, this is hilarious. I can see Mardy Bum on the side of it.
So these are your Yorkshire saying stitch markers.
Brilliant. Oh, I've got to get some of these for my friends up. They live in Warrington and they love crochet. Look, this one says Mardy Bum. You're going to have to say it in your Yorkshire accent.
So you've got, well, we'll start off, we've got Mardy Bum. We've got Berate.
What's Berate?
Berate. It'll be all right.
It'll be all right.
Yes.
It'll be all right.
And then sit this end down. Sit
yourself down.
So sit yourself down, yeah. Wash the hands.
Wash the hands.
It's just dropping H's, isn't it? Wash the hands. So I could have put, there was some a lot worse, so I thought, I can't put these on.
Not for telling.
Nah, then.
You
know that, you've had it. There's a mucky pup. That's what my nanny used to say to me. Ta love. Put wood in thole.
I love it. I love it.
Put wood in hole, it means shut door.
Oh, okay. I'm pleased that you've cleared that up for me because Ben said it's something different.
Trust Ben.
Now, these are your stitch markers.
Stitch markers. So these go on your needle. They do fit on your needle. I have to get them off, won't I? Should have brought some at once.
With your Yorkshire quotes, we all know. We all know.
And I'm going to add to these as well, so they're going to be collectibles.
Oh yeah, can you do a Brummy one, please?
Yes,
I'll send you Brummy quotes.
Yes, you must do. Yeah, definitely. So these fit on lovely. You can see. So these come back like I always forget when I'm doing a cable. So you can get to say knit 4 stitches, put your marker on.
Yeah.
Then take your stitches off for your cable. It'll just remind you.
Brilliant. Also, you have them as a key ring if you want.
Yes,
Gift
you
for
can have
somebody.
them as a key ring as well. Yeah. So So they do fit. So I can show you they fit.
Lovely.
So that's your Yorkshire ones.
Okay. Where else are we going to now?
Right. Oh, we're not going to another place.
Oh, okay.
We're going to these are just for crafters. These are your crafting ones. So these have got crafting sayings. So we've got maker of pretty things.
Maker of pretty things. I'm crafty, and I know it.
Just 5 more minutes. We all say that, don't we? And let the stitches talk. So these are nice, sweet, and then we've got let the stitches talk. Just 5 more minutes. Oh, it's
I'm crafty, and I know it.
Maker of pretty things. So these are both have got the same quotes on them.
Oh, I love those. You're getting 2 of your stitch markers or key rings, however you want to use them.
These are lovely wood and all. These are just scraps of wood that we use up. But this one a really nice wood because it's a hard wood though, so it doesn't engrave as deeply, but it's a nice
You can still see it though in real life. It's harder to pick up on the telly,
yeah.
but not as clear as this one on the telly. So yeah, they are lovely wood though.
And these are especially for knitters. I love knitting.
That's your crafting one. They're just £9.99. And then they're great gifts for people as well,
aren't they? Yeah.
And
then
then
in an
these
envelope,
ones,
couldn't you? You can post them. They won't be that heavy, really.
And these ones have got little yarns and tape measures. And does it say I love knitting?
It says I love knitting on the other one. Yeah. Leave 2 of those.
Ese are gorgeous.
They're I just like nice little things, little collectibles out there, which I'm going to continue to do.
Nice. Oh yes.
We'll do some
Get your ideas in. What do you want? What quotes or what stitch markers?
That'd be brilliant.
These are lovely, aren't they? The little charms on there.
Yeah.
Brilliant. £9.99. All our bits and bobs.
Again, they'd look good in a shop, wouldn't they? Yeah. I'll have to open a shop.
Yeah, I was going to say, in our imaginary shop today.
Our imaginary shop.
There you go. £9.99 for something a little bit different, aren't they?
That's it. That's what I like to find. Things that are a little bit different.
And nice gifts for people. As a crafter, it's always Nice to give something that is personal to, you know, someone's hobby, isn't it? That's lovely, your knitting ones. We've got literally 10 minutes, so we're flying through these. I'm sorry to rush you.
So we've got, again, this sells out all the time.
Oh, I've not seen this.
Oh, this is my favourite, this.
Go on, what is it?
It's big eye needles. You know when you have a problem binding needles with big eyes when you're a knitter? So you have a combination of needles. So you have three really big eyes, and then I think you've 2 a little bit smaller.
Right, so do I get the needles included with the lovely
case?
case?
Get the needles included with the case.
That case is beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's a walnut, is that? Walnut. Wood.
That is so nice,
I love
isn't
wood.
it?
As you know, I love wood, so yeah, wood mad.
That is a lovely gift for somebody. And as you say, as a knitter, you might not have a huge selection of big-eyed needles or...
People are always asking me for big-eye needles, always, yeah. And they
this is
are
one of
hard
your
to find.
favourites.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, get them whilst you can. Perfect for, will I fit my super chunky or my jumbo?
Yeah, you will.
Yarn in there.
Yeah.
And how much sewing up do you tend to do then with your projects?
I would say I try and keep it to the minimum because people don't like sewing up.
Yeah.
So I try to keep it to the minimum. But I mean, you're a bit, when you were doing jumbo, there's not, I can't do as much garment-wise as you can, you know, normally. So there is, you know, just the minimum. And sometimes I can just you can put it through with your fingers, you know, in the bigger ones. But you're super chunky, you need a needle.
And you get all of those included.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
And they fit
sometimes,
perfectly.
I think you get more than that. I think we got between 6 and 8 last time.
Fantastic.
Depends what I've got left.
And look, it's all branded as well.
You get at
all
least
branded.
6, at least.
Comes in the nice little bag. Lovely for
Just
a gift.
nice little gifts out there.
Absolutely. £9.99, loads of you there. We've still got a pattern to bring you as well.
Yes, we have.
We've got this gorgeous pattern that is sitting behind me. This is fabulous. Talking about garments, wow. This is amazing, Julie.
So this just opens. This is just some yarn again I've made up from the jumbo yarn. But we're all a lot of different, similar
What stitch is this?
This is just plain knit stitch.
Amazing.
That's all it is. But what this is, it's constructed a different way. So you do it this way up.
Oh, okay.
So you have all this on you sort of have your stitches on your needle and you go in this way, and then it's like sewn together at the back. And I kind of twiddle it falling over. So you've got 2 panels you sew together at the back there, which you don't have to be brilliant at sewing for because they just blend together really, but you can see inside it's back stitched.
Oh my word, I love it. This is again all with your scraps of yarn.
Yeah, luckily I have had a lot of, they blended well, haven't they?
They've blended really well. What sort of yarn was this that you put together? That's so nice.
I think there's
all sorts in there.
There's mainly super chunky, or chunky.
Yeah.
There's 2 chunkies, and then I think there's a 4-ply. 2 super chunkies and a 4-ply together.
Now, do I need my long knitting needles for this?
You need them because you need to get it all the stitches on. Yeah.
Right, so you need your long needles, which we do have individually. They also come as part of the exclusive essential pack as well. Ooh, knocking over my drink.
There's your box.
Can we do the long ones, please? Yeah, the originals, the OGs.
Yeah.
That
you
is
can wear
gorgeous.
it like that, or you could go like this with it.
Yes.
Wear it as a wrap like this. And I just, like I said to Sandi, was like, you know, when you sat up in the garden and you've been sunbathing and night it comes cooler, you can just drape this round, you can't.
That is
look very stylish,
stunning.
rather than a blanket.
You do have your pattern. We bought that for you. And you need these knitted needles, the original ones, if you haven't already got them. Today, we have... fingers crossed enough to go around for everybody who's missed out. £24.99. We aren't going to be able to get these back in until we see Juey back in, which will be at the end of the summer. Yeah. So if you want to be making this, grab it now. That is gorgeous.
But it's just garter stitch, so that's all you need to know, garter stitch. And a bit of a loopy stitch.
Because I love this loopy.
But again, I've got a video on YouTube, and it's all written in the pattern how to do it.
You're never left alone. Anybody who has bought any of the products from Juey, you were always there at the end of email or...
Always, I'll do my best to help. Well, I will help,
Brilliant.
But I try and keep it as simple as possible, so it doesn't frighten people off and they get quick results.
That's what we
They will
love about the
eventually.
jumbo.
They'll might go on to regular knitting from there, but it just gets you interested.
Yeah,
you get
absolutely.
Quick results.
Well, you want to see the results, you
Yeah.
want to see them quick, don't you? So this is the way to do it with your jumbo
Especially children
needles.
as well, you know, because they want to learn, but they get bored easily, don't they?
Yeah.
Crochet and they can crochet as well as knit.
Yeah.
With these, yeah. So.
Thank you very, very much. I can't believe
I can't believe where that
the time has gone.
No.
Have a look underneath us, though, over the next few minutes, because there are a few other bits and bobs that I haven't had a chance to bring you. I'm intrigued by these knitting needles.
Those are the super chunky ones for the wave bag.
Right, get those. They'll be underneath us on the website. There's a few other bits and bobs that we haven't got a chance to bring to you, but they're all listed there. Tomorrow, Stuart's going to be with you bright and early from 8 a.m. with House of Alistair, with Catherine Wright, and with also Tracy Perks from the Rope and Anchor. Couldn't remember the name of the company. Rope and Anchor. She is so lovely. The whole day is going to be amazing with Stuart. So please do make sure you tune in bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much.
We will see you soon.
Keeping us under control.
Yeah. I know. I love you and Sandy together.
We love being on with you as well.
Oh, thank you. We'll see you soon then. Enjoy your summer.
Around September-ish,
Yes. Keep in touch.
Yeah. Second home, yeah.
Do make sure you're checking out on all of those products that you've seen underneath on the web, and stay where you are for more crafting, as Shiz and the team at Hobby Maker are going to be taking you through your afternoon show. And Stuart will see you bright and early on Sewing Street at 8 a.m. Bye.